Chapter 1. Ours is essentially a tragic age, so we refuse to take it tragically. The cataclysm has happened, we are among the ruins, we start to build up new little habitats, to have new little hopes. It is rather hard work, there is now no smooth road into the future, but we go round, or scramble over the obstacles. We've got to live, no matter how many skies have fallen. This was more or less Constance Catterley's position. The war had brought the roof down over her head. And she had realized that one must live and learn. She married Clifford Catterley in 1917, when he was home for a month on leave. They had a month's honeymoon. Then he went back to Flanders, to be shipped over to England again 6 months later, more or less in bits. Constance, his wife, was then years old, and his hold on life was marvelous. He didn't die, and the bits seemed to grow together again. For 2 years he remained in the doctor's hands. Then he was pronounced a cure, and could return to life again, with the lower half of his body, from the hips down, paralysed forever. This was in 1920. They returned, Clifford and Constance, to his home, Rugby Hall, the family seat. His father had died, Clifford was now a baronet, Sir Clifford, and Constance was Lady Catterley. They came to start housekeeping and married life in the rather forlorn home of the Catterleys on a rather inadequate income. Clifford had a sister, but she had departed. Otherwise there were no near relatives. The elder brother was dead in the war. Crippled forever, knowing he could never have any children, Clifford came home to the Smoky Midlands to keep the Catterley name alive while he could. He was not really downcast. He could wheel himself about in a wheeled chair, and he had a bath chair with a small motor attachment, so he could drive himself slowly round the garden and into the fine melancholy park, of which he was really so proud, though he pretended to be flippant about it. Having suffered so much, the capacity for suffering had to some extent left him. He remained strange and bright and cheerful, almost, one might say, chirpy, with his ruddy, healthy-looking face, and his pale blue, challenging bright eyes. His shoulders were broad and strong, his hands were very strong. He was expensively dressed, and wore handsome neckties from Bond Street. Yet still in his face one saw the watchful 100k, the slight vacancy of a cripple. He had so very nearly lost his life, that what remained was wonderfully precious to him. It was obvious in the anxious brightness of his eyes, how p'ud he was, after the great shock, of being alive. But he had been so much hurt that something inside him had perished, some of his feelings had gone. There was a blank of insentience. Constance, his wife, was a ruddy, country-looking girl with soft brown hair and sturdy body, and slow movements, full of unusual energy. She had big, wondering eyes, and a soft mild voice, and seemed just to have come from her native village. It was not so at all. Her father was the once well-known R.A., old Sir Malcolm Reed. Her mother had been one of the cultivated Fabians in the palmy, rather pre-Raphaelite days. Between artists and cultured socialists, Constance and her sister Hilda had had what might be called an aesthetically unconventional upbringing. They had been taken to Paris and Florence and Rome to breathe in art, and they had been taken also in the other direction, to The Hague and Berlin, to great socialist conventions, where the speakers spoke in every civilized tongue, and no one was abashed. The two girls, therefore, were from an early age not the least daunted by either art or ideal politics. It was their natural atmosphere. They were at once cosmopolitan and provincial, with the cosmopolitan provincialism of art that goes with pure social ideals. They had been sent to Dresden at the age of 15, for music among other things. And they had had a good time there. They lived freely among the students, they argued with the men over philosophical, sociological, and artistic matters, they were just as good as the men themselves, only better, since they were women. And they tramped off to the forests with sturdy youths bearing guitars, twang twang. They sang the Wandervogel songs, and they were free. Free. That was the great word. Out in the open world, out in the forests of the morning, with lusty and splendid-throated young fellows, free to do as they liked, and above all to say what they liked. It was the talk that mattered supremely, the impassioned interchange of talk. Love was only a minor accompaniment. Both Hilda and Constance had had their tentative love affairs by the time they were 18. The young men with whom they talked so passionately and sang so lustily and camped under the trees in such freedom wanted, of course, the love connection. The girls were doubtful, but then the thing was so much talked about, it was supposed to be so important. And the men were so humble and craving. Why couldn't a girl be queenly, and give the gift of herself? So they had given the gift of themselves, each to the youth with whom she had the most subtle and intimate arguments. The arguments, the discussions were the great thing, the love-making and connection were only a sort of primitive reversion and a bit of an anticlimax. One was less in love with the boy afterwards, and a little inclined to hate him, as if he had trespassed on one's privacy and inner freedom. For, of course, being a girl, one's whole dignity and meaning in life consisted in the achievement of an absolute, a perfect, a pure and noble freedom. What else did a girl's life mean? To shake off the old and sordid connections and subjections. And however one might sentimentalize it, this sex business was one of the most ancient, sordid connections and subjections. Poets who glorified it were mostly men. Women had always known there was something better, something higher. And now they knew it more definitely than ever. The beautiful pure freedom of a woman was infinitely more wonderful than any sexual love. The only unfortunate thing was that men lagged so far behind women in the matter. They insisted on the sex thing like dogs. And a woman had to yield. A man was like a child with his appetites. A woman had to yield him what he wanted, or like a child he would probably turn nasty and flounce away and spoil what was a very pleasant connection. But a woman could yield to a man without yielding her inner, free self. That the poets and talkers about sex did not seem to have taken sufficiently into account. A woman could take a man without really giving herself away. Certainly she could take him without giving herself into his power. Rather she could use this sex thing to have power over him. For she only had to hold herself back in sexual intercourse, and let him finish and expend himself without herself coming to the crisis, and then she could prolong the connection and achieve her orgasm and her crisis while he was merely her tool. Both sisters had had their love experience by the time the war came, and they were hurried home. Neither was ever in love with a young man unless he and she were verbally very near, that is unless they were profoundly interested, talking to one another. The amazing, the profound, the unbelievable thrill there was in passionately talking to some really clever young man by the hour, resuming day after day for months, this they had never realized till it happened. The paradisal promise, "Thou shalt have men to talk to," had never been uttered. It was fulfilled before they knew what a promise it was. And if after the roused intimacy of these vivid and soul-enlightened discussions the thing became more or less inevitable, then let it. It marked the end of a chapter. It had a thrill of its own too, a queer vibrating thrill inside the body, a final spasm of self-assertion, like the last word, exciting, and very like the row of asterisks that can be put to show the end of a paragraph, and a break in the theme. When the girls came home for the summer holidays of 1913, when Hilda was 20 and Connie 18, their father could see plainly that they had had the love experience. L'amour avait passé par là, as somebody puts it. But he was a man of experience himself, and let life take its course. As for the mother, a nervous invalid in the last few months of her life, she wanted her girls to be free, and to fulfill themselves. She herself had never been able to be altogether herself, it had been denied her. Heaven knows why, for she was a woman who had her own income and her own way. She blamed her husband. But as a matter of fact, it was some old impression of authority on her own mind or soul that she could not get rid of. It had nothing to do with Sir Malcolm, who left his nervously hostile, high-spirited wife to rule her own roost, while he went his own way. So the girls were free, and went back to Dresden, and their music, and the university and the young men. They loved their respective young men, and their respective young men loved them with all the passion of mental attraction. All the wonderful things the young men thought and expressed and wrote, they thought and expressed and wrote for the young women. Connie's young man was musical, Hilda's was technical. But they simply lived for their young women. In their minds and their mental excitements, that is. Somewhere else they were a little rebuffed, though they did not know it. It was obvious in them too that love had gone ugh them, that is, the physical experience. It is curious what a subtle but unmistakable transmutation it makes, both in the body of men and women, the woman more blooming, more subtly rounded, her young angularities softened, and her expression either anxious or triumphant, the man much quieter, more inward, the very shapes of his shoulders and his buttocks less assertive, more hesitant. In the actual sex thrill within the body, the sisters nearly succumbed to the strange male power. But quickly they recovered themselves, took the thrill as a sensation, and remained free. Whereas the men, in gratitude to the woman for the sex experience, let their souls go out to her. And afterwards looked rather as if they had lost a shilling and found sixpence. Connie's man could be a bit sulky, and Hilda's a bit jeering. But that is how men are. Ungrateful and never satisfied. When you don't have them they hate you because you won't, and when you do have them they hate you again, for some other reason. Or for no reason at all, except that they are discontented children, and can't be satisfied whatever they get, let a woman do what she may. However, came the war. Hilda and Connie were rushed home again after having been home already in May, to their mother's funeral. Before Christmas of 1914 both their German young men were dead, whereupon the sisters wept, and loved the young men passionately, but underneath forgot them. They didn't exist anymore. Both sisters lived in their father's, really their mother's, Kensington house, and mixed with the young Cambridge group, the group that stood for freedom and flannel trousers, and flannel shirts open at the neck, and a well-bred sort of emotional anarchy, and a whispering, murmuring sort of voice, and an ultra-sensitive sort of manner. Hilda, however, suddenly married a man 10 years older than herself, an elder member of the same Cambridge group, a man with a fair amount of money, and a comfortable family job in the government. He also wrote philosophical essays. She lived with him in a smallish house in Westminster, and moved in that good sort of society of people in the government who are not tip-toppers, but who are, or would be, the real intelligent power in the nation, people who know what they're talking about, or talk as if they did. Connie did a mild form of war work, and consorted with the flannel trousers Cambridge intransigents, who gently mocked at everything, so far. Her friend was a Clifford Catterley, a young man of 22, who had hurried home from Bonn, where he was studying the technicalities of coal mining. He had previously spent 2 years at Cambridge. Now he had become a first lieutenant in a smart regiment, so he could mock at everything more becomingly in uniform. Clifford Catterley was more upper class than Connie. Connie was well-to-do intelligentsia, but he was aristocracy. Not the big sort, but still it. His father was a baronet, and his mother had been a viscount's daughter. But Clifford, while he was better bred than Connie, and more society, was in his own way more provincial and more timid. He was at his ease in the narrow great world, that is, landed aristocracy society, but he was shy and nervous of all that other big world which consists of the vast hordes of the middle and lower classes, and foreigners. If the truth must be told, he was just a little bit frightened of middle and lower class humanity, and of foreigners not of his own class. He was, in some paralysing way, conscious of his own defenselessness, though he had all the defense of privilege. Which is curious, but a phenomenon of our day. Therefore the peculiar soft assurance of a girl like Constance Reed fascinated him. She was so much more mistress of herself in that outer world of chaos than he was master of himself. Nevertheless he too was a rebel, rebelling even against his class. Or perhaps rebel is too strong a word, far too strong. He was only caught in the general, popular recoil of the young against convention and against any sort of real authority. Fathers were ridiculous, his own obstinate one supremely so. And governments were ridiculous, our own wait-and-see sort especially so. And armies were ridiculous, and old buffers of generals altogether, the red-faced Kitchener supremely. Even the war was ridiculous, though it did kill rather a lot of people. In fact everything was a little ridiculous, or very ridiculous, certainly everything connected with authority, whether it were in the army or the government or the universities, was ridiculous to a degree. And as far as the governing class made any pretensions to govern, they were ridiculous too. Sir Geoffrey, Clifford's father, was intensely ridiculous, chopping down his trees, and weeding men out of his colliery to shove them into the war, and himself being so safe and patriotic, but, also, spending more money on his country than he'd got. When Miss Catterley Emma came down to London from the Midlands to do some nursing work, she was very witty in a quiet way about Sir Geoffrey and his determined patriotism. Herbert, the elder brother and heir, laughed outright, though it was his trees that were felling for trench props. But Clifford only smiled a little uneasily. Everything was ridiculous, quite true. But when it came too close and oneself became ridiculous too. At least people of a different class, like Connie, were earnest about something. They believed in something. They were rather earnest about the Tommies, and the threat of conscription, and the shortage of sugar and toffee for the children. In all these things, of course, the authorities were ridiculously at fault. But Clifford could not take it to heart. To him the authorities were ridiculous ab ovo, not because of toffee or Tommies. And the authorities felt ridiculous, and behaved in a rather ridiculous fashion, and it was all a Mad Hatter's tea party for a while. Till things developed over there, and Lloyd George came to save the situation over here. And this surpassed even ridicule, the flippant young laughed no more. In 1916 Herbert Catterley was killed, so Clifford became heir. He was terrified even of this. His importance as son of Sir Geoffrey, and child of Rugby, was so ingrained in him, he could never escape it. And yet he knew that this too, in the eyes of the vast seething world, was ridiculous. Now he was heir and responsible for Rugby. Was that not terrible? And also splendid and at the same time, perhaps, purely absurd? Sir Geoffrey would have none of the absurdity. He was pale and tense, withdrawn into himself, and obstinately determined to save his country and his own, let it be Lloyd George or who it might. So cut off he was, so divorced from the England that was really England, so utterly incapable, that he even thought well of Horatio Bottomley. Sir Geoffrey stood for England and Lloyd George as his forebears had stood for England and St. George, and he never knew there was a difference. So Sir Geoffrey felled timber and stood for Lloyd George and England, England and Lloyd George. And he wanted Clifford to marry and produce an heir. Clifford felt his father was a hopeless anachronism. But wherein was he himself any further ahead, except in a wincing sense of the ridiculousness of everything, and the paramount ridiculousness of his own position? For willy-nilly he took his baronetcy and Rugby with the last seriousness. The gay excitement had gone out of the war. Dead. Too much death and horror. A man needed support and comfort. A man needed to have an anchor in the safe world. A man needed a wife. The Catterleys, 2 brothers and a sister, had lived curiously isolated, shut in with one another at Rugby in spite of all their connections. A sense of isolation intensified the family tie, a sense of the weakness of their position, a sense of defenselessness, in spite of, or because of, the title and the land. They were cut off from those industrial Midlands in which they passed their lives. And they were cut off from their own class by the brooding, obstinate, shut-up nature of Sir Geoffrey, their father, whom they ridiculed, but whom they were so sensitive about. The three had said they would all live together always. But now Herbert was dead, and Sir Geoffrey wanted Clifford to marry. Sir Geoffrey barely mentioned it, he spoke very little. But his silent, zeroing insistence that it should be so was hard for Clifford to bear up against. But Emma said no. She was 10 years older than Clifford, and she felt his marrying would be a desertion and a betrayal of what the young ones of the family had stood for. Clifford married Connie, nevertheless, and had his month's honeymoon with her. It was the terrible year 1917, and they were intimate as two people who stand together on a sinking ship. He had been virgin when he married, and the sex part did not mean much to him. They were so close, he and she, apart from that. And Connie exulted a little in this intimacy which was beyond sex, and beyond a man's satisfaction. Clifford anyhow was not just keen on his satisfaction, as so many men seemed to be. No, the intimacy was deeper, more personal than that. And sex was merely an accident, or an adjunct, one of the curious obsolete, organic processes which persisted in its 01VN clumsiness, but was not really necessary. Though Connie did want children, if only to fortify her against her sister-in-law Emma. But early in 1918 Clifford was shipped home smashed, and there was no child. And Sir Geoffrey died of chagrin. Chapter 2 Connie and Clifford came home to Rugby in the autumn of 1920. Miss Catterley, still disgusted at her brother's defection, had departed and was living in a little flat in London. Rugby was a long low old house in brownstone, begun about the middle of the 18th century, and added on to, till it was a warren of a place without much distinction. It stood on an eminence in a rather fine old park of oak trees, but alas, one could see in the near distance the chimney of Tevershall pit, with its clouds of steam and smoke, and on the damp, hazy distance of the hill the raw straggle of Tevershall village, a village which began almost at the park gates, and trailed in utter hopeless ugliness for a long and gruesome mile, houses, rows of wretched, small, begrimed, brick houses, with black slate roofs for lids, sharp angles, and wilful, blank dreariness. Connie was accustomed to Kensington or the Scotch Hills or the Sussex Downs, that was her England. With the stoicism of the young she took in the utter, soulless ugliness of the coal and iron Midlands at a glance, and left it at what it was, unbelievable and not to be thought about. From the rather dismal rooms at Rugby she heard the rattle-rattle of the screens at the pit, the puff of the winding engine, the clink-clink of shunting trucks, and the hoarse little whistle of the colliery locomotives. Tevershall pit bank was burning, had been burning for years, and it would cost thousands to put it out. So it had to burn. And when the wind was that way, which was often, the house was full of the stench of this sulphurous combustion of the earth's excrement. But even on windless days the air always smelt of something under earth, sulphur, iron, coal, or acid. And even on the Christmas roses the smuts settled incredible, like black manna from the skies of doom. Well, there it was, faded like the rest of things. It was rather awful, but why kick? You couldn't kick it away. It just went on. Life, like all the rest. On the low dark ceiling of cloud at night red blotches burned and quivered, dappling and swelling and contracting, like burns that give pain. It was the furnaces. At first they fascinated Connie with a sort of horror, she felt she was living underground. Then she got used to them. And in the morning it rained. Clifford professed to like Rugby better than London. This country had a grim will of its own, and the people had guts. Connie wondered what else they had, certainly neither eyes nor minds. The people were as haggard, shapeless, and dreary as the countryside, and as unfriendly. Only there was something in their deep-mouthed slurring of the dialect, and the thresh of their hobnailed pit boots as they trailed home in gangs on the asphalt from work, that was terrible and a bit mysterious. There had been no welcome home for the young squire, no festivities, no deputation, not even a single flower. Only a dank ride up a dark, damp drive, burrowing through gloomy trees, out to the slope of the park where grey damp sheep were feeding, to the knoll where the house spread its dark brown facade, and the housekeeper and her husband were hovering, like unsure tenants on the face of the earth, ready to stammer a welcome. There was no communication between Rugby Hall and Tevershall village, none. No caps were touched, no curtsies bobbed. The colliers merely stared, the tradesmen lifted their caps to Connie as to an acquaintance, and nodded awkwardly to Clifford, that was all. Gulf impassable, and a quiet sort of resentment on either side. At first Connie suffered from the steady drizzle of resentment that came from the village. Then she hardened herself to it, and it became a sort of tonic, something to live up to. It was not that she and Clifford were unpopular, they merely belonged to another species altogether from the colliers. Gulf impassable, breach indescribable, such as is perhaps non-existent south of the Trent. But in the Midlands and the industrial North, gulf impassable, across which no communication could take place. You stick to your side, I'll stick to mine. A strange denial of the common pulse of humanity. Yet the village sympathized with Clifford and Connie in the abstract. In the flesh it was you leave me either side. The rector was a nice man of about 60, full of his duty, and reduced, personally, almost to a nonentity by the silent you leave me alone, oft village. The miners' wives were nearly all Methodists. The miners were nothing. But even so much official uniform as the clergyman wore was enough to obscure entirely the fact that he was a man like any other man. No, he was Mester Ashby, a sort of automatic preaching and praying concern. This stubborn, instinctive we think ourselves as good as you, if you are Lady Catterley, puzzled and baffled Connie at first extremely. The curious, suspicious, false amiability with which the miners' wives met her overtures, the curiously offensive tinge of "oh dear me, I am somebody now, with Lady Catterley talking to me. But she needn't think I'm not as good as her for all that," which she always heard fivenging in the women's half-fawning voices, was impossible. There was no getting past it. It was hopelessly and offensively nonconformist. Clifford left them alone, and she learnt to do the same. She just went by without looking at them, and they stared as if she were a walking wax figure. When he had to deal with them, Clifford was rather haughty and contemptuous. One could no longer afford to be friendly. In fact, he was altogether rather supercilious and contemptuous of anyone not in his own class. He stood his ground, without any attempt at conciliation. And he was neither liked nor disliked by the people, he was just part of things, like the pit bank and Rugby itself. But Clifford was really extremely shy and self-conscious. He was lamed. He hated seeing anyone except just the personal servants. For he had to sit in a wheeled chair or a sort of bath chair. Nevertheless, he was just as carefully dressed as ever, by his expensive tailors, and he wore the careful Bond Street neckties just as before, and from the top he looked just as smart and impressive as ever. He had never been one of the modern ladylike young men, rather bucolic even, with his ruddy face and broad shoulders. But his very quiet, hesitating voice, and his eyes, at the same time bold and frightened, assured and uncertain, revealed his nature. His manner was often offensively supercilious, and then again modest and self-effacing, almost tremulous. Connie and he were attached to one another, in the aloof modern way. He was much too hurt in himself, the great shock of his maiming, to be easy and flippant. He was a hurt thing. And as such Connie stuck to him passionately. But she could not help feeling how little connection he really had with people. The miners were, in a sense, his own men, but he saw them as objects rather than men, parts of the pit rather than parts of life, crude raw phenomena rather than human beings along with him. He was in some way afraid of them, he could not bear to have them look at him now he was Lamé. And their queer, crude life seemed as unnatural as that of hedgehogs. He was remotely interested, but like a man looking down a microscope, or up a telescope. He was not in touch. He was not in actual touch with anybody, save, traditionally, with Ragby, and, through the close bond of family defense, with Emma. Beyond this nothing really touched him. Connie felt that she herself didn't really, not really touch him, perhaps there was nothing to get at ultimately, just a negation of human contact. Yet he was absolutely dependent on her, he needed her every moment. Big and strong as he was helpless. He could wheel himself about in a wheeled chair, and he had a sort of bath chair with a motor attachment, in which he could puff slowly round the park. But alone he was like a lost thing. He needed Connie to be there, to assure him he existed at all. Still he was ambitious. He had taken to writing stories, curious, very personal stories about people he had known. Clever, rather spiteful, and yet, in some mysterious way, meaningless. The observation was extraordinary and peculiar. But there was no touch, no actual contact. It was as if the whole thing took place in a vacuum. And since the field of life is largely an artificially lighted stage today, the stories were curiously true to modern life, to the modern psychology, that is. Clifford was almost morbidly sensitive about these stories. He wanted everyone to think them good, of the best, ne plus ultra. They appeared in the most modern magazines, and were praised and blamed as usual. But to Clifford the blame was torture, like knives goading him. It was as if the whole of his being were in his stories. Connie helped him as much as she could. At first she was thrilled. He talked everything over with her monotonously, insistently, persistently, and she had to respond with all her might. It was as if her whole soul and body and sex had to rouse up and pass into theme stories of his. This thrilled her and absorbed her. Of physical life they lived very little. She had to superintend the house. But the housekeeper had served Sir Geoffrey for many years, and the dried-up, elderly, superlatively correct female, you could hardly call her a parlour maid, or even a woman, who waited at table, had been in the house for 40 years. Even the very housemaids were no longer young. It was awful. What could you do with such a place, but leave it alone? All these endless rooms that nobody used, all the Midlands routine, the mechanical cleanliness and the mechanical order. Clifford had insisted on a new cook, an experienced woman who had sewed him in his rooms in London. For the rest the place seemed run by mechanical anarchy. Everything went on in pretty good order, strict cleanliness and strict punctuality, even pretty strict honesty. And yet, to Connie, it was a methodical anarchy. No warmth of feeling united it organically. The house seemed as dreary as a disused street. What could she do but leave it alone? So she left it alone. Miss Catterley came sometimes, with her aristocratic thin face, and triumphed, finding nothing altered. She would never forgive Connie for ousting her from her union in consciousness with her brother. It was she, Emma, who should be bringing forth the stories, these books, with him, the Catterley stories, something new in the world, that they, the Catterleys, had put there. There was no other standard. There was no organic connection with the thought and expression that had gone before. Only something new in the world, the Catterley books, entirely personal. Connie's father, where he paid a flying visit to Ragby, and in private to his daughter, as for Clifford's writing, it's smart, but there's nothing in it. It won't last. Connie looked at the burly Scottish knight who had done himself well all his life, and her eyes, her big, still wondering blue eyes became vague. Nothing in it. What did he mean by nothing in it? If the critics praised it, and Clifford's name was almost famous, and it even brought in money. What did her father mean by saying there was nothing in Clifford's writing? What else could there be? For had adopted the standard of young, what there was in the moment was everything. And moments followed one another without necessarily belonging to one another. It was in her second winter at Rugby her father said to her, "I hope, Connie, you won't let circumstances force you into being a demi-vierge." "A demi-vierge," replied Connie vaguely. "Why? Why not?" "Unless you like it, of course," said her father hastily. To Clifford he said the same, when the two men were alone, "I'm afraid it doesn't quite suit Connie to be a demi-vierge." "A half-virgin," replied Clifford, translating the phrase to be sure of it. He thought for a moment, then flushed very red. He was angry and offended. "In what way doesn't it suit her?" he asked stiffly. "She's getting thin, angular. It's not her style. She's not the pilchard sort of little slip of a girl, she's a bonny Scotch trout." "Without the spots, of course," said Clifford. He wanted to say something later to Connie about the demi-vierge business, the half-virgin state of her affairs. But he could not bring himself to do it. He was at once too intimate with her and not intimate enough. He was so very much at one with her, in his mind and hers, but bodily they were non-existent to one another, and neither could bear to drag in the corpus delicti. They were so intimate, and utterly out of touch. Connie guessed, however, that her father had said something, and that something was in Clifford's mind. She knew that he didn't mind whether she were demi-vierge or demi-monde, so long as he didn't absolutely know, and wasn't made to see. The eye doesn't see and the mind doesn't know, doesn't exist. Connie and Clifford had now been nearly 2 years at Rugby, living their vague life of absorption in Clifford and his work. Their interests had never ceased to flow together over his work. They talked and wrestled in the throes of composition, and felt as if something were really happening, really in the void. And thus far it was a life, in the void. For the rest it was non-existence. Rugby was there, the servants' dot but spectral, not really existing. Connie went for walks in the park, and in the woods that joined the park, and enjoyed the solitude and the mystery, kicking the brown leaves of autumn, and picking the primroses of spring. But it was all a dream. Or rather it was like the simulacrum of reality. The oak leaves were to her like oak leaves seen ruffling in a mirror, she herself was a figure somebody had read about, picking primroses that were only shadows or memories, or words. No substance to her or anything, no touch, no contact. Only this life with Clifford, this endless spinning of webs of yarn, of the minutiae of consciousness. These stories Sir Malcolm said there was nothing in, and they wouldn't last. Why should there be anything in them, why should they last? Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof. Sufficient unto the moment is the appearance of reality. Clifford had quite a number of friends, acquaintances really, and he invited them to Rugby. He invited all sorts of people, critics and writers, people who would help to praise his books. And they were flattered at being asked to Rugby, and they praised. Connie understood it all perfectly. But why not? This was one of the fleeting patterns in the mirror. What was wrong with it? She was hostess to these people. Mostly men. She was hostess also to Clifford's occasional aristocratic relations. Being a soft, ruddy, country-looking girl, inclined to freckles, with big blue eyes, and curling, brown hair, and a soft voice, and rather strong, female loins, she was considered a little old-fashioned and womanly. She was not a little pilchard sort of fish, like a boy, with a boy's flat breast and little buttocks. She was too feminine to be quite smart. So the men, especially those no longer young, were very nice to her indeed. But, knowing what torture poor Clifford would feel at the slightest sign of flirting on her part, she gave them no encouragement at all. She was quiet and vague, she had no contact with them and intended to have none. Clifford was extraordinarily proud of himself. His relatives treated her quite kindly. She knew that the kindliness indicated a lack of fear, and that these people had no respect for you unless you could frighten them a little. But again she had no contact. She let them be kindly and disdainful, she let them feel they had no need to draw their steel in readiness. She had no real connection with them. Time went on. Whatever happened, nothing happened, because she was so beautifully out of contact. She and Clifford lived in their ideas and his books. She entertained, there were always people in the house. Time went on as the clock does, 8:30 instead of 7:30. Chapter 3. Connie was aware, however, of a growing restlessness. Out of her disconnection, a restlessness was taking possession of her like madness. It twitched her limbs when she didn't want to twitch them, it jerked her spine when she didn't want to jerk upright but preferred to rest comfortably. It thrilled inside her body, in her womb, somewhere, till she felt she must jump into water and swim to get away from it, a mad restlessness. It made her heart beat violently for no reason. And she was getting thinner. It was just restlessness. She would rush off across the park, abandon Clifford, and lie prone in the bracken. To get away from the house. She must get away from the house and everybody. The work was her one refuge, her sanctuary. But it was not really a refuge, a sanctuary, because she had no connection with it. It was only a place where she could get away from the rest. She never really touched the spirit of the wood itself. If it had any such nonsensical thing. Vaguely she knew herself that she was going to pieces in some way. Vaguely she knew she was out of connection, she had lost touch with the substantial and vital world. Only Clifford and his books, which did not exist, which had nothing in them. Void to void. Vaguely she knew. But it was like beating her head against a stone. Her father warned her again, "Why don't you get yourself a beau, Connie? Do you all the good in the world." That winter Michaelis came for a few days. He was a young Irishman who had already made a large fortune by his plays in America. He had been taken up quite enthusiastically for a time by Smart Society in London, for he wrote Smart Society plays. Then gradually Smart Society realised that it had been made ridiculous at the hands of a down-at-heel Dublin street rat, and revulsion came. Michaelis was the last word in what was caddish and boundarish. He was discovered to be anti-English, and to the class that made this discovery this was worse than the dirtiest crime. He was cut dead, and his corpse thrown into the refuse can. Nevertheless Michaelis had his apartment in Mayfair, and walked down Bond Street the image of a gentleman, for you cannot get even the best tailors to cut their low-down customers, when the customers pay. Clifford was inviting the young man of 30 at an inauspicious moment in that young man's career. Yet Clifford did not hesitate. Michaelis had the ear of a few million people, probably, and, being a hopeless outsider, he would no doubt be grateful to be asked down to Rugby at this juncture, when the rest of the smart world was cutting him. Being grateful, he would no doubt do Clifford good over there in America. Kudos. A man gets a lot of kudos, whatever that may be, by being talked about in the right way, especially over there. Clifford was a coming man, and it was remarkable what a sound publicity instinct he had. In the end Michaelis did him most nobly in a play, and Clifford was a sort of popular hero. Till the reaction, when he found he had been made ridiculous. Connie wondered a little over Clifford's blind, imperious instinct to become known, that is, to the vast amorphous world he did not himself know, and of which he was uneasily afraid, known as a writer, as a first-class modern writer. Connie was aware from successful, old, hearty, bluffing Sir Malcolm, that artists did advertise themselves, and exert themselves to put their goods over. But her father used channels ready-made, used by all the other RAs who sold their pictures. Whereas Clifford discovered nev channels of publicity, all kinds. He had all kinds of people at Rugby, without exactly lowering himself. But, determined to build himself a monument of a reputation quickly, he used any handy rebel in the making. Michaelis arrived duly, in a very neat car, with a chauffeur and a manservant. He was absolutely Bond Street. But at sight of him something in Clifford's county soul recoiled. He wasn't exactly. Not exactly, in fact, he wasn't at all, well, what his appearance intended to imply. To Clifford this was final and enough. Yet he was very polite to the man, to the amazing success in him. The bitch goddess, as she is called, of success, roamed, snarling and protective, round the half-humble, half-defiant Michaelis' heels, and intimidated Clifford completely, for he wanted to prostitute himself to the bitch goddess, success also, if only she would have him. Michaelis obviously wasn't an Englishman, in spite of all the tailors, hatters, barbers, booters of the very best quarter of London. No, he obviously wasn't an Englishman, the wrong sort of flattish, pale face and bearing, and the wrong sort of grievance. He had a grudge and a grievance, that was obvious to any true-born English gentleman, who would scorn to let such a thing appear blatant in his own demeanour. Poor Michaelis had been much kicked, so that he had a slightly tail between the legs. Look, even now. He had pushed his way by sheer instinct and sheer effrontery onto the stage and to the front of it, with his plays. He had caught the public. And he had thought the kicking days were over. Alas, they weren't. They never would be. For he, in a sense, asked to be kicked. He pined to be where he didn't belong among the English upper classes. And how they enjoyed the various kicks they got at him. And how he hated them. Nevertheless, he travelled with his manservant and his very neat car, this Dublin mongrel. There was something about him that Connie liked. He didn't put on airs to himself, he had no illusions about himself. He talked to Clifford sensibly, briefly, practically, about all the things Clifford wanted to know. He didn't expand or let himself go. He knew he had been asked down to Rugby to be made use of, and like an old, shrewd, almost indifferent businessman, or big businessman, he let himself be asked questions, and he answered with as little waste of feeling as possible. Money, he said. Money is a sort of instinct. It's a sort of property of nature in a man to make money. It's nothing you do. It's no trick you play. It's a sort of permanent accident of your own nature. Once you start, you make money, and you go on, up to a point. But you've got to begin, said Clifford. Oh, quite. You've got to get in. You can do nothing if you are kept outside. You've got to beat your way in. Once you've done that, you can't help it. But could you have made money except by plays? Asked Clifford. Oh, probably not. I may be a good writer or I may be a bad one, but a writer and a writer of plays is what I am, and I've got to be. There's no question of that. And you think it's a writer of popular plays that you've got to be? Asked Connie. There, exactly, he said, turning to her in a sudden flash. There's nothing in it. There's nothing in popularity. There's nothing in the public, if it comes to that. There's nothing really in my plays to make them popular. It's not that. They just are like the weather, the sort that will have to be for the time being. He turned his slow, rather full eyes, that had been drowned in such fathomless disillusion, on Connie, and she trembled a little. He seemed so old, endlessly old, built up of layers of disillusion, going down in him generation after generation, like geological strata, and at the same time he was forlorn like a child. An outcast, in a certain sense, but with the desperate bravery of his rat-like existence. At least it's wonderful what you've done at your time of life, said Clifford contemplatively. I'm 30, yes, I'm 30, said Michaelis, sharply and suddenly, with a curious laugh, hollow, triumphant and bitter. And are you alone? Asked Connie. How do you mean? Do I live alone? I've got my servant. He's a Greek, so he says, and quite incompetent. But I keep him. And I'm going to marry. Oh, yes, I must marry. It sounds like going to have your tonsils cut, laughed Connie. Will it be an effort? He looked at her admiringly. Well, Lady Catterley, somehow it will. I find. Excuse me. I find I can't marry an Englishwoman, not even an Irishwoman. Try an American, said Clifford. Oh, American. He laughed a hollow laugh. No, I've asked my man if he will find me a Turk or something nearer to the Oriental. Connie really wondered at this queer, melancholy specimen of extraordinary success. It was said he had an income of $50,000 from America alone. Sometimes he was handsome, sometimes as he looked sideways, downwards, and the light fell on him, he had the silent, enduring beauty of a carved ivory Negro mask, with his rather full eyes, and the strong queerly arched brows, the immobile, compressed mouth, that momentary but revealed immobility, a timelessness which the Buddha aims at, and which Negroes express sometimes without ever aiming at it, something old, and acquiescent in the race. Eons of acquiescence in race destiny, instead of our individual resistance. And then a swimming through, like rats in a dark river. Connie felt a sudden, strange leap of sympathy for him, a leap mingled with compassion, and tinged with repulsion, amounting almost to love. The outsider! The outsider! And they called him a bounder. How much more bounderish and assertive Clifford looked! How much stupider! Michaelis knew at once he had made an impression on her. He turned his full, hazel, slightly prominent eyes on her in a look of pure detachment. He was estimating her, and the extent of the impression he had made. With the English nothing could save him from being the eternal outsider, not even love. Yet women sometimes fell for him. English women too. He knew just where he was with Clifford. They were two alien dogs which would have liked to snarl at one another, but which smiled instead, perforce. But with the woman he was not quite so sure. Breakfast was served in the bedrooms, Clifford never appeared before lunch, and the dining room was a little dreary. After coffee Michaelis, restless and ill-sitting soul, wondered what he should do. It was a fine November day, fine for Rugby. He looked over the melancholy park. My God! What a place! He sent a servant to ask, could he be of any service to Lady Catterley. He thought of driving into Sheffield. The answer came, would he care to go up to Lady Catterley's sitting room? Connie had a sitting room on the third floor, the top floor of the central portion of the house. Clifford's rooms were on the ground floor, of course. Michaelis was flattered by being asked up to Lady Catterley's own parlour. He followed blindly after the servant, he never noticed things, or had contact with his surroundings. In her room he did glance vaguely round at the fine German reproductions of Renoir and Cezanne. It's very pleasant up here, he said, with his queer smile, as if it hurt him to smile, showing his teeth. You are wise to get up to the top. Yes, I think so, she said. Her room was the only gay, modern one in the house, the only spot in Rugby where her personality was at all revealed. Clifford had never seen it, and she asked very few people up. Now she and Michaelis sit on opposite sides of the fire and talked. She asked him about himself, his mother and father, his brother's mother. People were always something of a wonder to her, and when her sympathy was awakened she was quite devoid of class feeling. Michaelis talked frankly about himself, quite frankly, without affectation, simply revealing his bitter, indifferent, stray dog's soul, then showing a gleam of revengeful pride in his success. But why are you such a lonely bird? Connie asked him, and again he looked at her, with his full, searching, hazel look. Some birds are that way, he replied. Then, with a touch of familiar irony, but, look here, what about yourself? Aren't you by way of being a lonely bird yourself? Connie, a little startled, thought about it for a few moments, and then she said, only in a way. Not altogether, like you. Am I altogether a lonely bird? He asked, with his queer grin of a smile, as if he had toothache. It was so wry, and his eyes were so perfectly unchangingly melancholy, or stoical, or disillusioned or afraid. Why, she said, a little breathless, as she looked at him. You are, aren't you? She felt a terrible appeal coming to her from him, that made her almost lose her balance. Oh, you're quite right, he said, turning his head away, and looking sideways, downwards, with that strange immobility of an old race that is hardly here in our present day. It was that really made Connie lose her power to see him detached from herself. He looked up at her with the full glance that saw everything, registered everything. At the same time, the infant crying in the night was crying out of his breast to her, in a way that affected her very womb. It's awfully nice of you to think of me, he said laconically. Why shouldn't I think of you? She exclaimed, with hardly breath to utter it. He gave the wry, quick hiss of a laugh. Oh, in that way, Dot. May I hold your hand for a minute? He asked suddenly, fixing his eyes on her with almost hypnotic power, and sending out an appeal that affected her direct in the womb. She stared at him, dazed and transfixed, and he went over and kneeled beside her, and took her 2 feet close in his 2 hands, and buried his face in her lap, remaining motionless. She was perfectly dim and dazed, looking down in a sort of amazement at the rather tender nape of his neck, feeling his face pressing her thighs. In all her burning dismay, she could not help putting her hand, with tenderness and compassion, on the defenceless nape of his neck, and he trembled, with a deep shudder. Then he looked up at her with that awful appeal in his full, glowing eyes. She was utterly incapable of resisting it. From her breast flowed the answering, immense yearning over him. She must give him anything, anything. He was a curious and very gentle lover, very gentle with the woman, trembling uncontrollably, and yet at the same time detached, aware of every sound outside. To her it meant nothing except that she gave herself to him. And at length he ceased to quiver any more, and lay quite still, quite still. Then, with dim, compassionate fingers, she stroked his head, that lay on her breast. When he rose, he kissed both her hands, then both her feet, in their suede slippers, and in silence went away to the end of the room, where he stood with his back to her. There was silence for some minutes. Then he turned and came to her again as she sat in her old place by the fire. And now, I suppose you'll hate me, he said in a quiet, inevitable way. She looked up at him quickly. Why should I? She asked. They mostly do, he said, then he caught himself up. I mean, a woman is supposed to. This is the last moment when I ought to hate you, she said resentfully. I know. I know. It should be so. You're frightfully good to me, he cried miserably. She wondered why he should be miserable. Won't you sit down again? She said. He glanced at the door. Sir Clifford, he said, won't he? She paused a moment to consider. Perhaps, she said. And she looked up at him. Don't want Clifford to know, not even to suspect. It would hurt him so much. But I don't think it's wrong, do you? Wrong? Good God, no. You're only too infinitely good to me. I can hardly bear it. He turned aside, and she saw that in another moment he would be sobbing. But we needn't let Clifford know, need we? She pleaded. It would hurt him so. And if he never knows, never suspects, it hurts nobody. Me, he said, almost fiercely, he'll know nothing from me. You see if he does. Me give myself away. Ha! Har! He laughed hollowly, cynically, at such an idea. She watched him in wonder. He said to her, May I kiss your hand and go? I'll run into Sheffield, I think, and lunch there, if I may, and be back to tea. May I do anything for you? May I be sure you don't hate me, and that you won't? He ended with a desperate note of cynicism. "No, I don't hate you," she said. "I think you're nice," he said to her fiercely. "Rather you said that to me than said you love me. It means such a lot more, till afternoon then. I've plenty to think about till then." He kissed her hands humbly and was gone. "I don't think I can stand that young man," said Clifford at lunch. "Why?" asked Connie. "He's such a bounder underneath his veneer, just waiting to bounce us." "I think people have been so unkind to him," said Connie. "Do you wonder? And do you think he employs his shining hours doing deeds of kindness?" "I think he has a certain sort of generosity." "Towards whom?" "I don't quite know." "Naturally you don't. I'm afraid you mistake unscrupulousness for generosity." Connie paused. Did she? It was just possible. Yet the unscrupulousness of Michaelis had a certain fascination for her. He went whole lengths where Clifford only crept a few timid paces. In his way he had conquered the world, which was what Clifford wanted to do. Ways and means? Were those of Michaelis more despicable than those of Clifford? Was the way the poor outsider had shoved and bounced himself forward in person, and by the back doors, any worse than Clifford's way of advertising himself into prominence? The bitch goddess, Success, was trailed by thousands of gasping dogs with lolling tongues. The one that got her first was the real dog among dogs, if you go by Success. So Michaelis could keep his tail up. The queer thing was, he didn't. He came back towards tea time with a large handful of violets and lilies, and the same hangdog expression. Connie wondered sometimes if it were a sort of mask to disarm opposition, because it was almost too fixed. Was he really such a sad dog? His sad dog sort of extinguished self persisted all the evening, though through it Clifford felt the inner effrontery. Connie didn't feel it, perhaps because it was not directed against women, only against men, and their presumptions and assumptions. That indestructible, inward effrontery in the meagre fellow was what made men so down on Michaelis. His very presence was an affront to a man of society, cloak it as he might in an assumed good manner. Connie was in love with him, but she managed to sit with her embroidery and let the men talk, and not give herself away. As for Michaelis, he was perfect, exactly the same melancholic, attentive, aloof young fellow of the previous evening, millions of degrees remote from his hosts, but laconically playing up to them to the required amount, and never coming forth to them for a moment. Connie felt he must have forgotten the morning. He had not forgotten. Buthe knew where he was, in the same old place outside, where the born outsiders are. He didn't take the love-making altogether personally. He knew it would not change him from an ownerless dog, whom everybody begrudges its golden collar, into a comfortable society dog. The final fact being that at the very bottom of his soul he was an outsider, an antisocial, and he accepted the fact inwardly, no matter how Bond Streety he was on the outside. His isolation was a necessity to him, just as the appearance of conformity and mixing in with the smart people was also a necessity. But occasional love, as a comfort and soothing, was also a good thing, and he was not ungrateful. On the contrary, he was burningly, poignantly grateful for a piece of natural, spontaneous kindness, almost to tears. Beneath his pale, immobile, disillusioned face, his child's soul was sobbing with gratitude to the woman, and burning to come to her again, just as his outcast soul was knowing he would keep really clear of her. He found an opportunity to say to her, as they were lighting the candles in the hall, "May I come?" "I'll come to you," she said. "Oh, good." He waited for her a long time, but she came. He was the trembling, excited sort of lover, whose crisis soon came, and was finished. There was something curiously childlike and defenseless about his naked body, as children are naked. His defenses were all in his wits and cunning, his very instincts of cunning, and when these were in abeyance he seemed doubly naked and like a child, of unfinished, tender flesh, and somehow struggling helplessly. He roused in the woman a wild sort of compassion and yearning, and a wild, craving physical desire. The physical desire he did not satisfy in her, he was always come and finished so quickly, then shrinking down on her breast, and recovering somewhat his effrontery while she lay dazed, disappointed, lost. But then she soon learned to hold him, to keep him there inside her when his crisis was over. And there he was generous and curiously potent, he stayed firm inside her, giving to her, while she was passionately active, coming to her own crisis. And as he felt the frenzy of her achieving her own orgasmic satisfaction from his hard, erect passivity, he had a curious sense of pride and satisfaction. "Ah, how good," she whispered tremulously, and she became quite still, clinging to him. And he lay there in his own isolation, but somehow proud. He stayed that time only the 3 days, and to Clifford was exactly the same as on the first evening, to Connie also. There was no breaking down his external man. He wrote to Connie with the same plaintive melancholy note as ever, sometimes witty, and touched with a queer, sexless affection. A kind of hopeless affection he seemed to feel for her, and the essential remoteness remained the same. He was hopeless at the very core of him, and he wanted to be hopeless. He rather hated hope. Un immenses prans a traverse la terre, he read somewhere, and his comment was, "And it's darned well drowned everything worth having." Connie never really understood him, but, in her way, she loved him. And all the time she felt the reflection of his hopelessness in her. She couldn't quite love in hopelessness. And he, being hopeless, couldn't ever quite love at all. So they went on for quite a time, writing, and meeting occasionally in London. She still wanted the physical, sexual thrill she could get with him by her own activity, his little orgasm being over. And he still wanted to give it her. Which was enough to keep them connected. And enough to give her a subtle sort of self-assurance, something blind and a little arrogant. It was an almost mechanical confidence in her own powers, and went with a great cheerfulness. She was terrifically cheerful at Rugby. And she used all her aroused cheerfulness and satisfaction to stimulate Clifford, so that he wrote his best at this time, and was almost happy in his strange blind way. He really reaped the fruits of sensual satisfaction she got out of Michaela's male passivity erect inside her. But of course he never knew it, and if he had, he wouldn't have said thank you. Yet when those days of her grand joyful cheerfulness and stimulus were gone, quite gone, and she was depressed and irritable, how Clifford longed for them again. Perhaps if he'd known he might even have wished to get her and Michaelis together again. Chapter 4 Connie always had a foreboding of the hopelessness of her affair with Mick, as people called him. Yet other men seemed to mean nothing to her. She was attached to Clifford. He wanted a good deal of her life and she gave it to him. But she wanted a good deal from the life of a man, and this Clifford did not give her, could not. There were occasional spasms of Michaelis. But, as she knew by foreboding, that would come to an end. Mick couldn't keep anything up. It was part of his very being that he must break off any connection, and be loose, isolated, absolutely lone dog again. It was his major necessity, even though he always said, "She turned me down." The world is supposed to be full of possibilities, but they narrow down to pretty few in most personal experience. There's lots of good fish in the sea, maybe, but the vast masses seem to be mackerel or herring, and if you're not mackerel or herring yourself you are likely to find very few good fish in the sea. Clifford was making strides into fame, and even money. People came to see him. Connie nearly always had at Rugby. But if they weren't mackerel they were herring, with an occasional catfish, or conger eel. There were a few regular men, constants, men who had been at Cambridge with Clifford. There was Tommy Dukes, who had remained in the army, and was a brigadier general. "The army leaves me time to think, and saves me from having to face the battle of life," he said. There was Charles May, an Irishman, who wrote scientifically about stars. There was Hammond, another writer. All were about the same age as Clifford, the young intellectuals of the day. They all believed in the life of the mind. You did apart from that was your private affair, and didn't much matter. No one thinks of inquiring of another person at what hour he retires to the privy. It isn't interesting to anyone but the person concerned. And so with most of the matters of ordinary life, how you make your money, or whether you love your wife, or if you have affairs. All these matters concern only the person concerned, and, like going to the privy, have no interest for anyone else. The whole point about the sexual problem, said Hammond, who was a tall thin fellow with a wife and 2 children, but much more closely connected with a typewriter, is that there is no point to it. Strictly there is no problem. We don't want to follow a man into the WC, so why should we want to follow him into bed with a woman? And therein lies the problem. If we took no more notice of the one thing than the other, there'd be no problem. It's all utterly senseless and pointless, a matter of misplaced curiosity. Quite, Hammond, quite. But if someone starts making love to Julia, you begin to simmer, and if he goes on, you are soon at boiling point. Julia was Hammond's wife. Why, exactly. So I should be if he began to urinate in a corner of my drawing room. There's a place for all these things. You mean you wouldn't mind if he made love to Julia in some discreet alcove? Charlie May was slightly satirical, for he had flirted a very little with Julia, and Hammond had cut up very roughly. Of course I should mind. Sex is a private thing between me and Julia, and of course I should mind anyone else trying to mix in. As a matter of fact, said the lean and freckled Tommy Dukes, who looked much more Irish than May, who was pale and rather fat, as a matter of fact, Hammond, you have a strong property instinct, and a strong will to self-assertion, and you want success. Since I've been in the army definitely, I've got out of the way of the world, and now I see how inordinately strong the craving for self-assertion and success is in men. It is enormously overdeveloped. All our individuality has run that way. And of course men like you think you'll get through better with a woman's backing. That's why you're so jealous. That's what sex is to you, a vital little dynamo between you and Julia, to bring success. If you began to be unsuccessful you'd begin to flirt, like Charlie, who isn't successful. Married people like you and Julia have labels on you, like traveler's trunks. Julia is labeled Mrs. Arnold B. Hammond just like a trunk on the railway that belongs to somebody. And you are labeled Arnold B. Hammond, C/O Mrs. Arnold B. Hammond. Oh, you're quite right, you're quite right. The life of the mind needs a comfortable house and decent cooking. You're quite right. It even needs posterity. But it all hinges on the instinct for success. That is the pivot on which all things turn. Hammond looked rather piqued. He was rather proud of the integrity of his mind, and of his not being a time server. Nonetheless, he did want success. It's quite true, you can't live without cash, said May. You've got to have a certain amount of it to be able to live and get along, even to be free to think you must have a certain amount of money, or your stomach stops you. But it seems to me you might leave the labels off sex. We're free to talk to anybody, so why shouldn't we be free to make love to any woman who inclines us that way? There speaks the lascivious Celt, said Clifford. Lascivious? Well, why not? I can't see I do a woman any more harm by sleeping with her than by dancing with her or even talking to her about the weather. It's just an interchange of sensations instead of ideas, so why not? Be as promiscuous as the rabbits, said Hammond. Why not? What's wrong with rabbits? Are they any worse than a neurotic, revolutionary humanity, full of nervous hate? But we're not rabbits, even so, said Hammond. Precisely. I have my mind, I have certain calculations to make in certain astronomical matters that concern me almost more than life or death. Sometimes indigestion interferes with me. Hunger would interfere with me disastrously. In the same way starved sex interferes with me. What then? I should have thought sexual indigestion from surfeit would have interfered with you more seriously, said Hammond satirically. Not it. I don't overeat myself and I don't overfuck myself. One has a choice about eating too much. But you would absolutely starve me. Not at all. You can marry, how do you know I can? It may not suit the process of my mind. Marriage might and would stultify my mental processes. I'm not properly pivoted that way. And so must I be chained in a kennel like a monk? I'll rot and hulk, my boy. I must live and do my calculations. I need women sometimes. I refuse to make a mountain of it, and I refuse anybody's moral condemnation or prohibition. I'd be ashamed to see a woman walking around with my name label on her, address and railway station, like a wardrobe trunk. These two men had not forgiven each other about the Julia flirtation. It's an amusing idea, Charlie, said Dukes, that is just another form of talk, where you act the words instead of saying them. I suppose it's quite true. I suppose we might exchange as many sensations and emotions with women as we do ideas about the weather, and so on. Sex might be a sort of normal physical conversation between a man and a woman. You don't talk to a woman unless you have ideas in common, that is, you don't talk with any interest. And in the same way, unless you had some emotion or sympathy in common with a woman, you wouldn't sleep with her. But if you have the proper sort of emotion or sympathy with a woman, you ought to sleep with her, said May. It's the only decent thing, to go to bed with her. Just as, when you are interested talking to someone, the only decent thing is to have the talk out. You don't prudishly put your tongue between your teeth and bite it. You just say out your say. And the same the other way. No, said Hammond. It's wrong. You, for example, May, you squander half your force with women. You'll never really do what you should do, with a fine mind such as yours. Too much of it goes the other way. Maybe it does. And too little of MN goes that way. Hammond, my boy, married or not. You can keep the purity and integrity of your mind, but it's going damned dry. Your pure mind is going as dry as fiddlesticks, from what I see of it. You're simply talking it down. Tommy Dukes burst into a laugh. Go it, you 50 minds, he said. Look at me, don't do any high and pure mental work, nothing but jot down a few ideas. And yet I neither marry nor run after women. I think Charlie's quite right. If he wants to run after the women, he's quite free not to run too often. But I wouldn't prohibit him from running. As for Hammond, he's got a property instinct, so naturally the straight road and the narrow gate are right for him. You'll see he'll be an English man of letters before he's done. ABC from top to toe. Then there's me. I'm nothing. Just a squib. And what about you, Clifford? Do you think sex is a dynamo to help a man on to success in the world? Clifford rarely talked much at these times. He never held forth, his ideas were really not vital enough for it, he was too confused and emotional. Now he blushed and looked uncomfortable. Well, he said, being myself hors de combat, I don't see I've anything to say on the matter. Not at all, said Dukes, the top of you's by no means hors de combat, you've got the life of the mind sound and intact. So let us hear your ideas, stammered Clifford. Even then I don't suppose I have much idea, suppose Marianne have done with it would pretty well stand for what I think. Though of course between a man and woman who care for one another, it is a great thing. What sort of great thing, said Tommy. Oh, it perfects the intimacy, said Clifford, uneasy as a woman in such talk. Well, Charlie and I believe that sex is a sort of communication like speech. Let any woman start a sex conversation with me, and it's natural for me to go to bed with her to finish it, all in due season. Unfortunately no woman makes any particular start with me, so I go to bed by myself, and am none the worse for hope so, anyway, for how should I know? Anyhow I've no starry calculations to be interfered with, and no immortal works to write. I'm merely a fellow skulking in the army. Silence fell. The four men smoked. And Connie sat there and put another stitch in her sewing. Yes, she sat there. She had to sit mum. She had to be quiet as a mouse, not to interfere with the immensely important speculations of these highly mental gentlemen. But she had to be there. They didn't get on so well without her, their ideas didn't flow so freely. Clifford was much more heady and nervous, he got cold feet much quicker in Connie's absence, and the talk didn't run. Tommy Dukes came off best, he was a little inspired by her presence. Hammond she didn't really like, he seemed so selfish in a mental way. And Charles May, though she liked something about him, seemed a little distasteful and messy, in spite of his stars. How many evenings had Connie sat and listened to the manifestations of these four men? These, and one or two others. That they never seemed to get anywhere didn't trouble her deeply. She liked to hear what they had to say, especially when Tommy was there. It was fun. Instead of men kissing you, and touching you with their bodies, they revealed their minds to you. It was great fun. But what cold minds! And also it was a little irritating. She had more respect for Michaelis, on whose name they all poured such withering contempt, as a little mongrel arriviste, an uneducated bounder of worst sort. Mongrel and bounder or not, he jumped to his conclusions. He didn't merely walk round them with millions of words, in the parade of the life of the mind. Connie quite liked the life of the mind, and got a great thrill out of it. But she did think it overdid itself a little. She loved being there, amidst the tobacco smoke of those famous evenings of the cronies, as she called them privately to herself. She was infinitely amused, and proud too, that even their talking they could not do, without her silent presence. She had an immense respect for thought, and these men, at least, tried to think honestly. But somehow there was a cat, and it wouldn't jump. They all alike talked at something, though what it was, for the life of her she couldn't say. It was something that Mick didn't clear, either. But then Mick wasn't trying to do anything, but just get through his life, and put as much across other people as they tried to put across him. He was really antisocial, which was what Clifford and his cronies had against him. Clifford and his cronies were not antisocial, they were more or less bent on saving mankind, or on instructing it, to say the least. There was a gorgeous talk on Sunday evening, when the conversation drifted again to love. "Blessed be the tie that binds our hearts in kindred something or other," said Tommy Dukes. "I'd like to know what the tie is. The tie that binds us just now is mental friction on one another. And, apart from that, there's damned little tie between us. We bust apart, and say spiteful things about one another, like all the other damned intellectuals in the world. Damned everybody's, as far as that goes, for they all do it. Else we bust apart, and cover up the spiteful things we feel against one another by saying false sugaries. It's a curious thing that the mental life seems to flourish with its roots in spite, ineffable and fathomless spite. Always has been so. Look at Socrates in Plato and his bunch round him. The sheer spite of it all, just sheer joy in pulling somebody else to bits. Protagoras, or whoever it was. And Alcibiades, and all the other little disciple dogs joining in the fray. I must say it makes one prefer Buddha, quietly sitting under a bo tree, or Jesus, telling his disciples little Sunday stories, peacefully, and without any mental fireworks. No, there's something wrong with the mental life, radically. It's rooted in spite and envy and spite. Ye shall know the tree by its fruit. I don't think we're ALU, "Gether so spiteful," protested Clifford. "My dear Clifford, think of the way we talk each other over, all of us. I'm rather worse than anybody else, myself. Because I infinitely prefer the spontaneous spite to the concocted sugaries. Now they are poison, when I begin saying what a fine fellow Clifford is, etc., etc., then poor Clifford is to be pitied. For God's sake, all of you, say spiteful things about me, then I shall know I mean something to you. Don't say sugaries, or I'm done." "Oh, but I do think we honestly like one another," said Hammond. "I tell you we say such spiteful things to one another, about one another, behind our backs. I'm the worst. And I do think you confuse the mental life with the critical activity." "I agree with you, Socrates gave the critical activity a grand start, but he did more than that," said Charlie May, rather magisterially. The cronies had such a curious pomposity under their assumed modesty. It was all so ex cathedra, and it all pretended to be so humble. Dukes refused to be drawn about Socrates. "That's quite true, criticism and knowledge are not the same thing," said Hammond. "They aren't, of course," chimed in Barry, a brown, shy young man, who had called to see Dukes, and was staying the night. They all looked at him as if the ass had spoken. "I wasn't talking about knowledge, I was talking about the mental life," laughed Dukes. "Real knowledge comes out of the whole corpus of the consciousness, out of your belly and your penis as much as out of your brain and mind. The mind can only analyze and rationalize. Set the mind and the reason to cock it over the rest, and all they can do is to criticize, and make a deadness. I say all they can do. It is vastly important. My God, the world needs criticizing today. Criticizing to death. Therefore let's live the mental life, and glory in our spite, and strip the rotten old show. But, mind you, it's like this, while you live your life, you are in some way an organic whole with all life. But once you start the mental life you pluck the apple. You've severed the connection between the apple and the tree, the organic connection. And if you've got nothing in your life but mental life, then you yourself are a plucked apple. You've fallen off the tree. And then it is a logical necessity to be spiteful, just as it's a natural necessity for a plucked apple to go bad." Clifford made big eyes, it was all stuff to him. Connie secretly laughed to herself. "Well then we're all plucked apples," said Hammond, rather acidly and petulantly. "So let's make cider of ourselves," said Charlie. "But what do you think of Bolshevism?" put in the brown berry, as if everything had led up to it. "Bravo!" roared Charlie. "What do you think of Bolshevism? Come on! Let's make hay of Bolshevism," said Dukes. "I'm afraid Bolshevism is a large question," said Hammond, shaking his head seriously. "Bolshevism, it seems to me," said Charlie, "is just a hatred of the thing they call the bourgeois, and what the bourgeois isn't quite defined. It is capitalism, among other things. Feelings and emotions are also so decidedly bourgeois that you have to invent a man without them. Then the individual, especially the personal man, is bourgeois, so he must be suppressed. You must submerge yourselves in the greater thing, the Soviet social thing. Even an organism is bourgeois, so the ideal must be mechanical. The only thing that is a unit, non-organic, composed of many different, yet equally essential parts, is the machine. Each man a machine part, and the driving power of the machine, hate of the bourgeois. That, to me, is Bolshevism." "Absolutely," said Tommy. "But also, it seems to me a perfect description of the whole of the industrial ideal. It's the factory owner's ideal in a nutshell, except that he would deny that the driving power was hate. Hate it is, all the same, hate of life itself. Just 100k at these Midlands, if it isn't plainly written up but it's all part of the life of the mind, it's a logical development. I deny that Bolshevism is logical, it rejects the major part of the premises," said Hammond. My dear man, it allows the material premise, so does the pure mind, exclusively. At least Bolshevism has got down to rock bottom, said Charlie. Rock bottom. The bottom that has no bottom. The Bolshevists will have the finest army in the world in a very short time, with the finest mechanical equipment. But this thing can't go on, this hate business. There must be a reaction, said Hammond. Well, we've been waiting for years. We wait longer. Hate's a growing thing like anything else. It's the inevitable outcome of forcing ideas onto life, of forcing one's deepest instincts, our deepest feelings we force according to certain ideas. We drive ourselves with a formula, like a machine. The logical mind pretends to rule the roost, and the roost turns into pure hate. We're all Bolshevists, only we are hypocrites. The Russians are Bolshevists without hypocrisy. But there are many other ways, said Hammond, than the Soviet way. The Bolshevists aren't really intelligent. Of course not. But sometimes it's intelligent to be half-witted, if you want to make your end. Personally, I consider Bolshevism half-witted, but so do I consider our social life in the West half-witted. So I even consider our far-famed mental life half-witted. We're all as cold as cretins, we're all as passionless as idiots. We're all of us Bolshevists, only we give it another name. We think we're gods, men like gods. It's just the same as Bolshevism. One has to be human, and have a heart and a penis if one is going to escape being either a god or a Bolshevist, for they are the same thing, they're both too good to be true. Out of the disapproving silence came Barry's anxious question, you do believe in love then, Tommy, don't you? You lovely lad, said Tommy. No, my cherub, 9 times out often, no. Love's another of those half-wit performances today. Fellows with swaying waists fucking little jazz girls with small boy buttocks, like 2 collar studs. Do you mean that sort of love? Or the joint property, make a success of it, my husband my wife sort of love? No, my fine fellow, don't believe in it at all. But you do believe in something. Me? Oh, intellectually I believe in having a good heart, a chirpy penis, a lively intelligence, and the courage to say shit, in front of a lady. Well, you've got them all, said Barry. Tommy Dukes roared with laughter. You angel boy! If only I had! If only I had! No, my heart's as numb as a potato, my penis droops and never lifts its head up, I dare rather cut him clean off than say shit, in front of my mother or my real ladies, mind you, and I'm not really intelligent, I'm only a mental lifer. It would be wonderful to be intelligent, then one would be alive in all the parts mentioned and unmentionable. The penis rouses his head and says, how do you do, dash to any really intelligent person. Renoir said he painted his pictures with his penis. He did too, lovely pictures. I wish I did something with mine. God! When one can only talk. Another torture added to Hades. And Socrates started it. There are nice women in the world, said Connie, lifting her head up and speaking at last. The men resented it. She should have pretended to hear nothing. They hated her admitting she had attended so closely to such talk. My God! If they be not nice to me, what care I how nice they be? No, it's hopeless. I just simply can't vibrate in unison with a woman. There's no woman I can really want when I are faced with her, and I'm not going to start forcing myself to it. My God, no. I'll remain as I am, and lead the mental life. It's the only honest thing I can do. I can be quite happy talking to women, but it's all pure, hopelessly pure. Hopelessly pure. What do you say, Hildebrand, my chicken? It's much less complicated if one stays pure, said Barry. Yes, life is all too simple. Chapter 5. On a frosty morning with a little February sun, Clifford and Connie went for a walk across the park to the wood. That is, Clifford chuffed in his motor chair, and Connie walked beside him. The hard air was still sulphurous, but they were both used to it. Round the near horizon went the haze, opalescent with frost and smoke, and on the top lay the small blue sky, so that it was like being inside an enclosure, always inside. Life always a dream or a frenzy, inside an enclosure. The sheep coughed in the rough, sere grass of the park, where frost lay bluish in the sockets of the tufts. Across the park ran a path to the wood gate, a fine ribbon of pink. Clifford had had it newly gravelled with sifted gravel from the pit bank. When the rock and refuse of the underworld had burned and given off its sulphur, it turned bright pink, shrimp-coloured on dry days, darker, crab-coloured on wet. Now it was pale shrimp colour, with a bluish-white hoar of frost. It always pleased Connie, this underfoot of sifted, bright pink. It's an ill wind that brings nobody good. Clifford steered cautiously down the slope of the knoll from the hall, and Connie kept her hand on the chair. In front lay the wood, the hazel thicket nearest, the purplish density of oaks beyond. From the wood's edge rabbits bobbed and nibbled. Rooks suddenly rose in a black train, and went trailing off over the little sky. Connie opened the wood gate, and Clifford puffed slowly through into the broad riding that ran up an incline between the clean-whipped thickets of the hazel. The wood was a remnant of the great forest where Robin Hood hunted, and this riding was an old thoroughfare coming across country. But now, of course, it was only a riding through the private wood. The road from Mansfield swerved round to the north. In the wood everything was motionless, the old leaves on the ground keeping the frost on their underside. A jay called harshly, many little birds fluttered. But there was no game, no pheasants. They had been killed off during the war, and the wood had been left unprotected, till now Clifford had got his gamekeeper again. Clifford loved the wood, he loved the old oak trees. He felt they were his own through generations. He wanted to protect them. He wanted this place inviolate, shut off from the world. The chair chuffed slowly up the incline, rocking and jolting on the frozen clods. And suddenly, on the left, came a clearing where there was nothing but a ravel of dead bracken, a thin and spindly sapling leaning here and there, big sawn stumps, showing their tops and their grasping roots, lifeless. And patches of blackness where the woodman had burned the brushwood and rubbish. This was one of the places that Sir Geoffrey had cut during the war for trench timber. The whole knoll, which rose softly on the right of the riding, was denuded and strangely forlorn. On the crown of the knoll where the oaks had stood, now was bareness, and from there you could look out over the trees to the colliery railway, and the new works at Stack's Gate. Connie had stood and looked. It was a breach in the pure seclusion of the wood. It let in the world. But she didn't tell Clifford. This denuded place always made Clifford curiously angry. He had been through the war, had seen what it meant. But he didn't get really angry till he saw this bare hill. He was having it replanted. But it made him hate Sir Geoffrey. Clifford sat with a fixed face as the chair slowly mounted. When they came to the top of the rise he stopped, he would not risk the long and very jolty down slope. He sat looking at the greenish sweep of the riding downwards, a clear way through the bracken and oaks. It swerved at the bottom of the hill and disappeared, but it had such a lovely easy curve, of knights riding and ladies on palfreys. "I consider this is really the heart of England," said Clifford to Connie, as he sat there in the dim February sunshine. "Do you?" she said, seating herself in her blue knitted dress, on a stump by the path. "I do. This is the old England, the heart of it, and I intend to keep it intact." "Oh yes," said Connie. But, as she said it she heard the 11 o'clock hooters at Stack's Gate Colliery. Clifford was too used to the sound to notice. "I want this wood perfect, untouched. I want nobody to trespass in it," said Clifford. There was a certain pathos. The wood still had some of the mystery of wild, old England, but Sir Geoffrey's cuttings during the war had given it a blow. How still the trees were, with their crinkly, innumerable twigs against the sky, and their grey, obstinate trunks rising from the brown bracken. How safely the birds flitted among them! And once there had been deer, and archers, and monks padding along on asses. The place remembered, still remembered. Clifford sat in the pale sun, with the light on his smooth, rather blonde hair, his reddish full face inscrutable. I mind more, not having a son, when I come here, than any other time, he said. But the wood is older than your family, said Connie gently. Quite, said Clifford. But we've preserved it. Except for us it would be gone already, like the rest of the forest. One must preserve some of the old England. Must one, said Connie. If it has to be preserved, and preserved against the New England? It's sad, no. If some of the old England isn't preserved, there'll be no England at all, said Clifford. And we who have this kind of property, and the feeling for it, must preserve it. There was a sad pause. Yes, for a little while, said Connie. For a little while. It's all we can do. We can only do our bit. I feel every man of my family has done his bit here, since we've had the place. One may go against convention, but one must keep up tradition. Again there was a pause. What tradition? Asked Connie. The tradition of England. Of this? Yes, she said slowly. That's why having a son helps, one is only a link in a chain, he said. Connie was not keen on chains, but she said nothing. She was thinking of the curious impersonality of his desire for a son. I'm sorry we can't have a son, she said. He looked at her steadily, with his full, pale blue eyes. It would almost be a good thing if you had a child by another man, he said. If we brought it up at Rugby, it would belong to us and to the place. I don't believe very intensely in fatherhood. If we had the child to rear, it would be our own, and it would carry on. Don't you think it's worth considering? Connie looked up at him at last. The child, her child, was just an it to him. It meant. But what about the other man, she asked. Does it matter very much? Do these things really affect us very deeply? You had that lover in Germany. What is it now? Nothing almost. It seems to me that it isn't these little acts and little connections we make in our lives that matter so very much. They pass away, and where are they? Where are the snows of what endures through one's life that matters? My own life matters to me, in its long continuance and development. But what do the occasional connections matter? And the occasional sexual connections especially. If people don't exaggerate them ridiculously, they pass like the mating of birds. And so they should. What does it matter? It's the lifelong companionship that matters. It's the living together from day to day, not the sleeping together once or twice. You and I are married, no matter what happens to us. We have the habit of each other. And habit, to my thinking, is more vital than any occasional excitement. The long, slow, enduring thing, that's what we live by. Not the occasional spasm of any sort. Little by little, living together, two people fall into a sort of unison, they vibrate so intricately to one another. That's the real secret of marriage, not sex, at least not the simple function of sex. You and I are interwoven in a marriage. If we stick to that, we ought to be able to arrange this sex thing, as we arrange going to the dentist, since fate has given us a checkmate physically there. Connie sat and listened in a sort of wonder, and a sort of fear. She did not know if he was right or not. There was Michaelis, whom she loved, so she said to herself. But her love was somehow only an excursion from her marriage with Clifford, the long, slow habit of intimacy, formed through years of suffering and patience. Perhaps the human soul needs excursions, and must not be denied them. But the point of an excursion is that you come home again. And wouldn't you mind what man's child I had? She asked. Why, Connie, I should trust your natural instinct of decency and selection. You just wouldn't let the wrong sort of fellow touch you. She thought of Michaelis. He was absolutely Clifford's idea of the wrong sort of fellow. But men and women may have different feelings about the wrong sort of fellow, she said. No, he replied. You care for me. Don't believe you would ever care for a man who was purely antipathetic to me. Your rhythm wouldn't let you. She was silent. Logic might be unanswerable because it was so absolutely wrong. And should you expect me to tell you, she asked, glancing up at him almost furtively. Not at all, I'd better not know. Beauty, you do agree with me, don't you, that the casual sex thing is nothing, compared to the long life lived together? Don't you think one can just subordinate the sex thing to the necessities of a long life? Just use it, since that's what we're driven to? After all, do these temporary excitements matter? Isn't the whole problem of life the slow building up of an integral personality, through the years? Living an integrated life? There's no point in a disintegrated life. If lack of sex is going to disintegrate you, then go out and have a love affair. If lack of a child is going to disintegrate you, then have a child if you possibly can. But only do these things so that you have an integrated life, that makes a long harmonious thing. And you and I can do that together, don't you? Adapt ourselves to the necessities, and at the same time weave the adaptation together into a piece with our steadily lived life. Don't you agree? Connie was a little overwhelmed by his words. She knew he was right theoretically. But when she actually touched her steadily lived life with him, she hesitated. Was it actually her destiny to go on weaving herself into his life all the rest of her life? Nothing else? Was it just that? She was to be content to weave a steady life with him, all one fabric, but perhaps brocaded with the occasional flower of an adventure. But how could she know what she would feel next year? How could one ever know? How could one say yes? 4 years and years? The little yes, gone on a breath. Why should one be pinned down by that butterfly word? Of course it had to flutter away and be gone, to be followed by other yes and no's. Like the straying of butterflies. I think you're right, Clifford. And as far as I can see, I agree with you. Only life may turn quite a new face on it all. But until life turns a new face on it all, you do agree? Oh yes. I think I do, really. She was watching a brown spaniel that had run out of a side path, and was looking towards them with lifted nose, making a soft, fluffy bark. A man with a gun strode swiftly, softly out after the dog, facing their way as if about to attack them, then stopped instead, saluted, and was turning downhill. It was only the new gamekeeper, but he had frightened Connie, he seemed to emerge with such a swift menace. That was how she had seen him, like the sudden rush of a threat out of nowhere. He was a man in dark green velveteens and gaiters, the old style, with a red face and red mustache and distant eyes. He was going quickly downhill. Mellors, called Clifford. The man faced lightly round, and saluted with a quick little gesture, a soldier. Will you turn the chair round and get it started? That makes it easier, said Clifford. The man at once slung his gun over his shoulder, and came forward with the same curious swift, yet soft movements, as if keeping invisible. He was moderately tall and lean, and was silent. He did not look at Connie at all, only at the chair. Connie, this is the new gamekeeper, Mellors. You haven't spoken to her ladyship yet, Mellors. No, sir, came the ready, neutral words. The man lifted his hat as he stood, showing his thick, almost fair hair. He stared straight into Connie's eyes, with a perfect, fearless, impersonal look, as if he wanted to see what she was like. He made her feel shy. She bent her head to him shyly, and he changed his hat to his left hand and made her a slight bow, like a gentleman, but he said nothing at all. He remained for a moment still, with his hat in his hand. "But you've been here some time," Connie said to him. "8 months, madam. Your ladyship," he corrected himself calmly. "And do you like it?" She looked him in the eyes. His eyes narrowed a little, with irony, perhaps with impudence. "Why, yes, thank you, your ladyship. Was reared here." He gave another slight bow, turned, put his hat on, and strode to take hold of the chair. His voice on the last words had fallen into the heavy broad drag of the dialect, perhaps also in mockery, because there had been no trace of dialect before. He might almost be a gentleman. Anyhow, he was a curious, quick, separate fellow, alone, but sure of himself. Clifford started the little engine, the man carefully turned the chair, and set it nose forwards to the incline that curved gently to the dark hazel thicket. "Is that all then, Sir Clifford?" asked the man. "No, you'd better come along in case she sticks. The engine isn't really strong enough for the uphill work." The man glanced round for his dog. A thoughtful glance. The spaniel looked at him and faintly moved its tail. A little smile, mocking or teasing her, yet gentle, came into his eyes for a moment, then faded away, and his face was expressionless. They went fairly quickly down the slope, the man with his hand on the rail-off chair, steadying it. He looked like a free soldier rather than a servant. And something about him reminded Connie of Tommy Dukes. When they came to the hazel grove, Connie suddenly ran forward, and opened the gate into the park. As she stood holding it, the two men looked at her in passing, Clifford critically, the other man with a curious, cool wonder, impersonally wanting to see what she looked like. And she saw in his blue, impersonal eyes a look of suffering and detachment, yet a certain warmth. But why was he so aloof, apart? Clifford stopped the chair, once through the gate, and the man came quickly, courteously, to close it. "Why did you run to open?" asked Clifford in his quiet, calm voice, that showed he was displeased. "Mellors would have done it." "I thought you would go straight ahead," said Connie. "And leave you to run after us," said Clifford. "Oh, well, I like to run sometimes." Mellors took the chair again, looking perfectly unheeding, yet Connie felt he noted everything. As he pushed the chair up the steepish rise of the knoll in the park, he breathed rather quickly, through parted lips. He was rather frail really. Curiously full of vitality, but a little frail and quenched. Her woman's instinct sensed it. Connie fell back, let the chair go on. The day had grayed over, the small blue sky that had poised low on its circular rims of haze was closed in again, the lid was down, there was a raw coldness. It was going to snow. All grey, all grey. The world looked worn out. The chair waited at the top of the pink path. Clifford looked round for Connie. "Not tired, are you?" he said. "Oh, no," she said. But she was. A strange, weary yearning, a dissatisfaction had started in her. Clifford did not notice, those were not things he was aware of. But the stranger knew. To Connie, everything in her world and life seemed worn out, and her dissatisfaction was older than the hills. They came to the house, and around to the back, where there were no steps. Clifford managed to swing himself over onto the low, wheeled house chair. He was very strong and agile with his arms. Then Connie lifted the burden of his dead legs after him. The keeper, waiting at attention to be dismissed, watched everything narrowly, missing nothing. He went pale, with a sort of fear, when he saw Connie lifting the inert legs of the man in her arms, into the other chair, Clifford pivoting round as she did so. He was frightened. "Thanks, then, for the help, Mellors," said Clifford casually, as he began to wheel down the passage to the servants' quarters. "Nothing else, sir," came the neutral voice, like one in a dream. "Nothing, good morning." "Good morning, sir." "Good morning. It was kind of you to push the chair up that hill. I hope it wasn't heavy for you," said Connie, looking back at the keeper outside the door. His eyes came to hers in an instant, as if wakened up. He was aware of her. "Oh no, not heavy," he said quickly. Then his voice dropped again into the broad sound of the vernacular, "Good mornin' to your ladyship. Who is your gamekeeper?" Connie asked at lunch. "Mellors." "You saw him," said Clifford. "Yes, but where did he come from?" "Nowhere. He was a Tevershall boy, son of a collier, I believe." "And was he a collier himself?" "Blacksmith on the pit bank, I believe, overhead smith. But he was keeper here for 2 years before the war, before he joined up. My father always had a good opinion of him, so when he came back, and went to the pit for a blacksmith's job, I just took him back here as keeper. I was really very glad to get him. It's almost impossible to find a good man round here for a gamekeeper. And it needs a man who knows the people." "And isn't he married?" "He was. But his wife went off with various men, but finally with a collier at Stack's Gate, and I believe she's living there still, so this man is alone. More or less. He has a mother in the village, and a child, I believe." Clifford looked at Connie, with his pale, slightly prominent blue eyes, in which a certain vagueness was coming. He seemed alert in the foreground, but the background was like the Midlands atmosphere, haze, smoky mist. And the haze seemed to be creeping forward. So when he stared at Connie in his peculiar way, giving her his peculiar, precise information, she felt all the background of his mind filling up with mist, with nothingness. And it frightened her. It made him seem impersonal, almost to idiocy. And dimly she realized one of the great laws of the human soul, that when the emotional soul receives a wounding shock, which does not kill the body, the soul seems to recover as the body recovers. But this is only appearance. It is really only the mechanism of the reassumed habit. Slowly, slowly the wound to the soul begins to make itself felt, like a bruise, which only slowly deepens its terrible ache, till it fills all the psyche. And when we think we have recovered and forgotten, it is then that the terrible after-effects have to be encountered at their worst. So it was with Clifford. Once he was well, once he was back at Rugby, and writing his stories, and feeling sure of life. In spite of all, he seemed to forget, and to have recovered all his equanimity. But now, as the years went by, slowly, slowly, Connie felt the bruise of fear and horror coming up, and spreading in him. For a time it had been so deep as to be numb, as it were non-existent. Now slowly it began to assert itself in a spread of fear, almost paralysis. Mentally he still was alert. But the paralysis, the bruise of the too great shock, was gradually spreading in his affective self. And as it spread in him, Connie felt it spread in her. An inward dread, an emptiness, an indifference to everything gradually spread in her soul. When Clifford was roused, he could still talk brilliantly and, as it were, command the future, as when, in the wood, he talked about her having a child, and giving an heir to Rugby. But the day after, all the brilliant words seemed like dead leaves, crumpling up and turning to meaning really nothing, blown away on any gust of wind. They were not the leafy words of an effective life, young with energy and belonging to the tree. They were the hosts of fallen leaves of a life that is ineffectual. So it seemed to her everywhere. The colliers at Tevershall were talking again of a strike, and it seemed to Connie there again it was not a manifestation of energy, it was the bruise of the war that had been in abeyance, slowly rising to the surface and creating the great ache of unrest, and stupor of discontent. The bruise was deep, 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 the bruise of the false inhuman war. It would take many years for the living blood of the generations to dissolve the vast black clot of bruised blood, deep inside their souls and bodies. And it would need a new hope. Poor Connie! As the years drew on, it was the fear of nothingness in her life that affected her. Clifford's mental life and hers gradually began to feel like nothingness. Their marriage, their integrated life based on a habit of intimacy, that he talked about. There were days when it all became utterly blank and nothing. It was words, just so many words. The only reality was nothingness, and over it a hypocrisy of words. There was Clifford's success, the bitch goddess. It was true he was almost famous, and his books brought him in £1,000. His photograph appeared everywhere. There was a bust of him in one of the galleries, and a portrait of him in 2 galleries. He seemed the most modern of modern voices. With his uncanny lame instinct for publicity, he had become in 4 or 5 years one of the best known of the young intellectuals. Where the intellect came in, Connie did not quite see. Clifford was really clever at that slightly humorous analysis of people and motives which leaves everything in bits at the end. But it was rather like puppies tearing the sofa cushions to bits, except that it was not young and playful, but curiously old, and rather obstinately conceited. It was weird and it was nothing. This was the feeling that echoed and re-echoed at the bottom of Connie's soul. It was all flag, a wonderful display of nothingness, at the same time a display. A display. A display. A display. Michaelis had seized upon Clifford as the central figure for a play. Already he had sketched in the plot, and written the first act. For Michaelis was even better than Clifford at making a display of nothingness. It was the last bit of passion left in these men, the passion for making a display. Sexually they were passionless, even dead. And no, it was not money that Michaelis was after. Clifford had never been primarily out for money, though he made it where he could, for money is the seal and stamp of success. And success was what they wanted. They wanted, both of them, to make a real display, a man's own very display of himself that should capture for a time the vast populace. It was strange, the prostitution to the bitch goddess. To Connie, since she was really outside of it, and since she had grown numb to the thrill of it, it was again nothingness. Even the prostitution to the bitch goddess was nothingness, though the men prostituted themselves innumerable times. Nothingness even that. Michaelis wrote to Clifford about the play. Of course she knew about it long ago. And Clifford was again thrilled. He was going to be displayed again this time, somebody was going to display him, and to advantage. He invited Michaelis down to Rugby with Act I. Michaelis came, in summer, in a pale-coloured suit and white suede gloves, with mauve orchids for Connie, very lovely, and Act I was a great success. Even Connie was thrilled to what bit of marrow she had left. And Michaelis, thrilled by his power to thrill, was really wonderful and quite beautiful, in Connie's eyes. She saw in him that ancient motionlessness of a race that can't be disillusioned anymore, an extreme, perhaps, of impurity that is pure. On the far side of his supreme prostitution to the bitch goddess he seemed pure, pure as an African ivory mask that dreams impurity into purity, in its ivory curves and planes. His moment of sheer thrill with the 2 Catterleys, when he simply carried Connie and Clifford away, was one of the supreme moments of Michaelis' life. He had succeeded, he had carried them away. Even Clifford was temporarily in love with him. If that is the way one can put it. So next morning Mick was more uneasy than ever, restless, devoured, with his hands restless in his trousers pockets. Connie had not visited him in the night, and he had not known where to find her. His moment of triumph. He went up to her sitting room in the morning. She knew he would come. And his restlessness was evident. He asked her about his play. Did she think it good? He had to hear it praised, that affected him with the last thin thrill of passion beyond any sexual orgasm. And she praised it rapturously. Yet all the while, at the bottom of her soul, she knew it was nothing. Look here, he said suddenly at last. Why don't you and I make a clean thing of it? Why don't we marry? But I am married, she said, amazed and yet feeling nothing. Oh, divorce you all right. Why don't you and I marry? I want to marry. I know it would be the best thing for me, marry and lead a regular life. I lead the deuce of a life, simply tearing myself to pieces. Look here, you and I, we're made for one another. Hand in glove. Why don't we marry? Do you see any reason why we shouldn't? Connie looked at him amazed, and yet she felt nothing. These men, they were all alike, they left everything out. They just went off from the top of their heads as if they were squibs, and expected you to be carried heavenwards along with their own thin sticks. But I am married already, she said. I can't leave Clifford, you know. Why not? But why not? He cried. He'll hardly know you've gone, after 6 months. He doesn't know that anybody exists, except himself. Why, the man has no use for you at all, as far as I can see, he's entirely wrapped up in himself. Connie felt there was truth in this. But she also felt that Mick was hardly making a display of selflessness. Aren't all men wrapped up in themselves? She asked. Oh, more or less, I allow. A man's got to be, to get through. But that's not the point. The point is, what sort of a time can a man give a woman? Can he give her a damn good time, or can't he? If he can't, he's no right to the woman. He paused and gazed at her with his full, hazel eyes, almost hypnotic. Now I consider, he added, I can give a woman the darndest good time she can ask for. I think I can guarantee myself. And what sort of a good time? Asked Connie, gazing on him still with a sort of amazement, that looked like thrill, and underneath feeling nothing at all. Every sort of a good time, damn it, every sort. Dress, jewels up to a point, any nightclub you like, know anybody you want to know, live the pace. Travel and be somebody wherever you go, darn it, every sort of good time. He spoke it almost in a brilliancy of triumph, and Connie looked at him as if dazzled, and really feeling nothing at all. Hardly even the surface of her mind was tickled at the glowing prospects he offered her. Hardly even her most outside self responded, that at any other time would have been thrilled. She just got no feeling from it, she couldn't go off. She just sat and stared and looked dazzled, and felt nothing, only somewhere she smelled the extraordinarily unpleasant smell of the bitch goddess. Mick sat on tenterhooks, leaning forward in his chair, glaring at her almost hysterically, and whether he was more anxious out of vanity for her to say yes, or whether he was more panic-stricken for fear she should say yes, who can tell? I should have to think about it, she said. I couldn't say now. It may seem to you Clifford doesn't count, but he does. When you think how disabled he is. Oh damn it all. If a fellow's going to trade on his disabilities, I might begin to say how lonely I am, and always have been, and all the rest of the my Betty Martin sob stuff. Damn it all, if a fellow's got nothing but disabilities to recommend him to. He turned aside, working his hands furiously in his trousers pockets. That evening he said to her. You're coming round to my room tonight, aren't you? I don't darn know where your room is. All right, she said. He was a more excited lover that night, with his strange, small boy's frail nakedness. Connie found it impossible to come to her crisis before he had really finished his. And he roused a certain craving passion in her, with his little boy's nakedness and softness. She had to go on after he had finished, in the wild tumult and heaving of her loins, while he heroically kept himself up, and present in her, with all his will and self-offering, till she brought about her own crisis, with weird little cries. When at last he drew away from her, he said, in a bitter, almost sneering little voice, you couldn't go off at the same time as a man, could you? You'd have to bring yourself off. You'd have to run the show. This little speech, at the moment, was one of the shocks of her life. Because that passive sort of giving himself was so obviously his only real mode of intercourse. What do you mean? She said. You know what I mean. You keep on for hours after I've gone off, and I have to hang on with my teeth till you bring yourself off by your own exertions. She was stunned by this unexpected piece of brutality, at the moment when she was glowing with a sort of pleasure beyond words, and a sort of love for him. Because, after all, like so many modern men, he was finished almost before he had begun. And that forced the woman to be active. "But you want me to go on, to get my own satisfaction," she said. He laughed grimly. "I want it," he said. "That's good. I want to hang on with my teeth clenched, while you go for me." "But don't you?" she insisted. He avoided the question. "All the darned women are like that," he said. "Either they don't go off at all, as if they were dead in there, or else they wait till a chap's really done, and then they start in to bring themselves off, and a chap's got to hang on. I never had a woman yet who went off just at the same moment as I did." Connie only half heard this piece of novel, masculine information. She was only stunned by his feeling against her. His incomprehensible brutality. She felt so innocent. "But you want me to have my satisfaction too, don't you?" she repeated. "Oh, all right. I'm quite willing. But I'm darned if hanging on waiting for a woman to go off is much of a game for a man." This speech was one of the crucial blows of Connie's life. It killed something in her. She had not been so very keen on Michaelis, till he started it. She did not want him. It was as if she never positively wanted him. But once he had started her, it seemed only natural for her to come to her own crisis with him. Almost she had loved him for it, almost that night she loved him, and wanted to marry him. Perhaps instinctively he knew it, and that was why he had to bring down the whole show with a smash, the house of cards. Her whole sexual feeling for him, or for any man, collapsed that night. Her life fell apart from his as completely as if he had never existed. And she went through the days drearily. There was nothing now but this empty treadmill of what Clifford called the integrated life, the long living together of two people, who are in the habit of being in the same house with one another. Nothingness. To accept the great nothingness of life seemed to be the one end of living. All the many busy and important little things that make up the grand sum total of nothingness. Chapter 6. Why don't men and women really like one another nowadays? Connie asked Tommy Dukes, who was more or less her oracle. "Oh, but they do. I don't think since the human species was invented, there has ever been a time when men and women have liked one another as much as they do today. Genuine liking. Take myself. I really like women better than men. They are braver, one can be more frank with them." Connie pondered this. "Ah, yes, but you never have anything to do with them," she said. What am I doing but talking perfectly sincerely to a woman at this moment?" "Yes, talking. And what more could I do if you were a man, than talk perfectly sincerely to you?" "Nothing perhaps. But a woman. A woman wants you to like her and talk to her, and at the same time love her and desire her, and it seems to me the two things are mutually exclusive. But they shouldn't be. No doubt water ought not to be so wet as it is, it overdoes it in wetness. But there it is. I like women and talk to them, and therefore I don't love them and desire them. The two things don't happen at the same time in me. I think they ought to. All right. The fact that things ought to be something else than what they are, is not my department." Connie considered this. "It isn't true," she said. "Men can love women and talk to them. I don't see how they can love them without talking, and being friendly and intimate. How can they?" "Well," he said, "I don't know. What's the use of my generalizing? I only know my own case. I like women, but I don't desire them. I like talking to them, but talking to them, though it makes me intimate in one direction, sets me poles apart from them as far as kissing is concerned. So there you are. But don't take me as a general example, probably I'm just a special case, one of the men who like women, but don't love women, and even hate them if they force me into a pretense of love, or an entangled appearance. But doesn't it make you sad? Why should it? Not a bit. Look at Charlie May, and the rest of the men who have affairs, and zero, I don't envy them a bit. If fate sent me a woman I wanted, well, and since I don't know any woman I want, and never see one, why, I presume I'm cold, and really like some women very much. Do you like me? Very much. And you see there's no question of kissing between us, is there? None at all, said Connie. But oughtn't there to be? Why, in God's name? I like Clifford, but what would you say if I went and kissed him? But isn't there a difference? Where does it lie, as far as we're concerned? We're all intelligent human beings, and the male and female business is in abeyance. Just in abeyance. How would you like me to start acting up like a continental male at this moment, and parading the sex thing? I should hate it. Well then. I tell you, if I'm really a male thing at all, I never run across the female of my species. And I don't miss her, I just like women. Who's going to force me into loving or pretending to love them, working up the sex game? No, I'm not. But isn't something wrong? You may feel it, I don't. Yes, I feel something is wrong between men and women. A woman has no glamour for a man anymore. Has a man for a woman? She pondered the other side of the question. Not much, she said truthfully. Then let's leave it all alone, and just be decent and simple, like proper human beings with one another. Be damned to the artificial sex compulsion. I refuse it. Connie knew he was right, really. Yet it left her feeling so forlorn, and stray like a chip on a dreary pond, she felt. What was the point, of her or anything? It was her youth which rebelled. These men seemed so old and cold. Everything seemed old and cold. And Michaelis let one down so, he was no good. The men didn't want one, they just didn't really want a woman, even Michaelis didn't. And the bounders who pretended they did, and started wonking the sex game, they were worse than ever. It was just dismal, and one had to put up with it. It was quite true, men had no real glamour for a woman, if you could fool yourself into thinking they had, even as she had fooled herself over Michaelis, that was the best you could do. Meanwhile you just lived on and there was nothing to it. She understood perfectly well why people had cocktail parties, and jazzed, and Charleston till they were ready to drop. You had to take it out some way or other, your youth, or it ate you up. But what a ghastly thing, this youth! You felt as old as Methuselah, and yet the thing fizzed somehow, and didn't let you be comfortable. A mean sort of life. And no prospect. She almost wished she had gone off with Mick, and made her life one long cocktail party, and jazz evening. Anyhow that was better than just mooning yourself into the grave. On one of her bad days she went out alone to walk in the wood, Pond Usley, heeding nothing, not even noticing where she was. The report of a gun not far off startled and angered her. Then, as she went, she heard voices, and recoiled. People. She didn't want people. But her quick ear caught another sound, and she roused, it was a child sobbing. At once she attended, someone was ill-treating a child. She strode swinging down the wet drive, her sullen resentment uppermost. She felt just prepared to make a scene. Turning the corner, she saw two figures in the drive beyond her, and a little girl in a purple coat and moleskin cap, crying. "Ah, shut it up, tha false little bitch," came the man's angry voice, and the child sobbed louder. Constance strode nearer, with blazing eyes. The man turned and looked at her, saluting coolly, but he was pale with anger. "What's the matter? Why is she crying?" demanded Constance, peremptory but a little breathless. A faint smile like a sneer came on the man's face. "Nay, yo mun ak cer," he replied callously, in broad vernacular. Connie felt as if he had hit her in the face, and she changed color. Then she gathered her defiance, and looked at him, her dark blue eyes blazing rather vaguely. "I asked you," she panted. He gave a queer little bow, lifting his hat. "You did, your ladyship," he said, then, with a return to the vernacular, "but I canna tell yer." And he became a soldier, inscrutable, only pale with annoyance. Connie turned to the child, a ruddy, black-haired thing of 9 or 10. "What is it, dear? Tell me why you're crying," she said, with the conventionalized sweetness suitable. More violent sobs, self-conscious. Still more sweetness on Connie's part. "There, don't you cry. Tell me what they've done to you," an intense tenderness of tone. At the same time she felt in the pocket of her knitted jacket, and luckily found a sixpence. "Don't you cry then," she said, bending in front of the child. "See what I've got for you." Sobs, snuffles, a fist taken from a blubbered face, and a black shrewd eye cast for a second on the sixpence. Then more sobs, but subduing. "There, tell me what's the matter, tell me," said Connie, putting the coin into the child's chubby hand, which closed over it. It's the pussy." Shudders of subsiding sobs. "What pussy, dear?" After a silence the shy fist, clenching on sixpence, pointed into the bramble brake. "There." Connie looked, and there, sure enough, was a big black cat, stretched out grimly, with a bit of blood on it. "Oh," she said in repulsion. "A poacher, your ladyship," said the man satirically. She glanced at him angrily. "No wonder the child cried," she said, "if you shot it when she was there. No wonder she cried." He looked into Connie's eyes, laconic, contemptuous, not hiding his feelings. And again Connie flushed, she felt she had been making a scene, the man did not respect her. "What is your name?" she said playfully to the child. "Won't you tell me your name?" Sniffs, then very affectedly in a piping voice, "Connie Mellors." "Connie Mellors. Well, that's a nice name. And did you come out with your daddy, and he shot a pussy? But it was a bad pussy." The child looked at her, with bold, dark eyes of scrutiny, sizing her up, and her condolence. "I wanted to stop with my gran," said the little girl. "Did you? But where is your gran?" The child lifted an arm, pointing down the drive. "At th cottage. At the cottage. And would you like to go back to her?" Sudden, shuddering quivers of reminiscent sobs. "Yes." "Come then, shall I take you? Shall I take you to your gran? Then your daddy can do what he has to do." She turned to the man. "Ida's your little girl, isn't it?" He saluted, and made a slight movement off-head in affirmation. "I suppose I can take her to the cottage?" asked Connie. "If your ladyship wishes." Again he looked into her eyes, with that calm, searching detached glance. A man very much alone, and on his own. "Would you like to come with me to the cottage, to your gran, dear?" The child peeped up again. "Yes," she simpered. Connie disliked her, the spoilt, false little female. Nevertheless she wiped her face and took her hand. The keeper saluted in silence. "Good morning," said Connie. It was nearly a mile to the cottage, and Connie Sr. was well bored by Connie Jr. by the time the gamekeeper's picturesque little home was in sight. The child was already as full to the brim with tricks as a little monkey, and so self-assured. At the cottage the door stood open, and there was a rattling heard inside. Connie lingered, the child slipped her hand, and ran indoors. "Gran! Gran! Why, are yer back ready?" The grandmother had been black leading the stove, it was Saturday morning. She came to the door in her sacking apron, a black lead brush in her hand, and a black smudge on her nose. She was a little, rather dry woman. "Why, whatever," she said, hastily wiping her arm across her face as she saw Connie standing outside. "Good morning," said Connie. "She was crying, so I just brought her home." The grandmother looked around swiftly at the child. "Why, where was your dad?" The little girl clung to her grandmother's skirts and simpered. "He was there," said Connie, "but he'd shot a poaching cat, and the child was upset." "Oh, you'd know right," Eve bothered, "Lady Catterley, I'm sure. I'm sure it was very good of you, but you shouldn't have bothered. Did ever you?" The old woman turned to the child. "Fancy Lady Catterley talking all that trouble over yer. Why, she shouldn't have bothered." "It was no bother, just a walk," said Connie smiling. "Why, I'm sure 'twas very kind of you, I must say. So she was crying. I knew there'd be something afore they got far. She's frightened of 'im, that's where it is. Seems 'e's almost a stranger to er, fair a stranger, and I don't think they're two as to hit it off very easy. He's got funny ways." Connie didn't know what to say. "Look, Gran," simpered the child. The old woman looked down at the sixpence in the little girl's hand. "An sixpence and all. Oh, your ladyship, you shouldn't, you shouldn't. Why, isn't Lady Catterley good to yer? My word, you're a lucky girl this morning." She pronounced the name, as all the people did, Chatley-Lsnt. "Lady Chatley good to you?" Connie couldn't help looking at the old woman's nose, and the latter again vaguely wiped her face with the back of her wrist, but missed the smudge. Connie was moving away. "Well, thank you ever so much, Lady Chatley, I'm sure. Say thank you to Lady Chatley." This last to the child. "Thank you," piped the child. "There's a dear," laughed Connie, and she moved away, saying good morning, heartily relieved to get away from the contact. Curious, she thought, that thin, proud man should have that little, sharp woman for a mother. And the old woman, as soon as Connie had gone, rushed to the bit of mirror in the scullery, and looked at her face. Seeing it, she stamped her foot with impatience. Of course she had to catch me in my coarse apron, and a dirty face. Nice idea she'd get of me. Connie went slowly home to Ragby. Was a warm word to use for that great, weary Warren. But then it was a word that had had its day. It was somehow cancelled. All the great words, it seemed to Connie, were cancelled for her generation: love, joy, happiness, home, mother, father, husband. All these great, dynamic words were half dead now, and dying from day to day. Home was a place you lived in, love was a thing you didn't fool yourself about, joy was a word you applied to a good Charleston, happiness was a term of hypocrisy used to bluff other people, a father was an individual who enjoyed his own existence, a husband was a man you lived with and kept going in spirits. As for sex, the last of the great words, it was just a cocktail term for an excitement that bucked you up for a while, then left you more than ever frayed. It was as if the very material you were made of was cheap stuff, and was fraying out to nothing. All that really remained was a stubborn stoicism, and in that there was a certain pleasure. In the very experience of the nothingness of life, phase after phase, A-tape after A-tape, there was a certain grisly satisfaction. So that's that. Always this was the last utterance: home, love, marriage, Michaelis, so that's that. And when one died, the last words to life would be, so that's that. Money? Perhaps one couldn't say the same there. Money one always wanted. Money, success, the bitch goddess, as Tommy Dukes persisted in calling it, after Henry James, that was a permanent necessity. You couldn't spend your last sou, and say finally, so that's that. No, if you lived even another 10 minutes, you wanted a few more sous for something or other. Just to keep the business mechanically going, you needed money. You had to have it. Money you have to have. You needn't really have anything else. So that's that. Since, of course, it's not your own fault you are alive. Once you are alive, money is a necessity, and the only absolute necessity. All the rest you can get along without, at a pinch. But not money. Emphatically, that's that. She thought of Michaelis, and the money she might have had with him, and even that she didn't want. She preferred the lesser amount which she helped Clifford to make by his writing. That she actually helped to make. Clifford and I together, we make 1,200 a year out of writing, so she put it to herself. Make money. Make it. Out of nowhere. Wring it out of the thin air. The last feat to be humanly proud of. The rest all my Betty Martin. So she plodded home to Clifford, to join forces with him again, to make another story out of nothingness, and a story meant money. Clifford seemed to care very much whether his stories were considered first-class literature or not. Strictly, she didn't care. Nothing in it. Said her father. £1,200 last year. Was the retort simple and final. If you were young, you just set your teeth, and bit on and held on, till the money began to flow from the invisible. It was a question of power. It was a question of will, a subtle, powerful emanation of will out of yourself brought back to you the mysterious nothingness of money, a word on a bit of paper. It was a sort of magic, certainly it was triumph. The bitch goddess. Well, if one had to prostitute oneself, let it be to a bitch goddess. One could always despise her even while one prostituted oneself to her, which was good. Clifford, of course, had still many childish taboos and fetishes. He wanted to be thought really, which was all cock-a-hoopy nonsense. What was really good was what actually caught on. It was no good being really good and getting left with it. It seemed as if most of the really good men just missed the bus. After all, you only lived one life, and if you missed the bus, you were just left on the pavement, along with the rest of the failures. Connie was contemplating a winter in London with Clifford, next winter. He and she had caught the bus all right, so they might as well ride on top for a bit, and show it. The worst of it was, Clifford tended to become vague, absent, and to fall into fits of vacant depression. It was the wound to his psyche coming out. But it made Connie want to scream. Oh God, if the mechanism of the consciousness itself was going to go wrong, then what was one to do? Hang it all, one did one's bit. Was one to be let down absolutely? Sometimes she wept bitterly, but even as she wept she was saying to herself, silly fool, wedding hankies. As if that would get you anywhere. Since Michaelis, she had made up her mind she wanted nothing. That seemed the simplest solution of the otherwise insoluble. She wanted nothing more than what she'd got, only she wanted to get ahead with what she'd got, Clifford, the stories, Ragby, the Lady Catterley business, money and fame, such as it was, she wanted to go ahead with it all. Love, sex, all that sort of stuff, just waterisses. Lick it up and forget it. If you don't hang on to it in your mind, it's nothing. Sex especially. Nothing. Make up your mind to it, and you've solved the problem. Sex and a cocktail, they both lasted about as long, had the same effect, and amounted to about the same thing. But a child, a baby. That was still one of the sensations. She would venture very gingerly on that experiment. There was the man to consider, and it was curious. There wasn't a man in the world whose children you wanted. Mixed children. Repulsive thought. As lief have a child to a rabbit. Tommy Dukes? He was very nice, but somehow you couldn't associate him with a baby, another generation. He ended in himself. And out of all the rest of Clifford's pretty wide acquaintance, there was not a man who did not rouse her contempt, when she thought of having a child by him. There were several who would have been quite possible as lover, even Mick, but to let them breed a child on you. Ugh! Humiliation and abomination. So that was that. Nevertheless, Connie had the child at the back of her mind. Wait! Wait! She would sift the generations of men through her sieve, and see if she couldn't find one who would go yet into the streets and byways of Jerusalem, and see if you can find a man. It had been impossible to find a man in the Jerusalem of the prophet, though there were thousands of male humans. But a man. Si est un autre chose. She had an idea that he would have to be a foreigner, not an Englishman, still less an Irishman. A real foreigner. But wait! Wait! Next winter she would get Clifford to London, the following winter she would get him abroad to the south of France, Italy. Wait! She was in no hurry about the child. That was her own private affair, and the one point on which, in her own queer, female way, she was serious to the bottom of her soul. She was not going to risk any chance comer, not she. One might take a lover almost at any moment, but a man who should beget a child on one, wait! Wait! It's a very different matter. Go yet into the streets and byways of Jerusalem. It was not a question of love, it was a question of a man. Why, one might even rather hate him, personally. Yet if he was the man, what would one's personal hate matter? This business concerned another part of oneself. It had rained as usual, and the paths were too sodden for Clifford's chair, but would go out. She went out alone every day now, mostly in the wood, where she was really alone. She saw nobody there. This day, however, Clifford wanted to send a message to the keeper, and as the boy was laid up with influenza, somebody always seemed to have influenza at Rugby, Connie said she would call at the cottage. The air was soft and dead, as if all the world were slowly dying. Grey and clammy and silent, even from the shuffling of the collieries, for the pits were working short time, and today they were stopped altogether. The end of all things. In the wood all was utterly inert and motionless, only great drops fell from the bare boughs, with a hollow little crash. For the rest, among the old trees was depth within depth of grey, hopeless inertia, silence, nothingness. Connie walked dimly on. From the old wood came an ancient melancholy, somehow soothing to her, better than the harsh insentience of the outer world. She liked the inwardness of the remnant of forest, the unspeaking reticence of the old trees. They seemed a very power of silence, and yet a vital presence. They, too, were waiting, obstinately, stoically waiting, and giving off a potency of silence. Perhaps they were only waiting for the end, to be cut down, cleared away, the end of the forest, for them the end of all things. But perhaps their strong and aristocratic silence, the silence of strong trees, meant something else. As she came out of the wood on the north side, the keeper's cottage, a rather dark, brown stone cottage with gables and a handsome chimney, looked uninhabited, it was so silent and alone. But a thread of smoke rose from the chimney, and the little railed-in garden in the front of the house was dug and kept very tidy. The door was shut. Now she was here she felt a little shy of the man, with his curious far-seeing eyes. She did not like bringing him orders, and felt like going away again. She knocked softly, no one came. She knocked again, but still not loudly. There was no answer. She peeped through the window, and saw the dark little room, with its almost sinister privacy, not wanting to be invaded. She stood and listened, and it seemed to her she heard sounds from the back of the cottage. Having failed to make herself heard, her mettle was roused, she would not be defeated. So she went round the side of the house. At the back of the cottage the land rose steeply, so the backyard was sunken, and enclosed by a low stone wall. She turned the corner of the house and stopped. In the little yard 2 paces beyond her, the man was washing himself, utterly unaware. He was naked to the hips, his velveteen breeches slipping down over his slender loins. And his white slim back was curved over a big bowl of soapy water, in which he ducked his head, shaking his head with a queer, quick little motion, lifting his slender white arms, and pressing the soapy water from his ears, quick, subtle as a weasel playing with water, and utterly alone. Connie backed away round the corner of the house, and hurried away to the wood. In spite of herself, she had had a shock. After all, merely a man washing himself, commonplace enough, heaven knows. Yet in some curious way it was a visionary experience, it had hit her in the middle of the body. She saw the clumsy breeches slipping down over the pure, delicate, white loins. The bones showing a little, and the sense of aloneness, of a creature purely alone, overwhelmed her. Perfect, white, solitary nudity of a creature that lives alone, and inwardly alone. And beyond that, a certain beauty of a pure creature. Not the stuff of beauty, not even the body of beauty, but a lamb-in-sea, the warm, white flame of a single life, revealing itself in contours that one might touch, a body. Connie had received the shock of vision in her womb, and she knew it, it lay inside her. But with her mind she was inclined to ridicule. A man washing himself in a backyard. No doubt with evil-smelling yellow soap. She was rather annoyed, why should she be made to stumble on these vulgar privacies? So she walked away from herself, but after a while she sat down on a stump. She was too confused to think. But in the coil of her confusion, she was determined to deliver her message to the fellow. She would not be balked. She must give him time to dress himself, but not time to go out. He was probably preparing to go out somewhere. So she sauntered slowly back, listening. As she came near, the cottage looked just the same. A dog barked, and she knocked at the door, her heart beating in spite of herself. She heard the man coming lightly downstairs. He opened the door quickly, and startled her. He looked uneasy himself, but instantly a laugh came on his face. "Lady Catterley," he said. "Will you come in?" His manner was so perfectly easy and good, she stepped over the threshold into the rather dreary little room. "I only called with a message from Sir Clifford," she said in her soft, rather breathless voice. The man was looking at her with those blue, all-seeing eyes of his, which made her turn her face aside a little. He thought her comely, almost beautiful, in her shyness, and he took command of the situation himself at once. "Would you care to sit down?" he asked, presuming she would not. The door stood open. "No thanks." Sir Clifford wondered if you would, and she delivered her message, looking unconsciously into his eyes again. And now his eyes looked warm and kind, particularly to a woman, wonderfully warm, and kind, and at ease. "Very good, your ladyship. I will see to it at once." Taking an order, his whole self had changed, glazed over with a sort of hardness and distance. Connie hesitated, she ought to go. But she looked round the clean, tidy, rather dreary little sitting room with something like dismay. "Do you live here quite alone?" she asked. "Quite alone, your ladyship. But your mother?" "She lives in her own cottage in the village." "With the child?" asked Connie. "With the child?" And his plain, rather worn face took on an indefinable look of derision. It was a face that changed all the time, baffling. "No," he said, seeing Connie stand at a loss, "my mother comes and cleans up for me on Saturdays, I do the rest myself." Again Connie looked at him. His eyes were smiling again, a little mockingly, but warm and blue, and somehow kind. She wondered at him. He was in trousers and flannel shirt and a grey tie, his hair soft and damp, his face rather pale and worn-looking. When the eyes ceased to laugh they looked as if they had suffered a great deal, still without losing their warmth. But a pallor of isolation came over him, she was not really there for him. She wanted to say so many things, and she said nothing. Only she looked up at him again, and remarked, "I hope I didn't disturb you." The faint smile of mockery narrowed his eyes. "Only combing my hair, if you don't mind. I'm sorry I hadn't a coat on, but then I had no idea who was knocking." "Nobody knocks here," and the unexpected sounds ominous. He went in front of her down the garden path to hold the gate. In his shirt, without the clumsy velveteen coat, she saw again how slender he was, thin, stooping a little. Yet, as she passed him, there was something young and bright in his fair hair, and his quick eyes. He would be a man about 37 or 8. She plodded on into the wood, knowing he was looking after her. He upset her so much, in spite of herself. And he, as he went indoors, was thinking, she's nice, she's real. She's nicer than she knows. She wondered very much about him. He seemed so unlike a gamekeeper, so unlike a working man anyhow, although he had something in common with the local people. But also something very uncommon. The gamekeeper, Mellors, is a curious kind of person, she said to Clifford. He might almost be a gentleman. Might he? Said Clifford. I hadn't noticed. But isn't there something special about him? Connie insisted. I think he's quite a nice fellow, but I know very little about him. He only came out of the army last year, less than a year ago. From India, I rather think. He may have picked up certain tricks out there, perhaps he was an officer's servant, and improved on his position. Some of the men were like that. But it does them no good, they have to fall back into their old places when they get home again. Connie gazed at Clifford contemplatively. She saw in him the peculiar tight rebuff against anyone of the lower classes who might be really climbing up, which she knew was characteristic of his breed. But don't you think there is something special about him? She asked. Frankly, no. Nothing I had noticed. He looked at her curiously, uneasily, half suspiciously. And she felt he wasn't telling her the real truth, he wasn't telling himself the real truth, that was it. He disliked any suggestion of a really exceptional human being. People must be more or less at his level, or below it. Connie felt again the tightness, niggardliness of the men of her generation. They were so tight, so scared of life. Chapter 7. When Connie went up to her bedroom, she did what she had not done for a long time, took off all her clothes, and looked at herself naked in the huge mirror. She did not know what she was looking for, or at, very definitely, yet she moved the lamp till it shone full on her. And she thought, as she had thought so often, what a frail, easily hurt, rather pathetic thing a human body is, naked, somehow a little unfinished, incomplete. She had been supposed to have rather a good figure, but now she was out of fashion, a little too female, not enough like an adolescent boy. She was not very tall, a bit Scottish and short, but she had a certain fluent, down-slipping grace that might have been beauty. Her skin was faintly tawny, her limbs had a certain stillness, her body should have had a full, down-slipping richness, but it lacked something. Instead of ripening its firm, down-running curves, her body was flattening and going a little harsh. It was as if it had not had enough sun and warmth, it was a little greyish and sapless. Disappointed of its real womanhood, it had not succeeded in becoming boyish and unsubstantial and transparent, instead it had gone opaque. Her breasts were rather small, and dropping pear-shaped. But they were unripe, a little bitter, without meaning hanging there. And her belly had lost the fresh, round gleam it had had when she was young, in the days of her German boy, who really loved her physically. Then it was young and expectant, with a real look of its own. Now it was going slack, and a little flat, thinner, but with a slack thinness. Her thighs, too, they used to look so quick and glimpsy in their female roundness, somehow they too were going flat, slack, meaningless. Her body was going meaningless, going dull and opaque, so much insignificant substance. It made her feel immensely depressed and hopeless. What hope was there? She was old at 25, with no gleam and sparkle in the flesh. Old through neglect and denial, yes, denial. Fashionable women kept their bodies bright like delicate porcelain, by external attention. There was nothing inside the porcelain, but she was not even as bright as that. The mental life. Suddenly she hated it with a rushing fury, the swindle. She looked in the other mirror's reflection at her back, her waist, her loins. She was getting thinner, but to her it was not becoming. The crumple of her waist at the back, as she bent back to look, was a little weary, and it used to be so gay-looking. And the longish slope of her haunches and her buttocks had lost its gleam and its sense of richness. Gone. Only the German boy had loved it, and he was 10 years dead, very nearly. How time went by! 10 years dead, and she was only 27. The healthy boy with his fresh, clumsy sensuality that she had then been so scornful of. Where would she find it now? It was gone out of men. They had their pathetic, 2-second spasms like Michaelis, but no healthy human sensuality, that warms the blood and freshens the whole being. Still she thought the most beautiful part of her was the long sloping fall of the haunches from the socket of the back, and the slumberous, round stillness of the buttocks. Like hillocks of sand, the Arabs say, soft and downward slipping with a long slope. Here the life still lingered hoping. But here too she was thinner, and going unripe, astringent. But the front of her body made her miserable. It was already beginning to slacken, with a slack sort of thinness, almost withered, going old before it had ever really lived. She thought of the child she might somehow bear. Was she fit, anyhow? She slipped into her night dress, and went to bed, where she sobbed bitterly. And in her bitterness burned a cold indignation against Clifford, and his writings and his talk, against all the men of his sort who defrauded a woman even of her own unjust. The sense of deep physical injustice burned to her very soul. But in the morning, all the same, she was up at 7, and going downstairs to Clifford. She had to help him in all the intimate things, for he had no man, and refused a woman servant. The housekeeper's husband, who had known him as a boy, helped him, and did any heavy lifting, but Connie did the personal things, and she did them willingly. It was a demand on her, but she had wanted to do what she could. So she hardly ever went away from Rugby, and never for more than a day or two, when Mrs. Betts, the housekeeper, attended to Clifford. He, as was inevitable in the course of time, took all the service for granted. It was natural he should. And yet, deep inside herself, a sense of injustice, of being defrauded, had begun to burn in Connie. The physical sense of injustice is a dangerous feeling, once it is awakened. It must have outlet, or it eats away the one in whom it is aroused. Poor Clifford, he was not to blame. His was the greater misfortune. It was all part of the general catastrophe. And yet was he not in a way to blame? This lack of warmth, this lack of the simple, warm, physical contact, was he not to blame for that? He was never really warm, nor even kind, only thoughtful, considerate, in a well-bred, cold sort of way. But never warm as a man can be warm to a woman, as even Connie's father could be warm to her, with the warmth of a man who did himself well, and intended to, but who still could comfort a woman with a bit of his masculine glow. But Clifford was not like that. His whole race was not like that. They were all inwardly hard and separate, and warmth to them was just bad taste. You had to get on without it, and hold your own, which was all very well if I were off same class and race. Then you could keep yourself cold and be very estimable, and hold your own, and enjoy the satisfaction of holding it. But if you were of another class and another race it wouldn't do. There was no fun merely holding your own, and feeling you belonged to the ruling class. What was the point, when even the smartest aristocrats had really nothing positive of their own to hold, and their rule was really a farce, not rule at all? What was the point? It was all cold nonsense. A sense of rebellion smoldered in Connie. What was the good of it all? What was the good of her sacrifice, her devoting her life to Clifford? What was she serving, after all. A cold spirit of vanity, that had no warm human contacts, and that was as corrupt as any low-born Jew, in craving for prostitution to the bitch goddess, success. Even Clifford's cool and contactless assurance that he belonged to the ruling class didn't prevent his tongue lolling out of his mouth, as he panted after the bitch goddess. After all, Michaelis was really more dignified in the matter, and far, far more successful. Really, if you looked closely at Clifford, he was a buffoon, and a buffoon is more humiliating than a bounder. As between the two men, Michaelis really had far more use for her than Clifford had. He had even more need of her. Any good nurse can attend to crippled legs. And as for the heroic effort, Michaelis was a heroic rat, and Clifford was very much of a poodle showing off. There were people staying in the house, among them Clifford's Aunt Eva, Lady Benorley. She was a thin woman of 60, with a red nose, a widow, and still something of a grande dame. She belonged to one of the best families, and had the character to carry it off. Connie liked her, she was so perfectly simple and frank, as far as she intended to be frank, and superficially kind. Inside herself she was a past mistress in holding her own, and holding other people a little lower. She was not at all a snob, far too sure of herself. She was perfect at the social sport of coolly holding her own, and making other people defer to her. She was kind to Connie, and tried to worm into her woman's soul with the sharp gimlet of her well-born observations. "You're quite wonderful, in my opinion," she said to Connie. "You've done wonders for Clifford. I never saw any budding genius myself, and there he is, all the rage." Aunt Eva was quite complacently proud of Clifford's success. Another feather in the family cap. She didn't care a straw about his books, but why should she? "Oh, I don't think it's my doing," said Connie. "Must be. Can't be anybody else's. And it seems to me you don't get enough out of it." "How? Look at the way you are shut up here. I said to Clifford, if that child rebels one day you'll have yourself to thank." "But Clifford never denies me anything," said Connie. "Look here, my dear child," and Lady Benorley laid her thin hand on Connie's arm. "A woman has to live her life, or live to repent not having lived it. Believe me." And she took another sip of brandy, which maybe was her form of repentance. "But I do live my life, don't I? Not in my idea. Clifford should bring you to London, and let you go about. His sort of friends are all right for him, but what are they for you? If I were you I should think it wasn't good enough. You 11 let your youth slip by, and you'll spend your old age, and your middle age too, repenting it." Her ladyship lapsed into contemplative silence, soothed by the brandy. But Connie was not keen on going to London, and being steered into the smart world by Lady Benorley. She didn't feel really smart, it wasn't interesting. And she did feel the peculiar, withering coldness under it all, like the soil of Labrador, which has gay little flowers on its surface, and a foot down is frozen. Tommy Dukes was at Rugby, and another man, Harry Winterslow, and Jack Strangeways with his wife Olive. The talk was much more desultory than when only the cronies were there, and everybody was a bit bored, for the weather was bad, and there was only billiards, and the pianola to dance to. Olive was reading a book about the future, when babies would be bred in bottles, and women would be immunized. "Jolly good thing too," she said. "Then a woman can live her own life. Strangeways wanted children, and she didn't. How'd you like to be immunized?" Winterslow asked her, with an ugly smile. "I hope I am, naturally," she said. "Anyhow the future's going to have more sense, and a woman needn't be dragged down by her functions." "Perhaps she'll float off into space altogether," said Dukes. "Do think sufficient civilization ought to eliminate a lot of the physical disabilities," said Clifford. "All the love business for example, it might just as well go." "I suppose it would if we could breed babies in bottles." "No, cried Olive. That might leave all the more room for fun. I suppose, said Lady Benorley, contemplatively, if the love business went, something else would take its place. Morphia, a little morphine in all the air. It would be wonderfully refreshing for everybody. The government releasing ether into the air on Saturdays, for a cheerful weekend, said Jack. Sounds all right, but where should we be by Wednesday? So long as you can forget your body you are happy, said Lady Benorley. And the moment you begin to be aware of your body, you are wretched. So, if civilization is any good, it has to help us to forget our bodies, and then time passes happily without our knowing it. Help us to get rid of our bodies altogether, said Winterslow. It's quite time man began to improve on his own nature, especially the physical side of it. Imagine if we floated like tobacco smoke, said Connie. It won't happen, said Dukes. Our old show will come flop, our civilization is going to fall. It's going down the bottomless pit, down the chasm. And believe me, the only bridge across the chasm will be the phallus. Oh dope impossible, General, cried Olive. I believe our civilization is going to collapse, said Aunt Eva. And what will come after it? Asked Clifford. I haven't the faintest idea, but something, I suppose, said the elderly lady. Connie says people like wisps of smoke, and Olive says immunized women, and babies in bottles, and Dukes says the phallus is the bridge to what comes next. I wonder what it will really be, said Clifford. Oh, don't bother. Let's get on with today, said Olive. Only hurry up with the breeding bottle, and let us poor women off. There might even be real men, in the next phase, said Tommy. Real, intelligent, wholesome men, and wholesome nice women. Wouldn't that be a change, an enormous change from us? We're not men, and the women aren't women. We're only sear-bratting makeshifts, mechanical and intellectual experiments. There may even come a civilization of genuine men and women, instead of our little lot of clever jacks, all at the intelligence age of 7. It would be even more amazing than men of smoke or babies in bottles. Oh, when people begin to talk about real women, I give up, said Olive. Certainly nothing but the spirit in us is worth having, said Winterslow. Spirits, said Jack, drinking his whiskey and soda. Think so? Give me the resurrection of the body, said Dukes. But it'll come, in time, when we've shoved the cerebral stone away a bit, the money and the rest. Then we'll get a democracy of touch, instead of a democracy of pocket. Something echoed inside Connie, give me the democracy of touch, the resurrection of the body. She didn't at all know what it meant, but it comforted her, as meaningless things may do. Anyhow everything was terribly silly, and she was exasperatedly bored by it all, by Clifford, by Aunt Eva, by Olive and Jack, and Winterslow, and even by Dukes. Talk, talk, talk. What hell it was, the continual rattle of it. Then, when all the people went, it was no better. She continued plodding on, but exasperation and irritation had got hold of her lower body, she couldn't escape. The days seemed to grind by, with curious painfulness, yet nothing happened. Only she was getting thinner, even the housekeeper noticed it, and asked her about herself. Even Tommy Dukes insisted she was not well, though she said she was all right. Only she began to be afraid of the ghastly white tombstones, that peculiar loathsome whiteness of Carrara marble, detestable as false teeth, which stuck up on the hillside, under Tevershall Church, and which she saw with such grim painfulness from the park. The bristling of the hideous false teeth of tombstones on the hill affected her with a grisly kind of horror. She felt the time not far off when she would be buried there, added to the ghastly host under the tombstones and the monuments, in these filthy Midlands. She needed help, and she knew it, so she wrote a little cri du coeur to her sister, Hilda. I'm not well lately, and I don't know what's the matter with me. Down posted Hilda from Scotland, where she had taken up her abode. She came in March, alone, driving herself in a nimble two-seater. Up the drive she came, tooting up the incline, then sweeping round the oval of grass, where the two great wild beech trees stood, on the flat in front of the house. Connie had run out to the steps. Hilda pulled up her car, got out, and kissed her sister. "But Connie," she cried. "Is the matter?" "Nothing," said Connie, rather shamefacedly, but she knew how she had suffered in contrast to Hilda. Both sisters had the same rather golden, glowing skin, and soft brown hair, and naturally strong, warm physique. But now Connie was thin and earthy looking, with a scraggy, yellowish neck, that stuck out of her jumper. "But you're ill, child," said Hilda, in the soft, rather breathless voice that both sisters had alike. Hilda was nearly, but not quite, 2 years older than Connie. "No, not ill. Perhaps I'm bored," said Connie a little pathetically. The light of battle glowed in Hilda's face. She was a woman, soft and still as she seemed, of the old Amazon sort, not made to fit with men this wretched place, she said softly, looking at poor, old, lumbering Ragby with real hate. She looked soft and warm herself, as a ripe pear, and she was an Amazon of the real old breed. She went quietly into Clifford. He thought how handsome she looked, but also he shrank from her. His wife's family did not have his sort of manners, or his sort of etiquette. He considered them rather outsiders, but once they got inside they made him jump through the hoop. He sat square and well-groomed in his chair, his hair sleek and blonde, and his face fresh, his blue eyes pale, and a little prominent, his expression inscrutable, but well-bred. Hilda thought it sulky and stupid, and he waited. He had an air of aplomb, but Hilda didn't care what he had an air of. She was up in arms, and if he'd been Pope or Emperor it would have been just the same. "Connie's looking awfully unwell," she said in her soft voice, fixing him with her beautiful, glowering grey eyes. She looked so maidenly, so did Connie, but he well knew the tone of Scottish obstinacy underneath. "She's a little thinner," he said. "Haven't you done anything about it?" "Do you think it necessary?" he asked, with his suavest English stiffness, for the two things often go together. Hilda only glowered at him without replying. Repartee was not her forte, nor Connie's, so she glowered, and he was much more uncomfortable than if she had said things. "Take her to a doctor," said Hilda at length. "Can you a one round here?" "I'm afraid I can't." "Then I'll take her to London, where we have a doctor we trust." Though boiling with rage, Clifford said nothing. "I suppose I may as well stay the night," said Hilda, pulling off her gloves, "and I'll drive her to town tomorrow." Clifford was yellow at the gills with anger, and at evening the whites of his eyes were a little yellow too. He ran to liver. But Hilda was consistently modest and maidenly. "You must have a nurse or somebody, to look after you personally. You should really have a manservant," said Hilda as they sat, with apparent calmness, at coffee after dinner. She spoke in her soft, seemingly gentle way, but Clifford felt she was hitting him on the head with a bludgeon. "You think so?" he said coldly. "I'm sure. It's necessary. Either that, or father and must take Connie away for some months. This can't go on. Haven't you looked at the child?" asked Hilda, gazing at him full stare. He looked rather like a huge, boiled crayfish at the moment, or so she thought. "Connie and I will discuss it," he said. "I've already discussed it with her," said Hilda. Clifford had been long enough in the hands of nurses. He hated them, because they left him no real privacy. Anna couldn't stand a man hanging round him. Almost better any woman. But why not Connie? The two sisters drove off in the morning, Connie looking rather like an Easter lamb, rather small beside Hilda, who held the wheel. Sir Malcolm was away, but the Kensington house was open. The doctor examined Connie carefully, and asked her all about her life. I see your photograph, and Sir Clifford's, in the illustrated papers sometimes. Almost notorieties, aren't you? That's how the quiet little girls grow up, though you're only a quiet little girl even now, in spite of the illustrated papers. No, no. There's nothing organically wrong, but it won't do. It won't do. Tell Sir Clifford he's got to bring you to town, or take you abroad, and amuse you. You've got to be amused, got to. Your vitality is much too low, no reserves, no reserves. The nerves of the heart a bit queer already, oh, yes. Nothing but nerves, I'd put you right in a month at Cannes or Biarritz. But it mustn't go on, mustn't I tell you, or I won't be answerable for consequences. You're spending your life without renewing it. You've got to be amused, pearly, healthily amused. You're spending your vitality without making any. Can't go on, you know. Depression. Avoid depression. Hilda set her jaw, and that meant something. Michaelis heard they were in town, and came running with roses. Why, whatever's wrong, he cried. You're a shadow of yourself. Why, I never saw such a change. Why ever didn't you let me know? Come to Nice with me. Come down to Sicily. Go on, come to Sicily with me. It's lovely there just now. You want sun. You want life. Why, you wasting away. Come away with me. Come to Africa. Oh, hang Sir Clifford. Chuck him, and come along with me. I'll marry you the minute he divorces you. Come along and try a life. God's love. That place Rugby would kill anybody. Beastly place. Foul place. Kill anybody. Come away with me into the sun. It's the sun you want, of course, and a bit of normal life. But Connie's heart simply stood still at the thought of abandoning Clifford there and then. She couldn't do it. No. No. She just couldn't. She had to go back to Rugby. Michaelis was disgusted. Hilda didn't like Michaelis, but she almost preferred him to Clifford. Back went the sisters to the Midlands. Hilda talked to Clifford, who still had yellow eyeballs when they got back. He, too, in his way, was overwrought. He had to listen to all Hilda said, to all the doctor had said, not what Michaelis had said, of course, and he sat mum through the ultimatum. Here is the address of a good manservant, who was with an invalid patient of the doctor's till he died last month. He is really a good man, and fairly sure to come. But I'm not an invalid, and I will not have a manservant, said Clifford, poor devil. And here are the addresses of 2 women, I saw one of them, she would do very well, a woman of about 50, quiet, strong, kind, and in her way cultured. And Clifford only sulked, and would not answer. Very well, Clifford. If we don't settle something by tomorrow, I shall telegraph to father, and we shall take Connie away. Will Connie go? Asked Clifford. She doesn't want to, but she knows she must. Mother died of cancer, brought on by fretting. We're not running any risks. So next day Clifford suggested Mrs. Bolton, Teversham parish nurse. Apparently Mrs. Betts had thought of her. Mrs. Bolton was just retiring from her parish duties to take up private nursing jobs. Clifford had a queer dread of delivering himself into the hands of a stranger, but this Mrs. Bolton had once nursed him through scarlet fever, and he knew the 2 sisters at once called on Mrs. Bolton, in a newish house in a row, quite select for Teversham. They found a rather good-looking woman of 40-odd, in a nurse's uniform, with a white collar and apron, just making herself tea in a small crowded sitting room. Mrs. Bolton was most attentive and polite, seemed quite nice, spoke with a bit of a broad slur, but in heavily correct English, and from having bossed the sick colliers for a good many years, had a very good opinion of herself, and a fair amount of assurance. In short, in her tiny way, one of the governing class in the village, very much respected. Yes, Lady Catterley's not looking at all well. Why, she used to be that bonny, didn't she now? But she's been failing all winter. Oh, it's hard, it is. Poor Sir Clifford. That war, it's a lot to answer for. And Mrs. Bolton would come to Ragby at once, if Dr. Shardlow would let her off. She had another fortnight's parish nursing to do, by rights, but they might get a substitute, you know. Hilda posted off to Dr. Shardlow, and on the following Sunday Mrs. Bolton drove up in Liver's cab to Ragby with 2 trunks. Hilda had talks with her, Mrs. Bolton was ready at any moment to talk. And she seemed so young. The way the passion would flush in her rather pale cheek. She was 47. Her husband, Ted Bolton, had been killed in the pit, 22 years ago, 22 years last Christmas, just at Christmas time, leaving her with 2 children, one a baby in arms. Oh, the baby was married now, Edith, to a young man in Boots Cash Chemists in Sheffield. The other one was a schoolteacher in Chesterfield. She came home weekends, when she wasn't asked out somewhere. Young folks enjoyed themselves nowadays, not like when she, Ivy Bolton, was young. Ted Bolton was 28 when he was killed in an explosion down Th Pit. The buddy in front shouted to them all to lie down quick, there were 4 of them. And they all lay down in time, only Ted, and it killed him. Then at the inquiry, on the master's side they said Ted had been frightened, and trying to run away, and not obeying orders, so it was like his fault really. So the compensation was only £300, and they made out as if it was more of a gift than legal compensation, because it was really the man's own fault. And they wouldn't let her have the money down, she wanted to have a little shop. But they said she'd no doubt squander it, perhaps in drink. So she had to draw it 30 shillings a week. Yes, she had to go every Monday morning down to the offices, and stand there a couple of hours waiting her turn. Yes, for almost 4 years she went every Monday. And what could she do with 2 little children on her hands? But Ted's mother was very good to her. Ivy hen the baby could toddle, she'd keep both the children for the day, while she, Ivy Bolton, went to Sheffield, and attended classes in ambulance, and then the 4th year she even took a nursing course and got qualified. She was determined to be independent and keep her children. So she was assistant at Uthwaite Hospital, just a little place, for a while. But when the company, the Tevershall Colliery Company, really Sir Geoffrey, saw that she could get on by herself, they were very good to her, gave her the parish nursing, and stood by her. She would say that for them. And she'd done it ever since, till now it was getting a bit much for her, she needed something a bit lighter, there was such a lot of traipsing around if you were a district nurse. Yes, the company's been very good to me, I always say it. But I should never forget what they said about Ted, for he was as steady and fearless a chap as ever set foot on the cage, and it was as good as branding him a coward. But there, he was dead, and could say nothing to none of 'em. It was a queer mixture of feelings the woman showed as she talked. She liked the Colliers, whom she had nursed for so long, but she felt very superior to them. She felt almost upper class, and at the same time a resentment against the ruling class smouldered in her. The masters. In a dispute between masters and men, she was always for the men. But when there was no question of contest, she was pining to be superior, to be one of the upper class. The upper classes fascinated her, appealing to her peculiar English passion for superiority. She was thrilled to come to Ragby, thrilled to talk to Lady Catterley, my word, different from the common colliers' wives. She said so in so many words. Yet one could see a grudge against the Catterleys peep out in her, the grudge against the masters. Why, yes, of course, it would wear Lady Catterley out. It's a mercy she had a sister to come and help her. Men don't think, high and low alike, they take what a woman does for them for granted. Oh, I've told the Colliers off about it many a time. But it's very hard for Sir Clifford, you know, crippled like that. They were always a haughty family, standoffish in a way, as they've a right to be. But then to be brought down like that. And it's very hard on Lady Catterley, perhaps harder on her. Ivy had she misses. I only had Ted 3 years, but my word, while I had him I had a husband I could never forget. He was 1 in 1,000, and jolly as the day. Who'd ever have thought he'd get killed? I don't believe it to this day somehow, I've never believed it, though I washed him with my own hands. But he was never dead for me, he never was. I never took it in. This was a new voice in Rugby, very new for Connie to hear, it roused a new ear in her. For the first week or so, Mrs. Bolton, however, was very quiet at Rugby, her assured, bossy manner left her, and she was nervous. With Clifford she was shy, almost frightened, and silent. He liked that, and soon recovered his self-possession, letting her do things for him without even noticing her. "She's a useful nonentity," he said. Connie opened her eyes in wonder, but she did not contradict him. So different are impressions on two different people. And he soon became rather superb, somewhat lordly with the nurse. She had rather expected it, and he played up without knowing. So susceptible we are to what is expected of us. The Colliers had been so like children, talking to her, and telling her what hurt them, while she bandaged them, or nursed them. They had always made her feel so grand, almost superhuman in her administrations. Now Clifford made her feel small, and like a servant, and she accepted it without a word, adjusting herself to the upper classes. She came very mute, with her long, handsome face, and downcast eyes, to administer to him. And she said very humbly, "Shall I do this now, Sir Clifford? Shall I do that? No, leave it for a time. I'll have it done later." "Very well, Sir Clifford. Come in again in half an hour." "Very well, Sir Clifford. And just take those old papers out, will you?" "Very well, Sir Clifford." She went softly, and in half an hour she came softly again. She was bullied, but she didn't mind. She was experiencing the upper classes. She neither resented nor disliked Clifford, he was just part of a phenomenon, the phenomenon of the high-class folks, so far unknown to her, but now to be known. She felt more at home with Lady Catterley, and after all it's the mistress of the house matters most. Mrs. Bolton helped Clifford to bed at night, and slept across the passage from his room, and came if he rang for her in the night. She also helped him in the morning, and soon valeted him completely, even shaving him, in her soft, tentative woman's way. She was very good and competent, and she soon knew how to have him in her power. He wasn't so very different from the Colliers after all, when you lathered his chin, and softly rubbed the bristles. The standoffishness and the lack of frankness didn't bother her, she was having a new experience. Clifford, however, inside himself, never quite forgave Connie for giving up her care of him to a strange hired woman. It killed, he said to himself, the real flower of the intimacy between him and her. But Connie didn't mind that. The fine flower of their intimacy was to her rather like an orchid, a bulb stuck parasitic on her tree of life, and producing, to her eyes, a rather shabby flower. Now she had more time to herself she could softly play the piano, up in her room, and sing, "Touch not the nettle, for the bonds of love are ill to loose." She had not realized till lately how ill to loose they were, these bonds of love. But thank heaven she had loosened them. She was so glad to be alone, not always to have to talk to him. When he was alone he tapped on a typewriter, to infinity. But when he was not working, and she was there, he talked, always talked, infinite small analysis of people and motives and results, characters and personalities, till now she had had enough. For years she had loved it, until she had enough, and then suddenly it was too much. She was thankful to be alone. It was as if thousands and thousands of little roots and threads of consciousness in him and her had grtwn together into a tangled mass, till they could crowd no more, and the plant was dying. Now quietly, subtly, she was unraveling the tangle of his consciousness and hers, breaking the threads gently, one by one, with patience and impatience to get clear. But the bonds of such love are more ill to loose even than most bonds, though Mrs. Bolton's coming had been a great help. But he still wanted the old intimate evenings off talk with Connie, talk or reading aloud. But now she could arrange that Mrs. Bolton should come at 10 to disturb them. At 10 o'clock Connie could go upstairs and be alone. Clifford was in good hands with Mrs. Bolton. Mrs. Bolton ate with Mrs. Betts in the housekeeper's room, since they were all agreeable. And it was curious how much closer the servants' quarters seemed to have come, right up to the doors of Clifford's study, when before they were so remote. For Mrs. Betts would sometimes sit in Mrs. Bolton's room, and Connie heard their lowered voices, and felt somehow the strong, other vibration of the working people almost invading the sitting room, when she and Clifford were alone. So changed was Ragby merely by Mrs. Bolton's coming. And Connie felt herself released, in another world. She felt she breathed differently. But still she was afraid of how many of her roots, perhaps mortal ones, were tangled with Clifford's. Yet still, she breathed freer. A new phase was going to begin in her life. Chapter 8 Mrs. Bolton also kept a cherishing eye on Connie, feeling she must extend to her female and professional protection. She was always urging her ladyship to walk out, to drive to Uthwaite, to be in the air. For Connie had got into the habit of sitting still by the fire, pretending to read, or to sew feebly, and hardly going out at all. It was a blowy day soon after Hilda had gone, that Mrs. Bolton said, "Now why don't go for a walk through the wood, and look at the daffs behind the keeper's cottage? They're the prettiest sight you'd see in a day's march. And you could put some in your room, wild daffs are always so cheerful looking, aren't they?" Connie took it in good part, even daffs for daffodils. Wild daffodils! After all, one could not stew in one's own juice. The spring came back. Seasons return, but not to me returns day, or the sweet approach of even or morn. And the keeper, his thin, white body, like a lonely pistil of an invisible flower. She had forgotten him in her unspeakable depression. But now something roused. Pale beyond porch and portal. The thing to do was to pass the porches and the portals. She was stronger, she could walk better, and in the wood the wind would not be so tiring as it was across the park, flattening against her. She wanted to forget the world, and all the dreadful, carrion-bodied people. "Ye must be born again. I believe in the resurrection of the body. Except a grain of wheat fall into the earth and die, it shall by no means bring forth. When the crocus cometh forth I too will emerge and see the sun." In the wind of March endless phrases swept through her consciousness. Little gusts of sunshine blew, strangely bright, and lit up the celandines at the wood's edge. Under the hazel rods, they spangled out bright and yellow. And the wood was still, stiller, but yet gusty with crossing sun. The first wind flowers were out, and all the wood seemed pale with the pallor of endless little anemones, sprinkling the shaken floor. "The world has grown pale with thy breath." But it was the breath of Persephone. This time, she was out of hell on a cold morning. Cold breaths of wind came, and overhead there was an anger of entangled wind caught among the twigs. It, too, was caught and trying to tear itself free, the wind, like Absalom. How cold the anemones looked, bobbing their naked white shoulders over crinoline skirts of green. But they stood it. A few first bleached little primroses too, by the path, and yellow buds unfolding themselves. The roaring and swaying was overhead, only cold currents came down below. Connie was strangely excited in the wood, and the color flew in her cheeks, and burned blue in her eyes. She walked ploddingly, picking a few primroses and the first violets, that smelled sweet and cold, sweet and cold. And she drifted on without knowing where till she came to the clearing, at the end of the wood, and saw the green-stained stone cottage, looking almost rosy, like the flesh underneath a mushroom, its stone warmed in a burst of sun. And there was a sparkle of yellow jasmine by the door, the closed door. But no sound, no smoke from the chimney, no dog barking. She went quietly round to the back, where the bank rose up. She had an excuse, to see the daffodils. And they were there, the short-stemmed flowers, rustling and fluttering and shivering, so bright and alive, but with nowhere to hide their faces, as they turned them away from the wind. They shook their bright, sunny little rags in bouts of distress. But perhaps they liked it really, perhaps they really liked the tossing. Constance sat down with her back to a young pine tree, that swayed against her with curious life, elastic, and powerful, rising up. The erect, alive thing, with its top in the sun. And she watched the daffodils turn golden, in a burst of sun that was warm on her hands and lap. Even she caught the faint, tarry scent of the flowers. And then, being so still and alone, she seemed to bet into the current of her own proper destiny. She had been fastened by a rope, and jagging and snaring like a boat at its moorings, now she was loose and adrift. The sunshine gave way to chill, the daffodils were in shadow, dipping silently. So they would dip through the day and the long cold night. So strong in their frailty. She rose, a little stiff, took a few daffodils, and went down. She hated breaking the flowers, but she wanted just one or two to go with her. She would have to go back to Ragby and its walls, and now she hated it, especially its thick walls. Walls. Always walls. Yet one needed them in this wind. When she got home, Clifford asked her, "Did you go right across the wood? Look, aren't the little daffodils adorable? To think they should come out of the earth. Just as much out of air and sunshine," he said. "But modeled in the earth," she retorted, with a prompt contradiction, that surprised her a little. The next afternoon she went to the wood again. She followed the broad riding that swerved round and up through the larches to a spring called John's Well. It was cold on this hillside, and not a flower in the darkness of larches. But the icy little spring softly pressed upwards from its tiny well-bed of pure, reddish-white pebbles. How icy and clear it was! Brilliant! The new keeper had no doubt put in fresh pebbles. She heard the faint tinkle of water, as the tiny overflow trickled over and downhill. Even above the hissing boom of the larchwood, that spread its bristling, leafless, wolfish darkness on the downslope, she heard the tinkle as of tiny water bells. This place was a little sinister, cold, damp. Yet the well must have been a drinking place for hundreds of years. Now no more. Its tiny cleared space was lush and cold and dismal. She rose and went slowly towards home. As she went she heard a faint tapping away on the right, and stood still to listen. Was it hammering, or a woodpecker? It was surely hammering. She walked on, listening. And then she noticed a narrow track between young fir trees, a track that seemed to lead nowhere. But she felt it had been used. She turned down it adventurously, between the thick young firs, which gave way soon to the old oak wood. She followed the track, and the hammering grew nearer, in the silence of the windy wood, for trees make a silence even in their noise of wind. She saw a secret little clearing, and a secret little hut made of rustic poles. And she had never been here before. She realized it was the quiet place where the growing pheasants were reared. The keeper in his shirt sleeves was kneeling, hammering. The dog trotted forward with a short, sharp bark, and the keeper lifted his face suddenly and saw her. He had a startled look in his eyes. He straightened himself and saluted, watching her in silence, as she came forward with weakening limbs. He resented the intrusion, he cherished his solitude as his only and last freedom in life. I wondered what the hammering was, she said, feeling weak and breathless, and a little afraid of him, as he looked so straight at her. Gettin' coops ready for young bots, he said, in broad vernacular. She did not know what to say, and she felt weak. I should like to sit down a bit, she said. Come and sit RITHUT, he said, going in front of her to the hut, pushing aside some timber and stuff, and drawing out a rustic chair, made of hazel sticks. Amt light year a little fire, he asked, with the curious naivete of the dialect. Oh, don't bother, she replied. But he looked at her hands, they were rather blue. So he quickly took some large figs to the little brick fireplace in the corner, and in a moment the yellow flame was running up the chimney. He made a place by the brick hearth. Sit then a bit, and warm yer, he said. She obeyed him. He had that curious kind of protective authority she obeyed at once. So she sat and warmed her hands at the blaze, and dropped logs on the fire, whilst outside he was hammering again. She did not really want to sit, poked in a corner by the fire, she would rather have watched from the door, but she was being looked after, so she had to submit. The hut was quite cozy, panelled with unvarnished deal, having a little rustic table and stool beside her chair, and a carpenter's bench, then a big box, tools, new boards, nails, and many things hung from pegs, axe, hatchet, traps, things in sacks, his coat. It had no window, the light came in through the open door. It was a jumble, but also it was a sort of little sanctuary. She listened to the tapping of the man's hammer, it was not so happy. He was oppressed. Here was a trespass on his privacy, and a danger us one. He had reached the point where all he wanted on earth was to be alone. And yet he was powerless to preserve his privacy, he was a hired man, and these people were his masters. Especially he did not want to come into contact with a woman again. He feared it, for he had a big wound from old contacts. He felt if he could not be alone, and if he could not be left alone, he would die. His recoil away from the outer world was complete, his last refuge was this wood, to hide himself there. Connie grew warm by the fire, which she had made too big, then she grew hot. She went and sat on the stool in the doorway, watching the man at work. He seemed not to notice her, but he knew. Yet he worked on, as if absorbedly, and his brown dog sat on her tail near him, and surveyed the untrustworthy world. Slender, quiet, and quick, the man finished the coop he was making, turned it over, tried the sliding door, then set it aside. Then he rose, went for an old coop, and took it to the chopping log where he was working. Crouching, he tried the bars, some broke in his hands, he began to draw the nails. Then he turned the coop over and deliberated, and he gave absolutely no sign of awareness of the woman's presence. So Connie watched him fixedly. And the same solitary aloneness she had seen in him naked, she now saw in him clothed, solitary, and intent, like an animal that works alone, but also brooding, like a soul that recoils away from all human contact. Silently, patiently, he was recoiling away from her even now. It was the stillness, and the timeless sort of patience, in a man impatient and passionate, that touched Connie's womb. She saw it in his bent head, the quick quiet hands, the ooshing of his slender, sensitive loins, something patient and withdrawn. She felt his experience had been deeper and wider than her own, much deeper and wider, and perhaps more deadly. And this relieved her of herself, she felt almost irresponsible. So she sat in the doorway of the hut in a dream, utterly unaware of time and of particular circumstances. She was so drifted away that he glanced up at her quickly, and saw the utterly still, waiting look on her face. To him it was a look of waiting. And a little thin tongue of fire suddenly flickered in his loins, at the root of his back, and he groaned in spirit. He dreaded with a repulsion almost of death, any further close human contact. He wished above all things she would go away, and leave him to his own privacy. He dreaded her will, her female will, and her modern female insistency. And above all he dreaded her cool, upper-class impudence of having her own way. For after all he was only a hired man. He hated her presence there. Connie came to herself with sudden uneasiness. She rose. The afternoon was turning to evening, yet she could not go away. She went over to the man, who stood up at attention, his worn face stiff and blank, his eyes watching her. "It's so nice here, so restful," she said. "I have never been here before. I think I shall come and sit here sometimes." "Yes. Do you lock the hut when you're not here?" "Yes, your ladyship." "Do you think I could have a key too, so that I could sit here sometimes?" "Are there two keys?" "Not as on no on, there isna." He had lapsed into the vernacular. Connie hesitated, he was putting up an opposition. Was it his hut, after all? "Couldn't we get another key?" she asked in her soft voice, that underneath had the ring of a woman determined to get her way. "Another," he said, glancing at her with a flash of anger, touched with derision. "Yes, a duplicate," she said, flushing. "Upon Sir Clifford ud know," he said, putting her off. "Yes," she said, "he might have another. Otherwise we could have one made from the one you have. It would only take a day or so, I suppose. You could spare your key for so long." "Ah canna tell yer, lady. Ah no nob dy as males keys round air." Connie suddenly flushed with anger. "Very well," she said. "See to it." "All right, your ladyship." Their eyes met. His had a cold, ugly look of dislike and contempt, and indifference to what would happen. Hers were hot with rebuff. But her heart sank, she saw how utterly he disliked her, when she went against him. And she saw him in a sort of desperation. "Good afternoon." "Afternoon, my lady." He saluted and turned abruptly away. She had wakened the sleeping dogs of old voracious anger in him, anger against the self-willed female. And he was powerless, powerless. He knew it. And she was angry against the self-willed male. A servant too. She walked sullenly home. She found Mrs. Bolton under the great beech tree on the knoll, looking for her. "I just wondered if you'd be coming, my lady," the woman said brightly. "Am I late?" asked Connie. "Oh, only Sir Clifford was waiting for his tea." "Why didn't you make it then?" "Oh, I don't think it's hardly my place." "Don't think Sir Clifford would like it at all, my lady." "I don't see why not," said Connie. She went indoors to Clifford's study, where the old brass kettle was simmering on the tray. "Am I late, Clifford?" she said, putting down the few flowers and taking up the tea caddy, as she stood before the tray in her hat and scarf. "I'm sorry." "Why didn't you let Mrs. Bolton make the tea?" "I didn't think of it," he said ironically. "I don't quite see her presiding at the tea table." "Oh, there's nothing sacrosanct about a silver teapot," said Connie. He glanced up at her curiously. "What did you do all afternoon?" he said. "Walked and sat in a sheltered place." "Do you know there are still berries on the big holly tree?" She took off her scarf, but not her hat, and sat down to make tea. The toast would certainly be leathery. She put the tea cozy over the teapot, and rose to get a little glass for her violets. The poor flowers hung over, limp on their stalks. "They'll revive again," she said, putting them before him in their glass for him to smell. "Sweeter than the lids of Juno's eyes," he quoted. "I don't see a bit of connection with the actual violets," she said. "The Elizabethans are rather upholstered." She poured him his tea. "Do you think there is a second key to that little hut not far from John's Well, where the pheasants are reared?" she said. "There may be. Why? I happened to find it today and I'd never seen it before." I think it's a darling place. I could sit there sometimes, couldn't I? Was Mellors there? Yes. That's how I found it, his hammering. He didn't seem to like my intruding at all. In fact, he was almost rude when I asked about a second key. What did he say? Oh, nothing, just his manner, and he said he knew nothing about keys. There may be one in Father's study. Betts knows them all, they're all there. I'll get him to look. Oh do, she said. So Mellors was almost rude. Oh, nothing, really. But I don't think he wanted me to have the freedom of the castle, quite, I don't suppose he did. Still, don't see why he should mind. It's not his home, after all. It's not his private abode. I don't see why I shouldn't sit there if I want to. Quite, said Clifford. He thinks too much of himself, that man. Do you think he does? Oh, decidedly. He thinks he's something exceptional. You know, he had a wife he didn't get on with, so he joined up in 1915 and was sent to India, I believe. Anyhow, he was blacksmith to the cavalry in Egypt for a time, always was connected with horses, a clever fellow that way. Then some Indian colonel took a fancy to him, and he was made a lieutenant. Yes, they gave him a commission. I believe he went back to India with his colonel, and up to the northwest frontier. He was ill, he was a pension. He didn't come out of the army till last year, I believe, and then, naturally, it isn't easy for a man like that to get back to his own level. He's bound to flounder. But he does his duty all right, as far as I'm concerned. Only I'm not having any of the Lieutenant Mellors touch. How could they make him an officer when he speaks broad Derbyshire? He doesn't accept by fits and starts. He can speak perfectly well, for him. I suppose he has an idea if he's come down to the ranks again, he'd better speak as the ranks speak. Why didn't you tell me about him before? Oh, no patience with these romances. They're the ruin of all order. It's 1,000 pities they ever happened. Connie was inclined to agree. What was the good of discontented people who fitted in nowhere? In the spell of fine weather, Clifford, too, decided to go to the wood. The wind was cold, but not so tiresome, and the sunshine was like life itself, warm and full. It's amazing, said Connie, how different one feels when there's a really fresh fine day. Usually one feels the very air is half dead. People are killing the very air. Do you think people are doing it? He asked. I'll do. The steam of so much boredom and discontent and anger out of all the just kills the vitality in the air. I'm sure of it. Perhaps some condition of the atmosphere lowers the vitality of the people, he said. No, it's man that poisons the universe, she asserted. Fouls his own nest, remarked Clifford. The chair puffed on. In the hazel copse catkins were hanging pale gold, and in sunny places the wood anemones were wide open, as if exclaiming with the joy of life, just as good as in past days, when people could exclaim along with them. They had a faint scent of apple blossom. Connie gathered a few for Clifford. He took them and looked at them curiously. "Thou still unravished bride of quietness," he quoted. "It seems to fit flowers so much better than Greek vases." "Ravished is such a horrid word," she said. "It's only people who ravish things." "Oh, I don't know. Snails and things," he said. "Even snails only eat them, and bees don't ravish." She was angry with him, turning everything into words. Violets were Juno's eyelids, and windflowers were on ravished brides. How she hated words, always coming between her and life. They did the ravishing, if anything did, ready-made words and phrases, sucking all the life sap out of living things. The walk with Clifford was not quite a success. Between him and Connie there was a tension that each pretended not to notice, but there it was. Suddenly, with all the force of her female instinct, she was shoving him off. She wanted to be clear of him, and especially of his consciousness, his words, his obsession with himself, his endless treadmill obsession with himself, and his own words. The weather came rainy again. But after a day or two she went out in the rain, and she went to the wood. And once there, she went towards the hut. It was raining, but not so cold, and the wood felt so silent and remote, inaccessible in the dusk of rain. She came to the clearing. No one there. The hut was locked. But she sat on the log doorstep, under the rustic porch, and snuggled into her own warmth. So she sat, looking at the rain, listening to the many noiseless noises of it, and to the strange soughings of wind in upper branches, when there seemed to be no wind. Old oak trees stood around, grey, powerful trunks, rain-blackened, round and vital, throwing off reckless limbs. The ground was fairly free of undergrowth, the anemones sprinkled, there was a bush or two, elder, or guelder rose, and a purplish tangle of bramble, the old russet of bracken almost vanished under green anemone ruffs. Perhaps this was one of the unravished places. Unravished. The whole world was ravished. Some things can't be ravished. You can't ravish a tin of sardines. And so many women are like that, and men. But the earth. The rain was abating. It was hardly making darkness among the oaks any more. Connie wanted to go, yet she sat on. But she was getting cold, yet the overwhelming inertia of her inner resentment kept her there as if paralyzed. Ravished. How ravished one could be without ever being touched. Ravished by dead words become obscene, and dead ideas become obsessions. A wet brown dog came running and did not bark, lifting a wet feather of a tail. The man followed in a wet black oilskin jacket, like a chauffeur, and face flushed a little. She felt him recoil in his quick walk, when he saw her. She stood up in the handbreadth of dryness under the rustic porch. He saluted without speaking, coming slowly near. She began to withdraw. "I'm just going," she said. "Was yer waitin' to get in?" he asked, looking at the hut, not at her. "No, I only sat a few minutes in the shelter," she said, with quiet dignity. He looked at her. She looked cold. "Sir Clifford Adnt got no other key then?" he asked. "No, but it doesn't matter. I can sit perfectly dry under this porch. Good afternoon." She hated the excess of vernacular in his speech. He watched her closely, as she was moving away. Then he hitched up his jacket, and put his hand in his breeches pocket, taking out the key of the hut. "Uppen you'd better ave this key, and min fend for tea bods some other road." She looked at him. "What do you mean?" she asked. "I mean as uppen can find another place as 11 do for rearin' pheasants. If yer want ter be air, you'll non want me messin' about a time." She looked at him, getting his meaning through the fog of the dialect. "Why don't you speak ordinary English?" she said coldly. "Me? I thought it wore ordinary." She was silent for a few moments in anger. "So if yer want tea key, yer better tacit. Or uppen ald better giet yer termorler, and clear all tea stuff at fust. Would that do for yer?" She became more angry. "I didn't want your key," she said. "I don't want you to clear anything out at all. I don't in the least want to turn you out of your hut, thank you. I only wanted to be able to sit here sometimes, like today. But I can sit perfectly well under the porch, so please say no more about it." He looked at her again, with his wicked blue eyes. "Why," he began, in the broad slow dialect. "Your ladyship's as welcome as Christmas ter hut and tea key and ivory think as is. Oni this time o' year there's bods ter set, and ave got ter be pot erin about a good bit, seein' after and a winter time on ed ardly come nigh tea please. But what wi spring, and Sir Clifford wantin' ter start tea pheasants. And your ladyship non want me tink erin around and about when she was all the time. She listened with a dim kind of amazement. "Why should I mind your being here?" she asked. He looked at her curiously. "Nuisance on me," he said briefly, but significantly. She flushed. "Very well," she said finally. "I won't trouble you. But I don't think I should have minded at all sitting and seeing you look after the birds. I should have liked it. But since you think it interferes with you, I won't disturb you, don't be afraid. You are Sir Clifford's keeper, not mine." The phrase sounded queer, she didn't know why. But she let it pass. "Nay, your ladyship. It's your ladyship's own it's as your ladyship likes and pleases, every time. Yer can turn me off at a week's notice." "It wore only." "Only what?" she asked, baffled. He pushed back his hat in an odd comic way. "Onny as a yod like the place ter yerson, when yer did come, and not me messin' a bit." "But why?" she said, angry. "Aren't you a civilized human being? Do you think I ought to be afraid of you? Why should I take any notice of you and your being here or not? Why is it important?" He looked at her, all his face glimmering with wicked laughter. "It's not, your ladyship. Not in the very least," he said. "Well, why then?" she asked. "Shall I get your ladyship another key then?" "No thank you. I don't want it. I'll get it anyhow. We'd best have 2 keys ter place. And I consider you are insolent," said Connie, with her colour up, panting a little. "Nay, nay," he said quickly. "Dinna yer say that. Nay, nay. I niver meant nothink. Onny thought as if I'o come sd ave ter clear out, and it'd mean a lot of work, settin' up somewheres else. But if your ladyship isn't going ter take no notice o' me, then, it's Sir Clifford's and everythink is as your ladyship likes, everythink is as your ladyship likes and pleases, barrin' yer take no notice o' me, doin' bits of jobs as ave got ter." Connie went away completely bewildered. She was not sure whether she had been insulted and mortally offended, or not. Perhaps the man really only meant what he said, that he thought she would expect him to keep away. As if she would dream of it. And as if he could possibly be so important, he and his stupid presence. She went home in confusion, not knowing what she thought or felt. Chapter 9 Connie was surprised at her own feeling of aversion from Clifford. What is more, she felt she had always really disliked him. Not hate, there was no passion in it. But a profound physical dislike. Almost, it seemed to her, she had married him because she disliked him, in a secret, physical sort of way. But of course, she had married him really because in a mental way he attracted her and excited her. He had seemed, in some way, her master, beyond her. Now the mental excitement had worn itself out and collapsed, and she was aware only of the physical aversion. It rose up in her from her depths, and she realized how it had been eating her life away. She felt weak and utterly forlorn. She wished some help would come from outside. But in the whole world there was no help. Society was terrible because it was insane. Civilized society is insane. Money and so-called love are its 2 great manias, money a long way first. The individual asserts himself in his disconnected insanity in these 2 modes, money and love. Look at Michaelis. His life and activity were just insanity. His love was a sort of insanity. And Clifford the same. All that talk. All that writing. All that wild struggling to push himself forwards. It was just insanity. And it was getting worse, really maniacal. Connie felt washed out with fear. But at least, Clifford was shifting his grip from her onto Mrs. Bolton. He did not know it. Like many insane people, his insanity might be measured by the things he was not aware of, the great desert tracks in his consciousness. Mrs. Bolton was admirable in many ways. But she had that queer sort of bossiness, endless assertion of her own will, which is one of the signs of insanity in modern woman. She thought she was utterly subservient and living for others. Clifford fascinated her because he always, or so often, frustrated her will, as if by a finer instinct. He had a finer, subtler will of self-assertion than herself. This was his charm for her. Perhaps that had been his charm, too, for Connie. "It's a lovely day, today," Mrs. Bolton would say in her caressive, persuasive voice. "I should think you'd enjoy a little run in your chair today, the sun's just lovely." "Yes? Will you give me that book there, that yellow one? And I think I'll have those hyacinths taken out. Why, they're so beautiful." She pronounced it with the Y sound, beautiful. "And the scent is simply gorgeous." "The scent is what I object to," he said. "It's a little funereal." "Do you think so?" she exclaimed in surprise, just a little offended, but impressed. And she carried the hyacinths out of the room, impressed by his higher fastidiousness. "Shall I shave you this morning, or would you rather do it yourself?" Always the same soft, caressive, subservient, yet managing voice. "I don't know. Do you mind waiting a while? I'll ring when I'm ready." "Very good, Sir Clifford," she replied, so soft and submissive, withdrawing quietly. But every rebuff stored up new energy of will in her. When he rang, after a time, she would appear at once. And then he would say, "I think I'd rather you shaved me this morning." Her heart gave a little thrill, and she replied with extra softness, "Very good, Sir Clifford." She was very deft, with a soft, lingering touch, a little slow. At first he had resented the infinitely soft touch of her fingers on his face. But now he liked it, with a growing voluptuousness. He let her shave him nearly every day, her face near his, her eyes so very concentrated, watching that she did it right. And gradually her fingertips knew his cheeks and lips, his jaw and chin and throat perfectly. He was well fed and well liking, his face and throat were handsome enough, and he was a gentleman. She was handsome too, pale, her face rather long and absolutely still, her eyes bright, but revealing nothing. Gradually, with infinite softness, almost with love, she was getting him by the throat, and he was yielding to her. She now did almost everything for him, and he felt more at home with her, less ashamed of accepting her menial offices, than with Connie. She liked handling him. She loved having his body in her charge, absolutely, to the last menial offices. She said to Connie one day, "All men are babies, when you come to the bottom of them. Why, I've handled some of the toughest customers as ever went down Tevershall pit. But let anything ail them so that you have to do for them, and they're babies, just big babies. Oh, there's not much difference in men." At first Mrs. Bolton had thought there really was something different in a gentleman, a real gentleman, like Sir Clifford. So Clifford had got a good start of her. But gradually, as she came to the bottom of him, to use her term, she found he was like the rest, a baby grown to man's proportions, but a baby with a queer temper and a fine manner and power in its control, and all sorts of odd knowledge that she had never dreamed of, with which he could still bully her. Connie was sometimes tempted to say to him, "For God's sake, don't sink so horribly into the hands of that woman." But she found she didn't care for him enough to say it, in the long run. It was still their habit to spend the evening together, till 10 o'clock. Then they would talk, or read together, or go over his manuscript. But the thrill had gone out of it. She was bored by his manuscripts. But she still dutifully typed them out for him. But in time Mrs. Bolton would do even that. For Connie had suggested to Mrs. Bolton that she should learn to use a typewriter. And Mrs. Bolton, always ready, had begun at once, and practiced assiduously. So Nove Clifford would sometimes dictate a letter to her, and she would take it down rather slowly, but correctly. And he was very patient, spelling for her the difficult words, or the occasional phrases in French. She was so thrilled, it was almost a pleasure to instruct her. Now Connie would sometimes plead a headache as an excuse for going up to her room after dinner. "Perhaps Mrs. Bolton will play piquet with you," she said to Clifford. "Oh, I shall be perfectly all right. You go to your own room and rest, darling." But no sooner had she gone, than he rang for Mrs. Bolton, and asked her to take a hand at piquet or bezique, or even chess. He had taught her all these games. And Connie found it curiously objectionable to see Mrs. Bolton, flushed and tremulous like a little girl, touching her queen or her knight with uncertain fingers, then drawing away again. And Clifford, faintly smiling with a half-teasing superiority, saying to her, "You must say Jayadoub." She looked up at him with bright, startled eyes, then murmured shyly, obediently, "Jayadoub." Yes, he was educating her. And he enjoyed it, it gave him a sense of power. And she was thrilled. She was coming bit by bit into possession of all that the gentry knew, all that made them upper class, apart from the money. That thrilled her. And at the same time, she was making him want to have her there with him. It was a subtle deep flattery to him, her genuine thrill. To Connie, Clifford seemed to be coming out in his true colors, a little vulgar, a little common, and uninspired, rather fat. Ivy Bolton's tricks and humble bossiness were also only too transparent. But Connie did wonder at the genuine thrill which the woman got out of Clifford. To say she was in love with him would be putting it wrongly. She was thrilled by her contact with a man of the upper class, this titled gentleman, this author who could write books and poems, and whose photograph appeared in the illustrated newspapers. She was thrilled to a weird passion. And his educating her roused in her a passion of excitement and response much deeper than any love affair could have done. In truth, the very fact that there could be no love affair left her free to thrill to her very marrow with this other passion, the peculiar passion of knowing as he knew. There was no mistake that the woman was in some way in love with him, whatever force we give to the word love. She looked so handsome and so young, and her grey eyes were sometimes marvellous. At the same time, there was a lurking soft satisfaction about her, even of triumph, and private satisfaction. Ugh, that private satisfaction! How Connie loathed it! But no wonder Clifford was caught by the woman. She absolutely adored him, in her persistent fashion, and put herself absolutely at his service, for him to use as he liked. No wonder he was flattered. Connie heard long conversations going on between the two. Or rather, it was mostly Mrs. Bolton talking. She had unloosed to him the stream of gossip about Tevershall village. It was more than gossip. It was Mrs. Gaskell and George Eliot and Miss Mitford all rolled in one, with a great deal more, that these women left out. Once started, Mrs. Bolton was better than any book, about the lives of the people. She knew them all so intimately, and had such a peculiar, flamy zest in all their affairs, it was wonderful, if just a trifle humiliating to listen to her. At first she had not ventured to talk Tevershall, as she called it, to Clifford. But once started, it went on. Clifford was listening for material, and he found it in plenty. Connie realized that his so-called genius was just this, a perspicuous talent for personal gossip, clever and apparently detached. Mrs. Bolton, of course, was very warm when she talked Tevershall. Carried away, in fact. And it was marvelous, the things that happened and that she knew about. She would have run to dozens of volumes. Connie was fascinated, listening to her. But afterwards always a little ashamed. She ought not to listen with this queer rabid curiosity. After all, one may hear the most private affairs of other people, but only in a spirit of respect for the struggling, battered thing which any human soul is, and in a spirit of fine, discriminative sympathy. For even satire is a form of sympathy. It is the way our sympathy flows and recoils that really determines our lives. And here lies the vast importance of the novel, properly handled. It can inform and lead into new places the flow of our sympathetic consciousness, and it can lead our sympathy away in recoil from things gone dead. Therefore, the novel, handled, can reveal the most secret places of life, for it is in the passional secret places of life, above all, that the tide of sensitive awareness needs to ebb and flow, cleansing and freshening. But the novel, like gossip, can also excite spurious sympathies and recoils, mechanical and deadening to the psyche. The novel can glorify the most corrupt feelings, so long as they are conventionally pure. Then the novel, like gossip, becomes at last vicious, and, like gossip, all the more vicious because it is always ostensibly on the side of the angels. Mrs. Bolton's gossip was always on the side of angels. And he was such a bad fellow, and she was such a nice woman. Vivi Herace, as Connie could see even from Mrs. Bolton's gossip, the woman had been merely a mealy-mouthed sort, and the man angrily honest. But angry honesty made a bad man of him, and mealy-mouthedness made a nice woman of her, in the vicious, conventional channeling of sympathy by Mrs. Bolton. For this reason, the gossip was humiliating. And for the same reason, most novels, especially popular ones, are humiliating too. The public responds now only to an appeal to its vices. Nevertheless, one got a new vision of Tevershall village from Mrs. Bolton's talk. A terrible, seething welter of ugly life it seemed, not at all the flat drabness it looked from outside. Clifford of course knew by sight most of the people mentioned, Connie knew only 1 or 5. But it sounded really more like a Central African jungle than an English village. I suppose you heard as Miss Alsop was married last week. Would you ever? Miss Alsop, old James' daughter, the Boot-and-Shoe Alsop. You know they built a house up at Pycroft. The old man died last year from a fall, 83, he was, and nimble as a lad. And then he slipped on Bestwood Hill, on a slide as the lads 'ad made last winter, and broke his thigh, and that finished him, poor old man, it did seem a shame. Well, he left all his money to Tata, didn't leave the boys a penny. And Tata, I know, is 5 years yes, she's 53 last autumn. And you know they were such chapel people, my word. She taught Sunday school for 30 years, till her father died. And then she started carrying on with a fellow from Kinbrook, I don't know if you know him, an oldish fellow with a red nose, rather dandified, Wilcock as works in Harrison's woodyard. Well, he's 65, if he's a day, yet you'd have thought they were a pair of young turtle doves, to see them, arm in arm, and kissing at the gate, yes, and she sitting on his knee right in the bay window on Pycroft Road, for anybody to see. And he's got sons over 40, only lost his wife 2 years ago. If old James Alsop hasn't risen from his grave, it's because there is no rising, for he kept her that strict. Now they're married and gone to live down at Kinbrook, and they say she goes round in a dressing gown from morning to night, a veritable sight. I'm sure it's awful, the way the old ones go on. Why, they're a lot worse than the young, and a sight more disgusting. I lay it down to the pictures, myself. But you can't keep them away. I was always saying, go to a good instructive film, but do for goodness sake keep away from these melodramas and love films. Anyhow, keep the children away. But there you are, grown ups are worse than the children, and the old ones beat the band. Talk about morality. Nobody cares a thing. Folks does as they like, and much better off they are for it, I must say. But they're having to draw their horns in nowadays, now th pits are woon kings so bad, and they haven't got the money. And the grumbling they do, it's awful, especially the women. The men are so good and patient. What can they do, poor chaps? But the women, oh, they do carry on. They go and show off, giving contributions for a wedding present for Princess Mary, and then when they see all the grand things that's been given, they simply rave, who's she, any better than anybody else. Why doesn't Swan and Edgar give me one fur coat, instead of giving her 6? I wish I'd kept my 10 shillings. What's she going to give me, I should like to know? Here I can't get a new spring coat, my dad's working that bad, and she gets van loads. It's time as poor folks had some money to spend, rich ones is at it long enough. I want a new spring coat, I do, and where am I going to get it? I say to them, be thankful you're well fed and well clothed, without all the new finery you want. And they fly back at me, why isn't Princess Mary thankful to go about in her old rags, then, and have nothing? Folks like her get van loads, and I can't have a new spring coat. It's a damned shame. Princess. Bloomin' rot about Princess. It's money as matters, and 'cause she's got lots, they give her more. Nobody's given me any, and I've as much right as anybody else. Don't talk to me about education. It's money as matters. I want a new spring coat, I do, and I shan't get it, 'cause there's no money. That's all they care about, clothes. They think nothing of giving 7 or 8 guineas for a winter coat, collier's daughters, mind you, and 2 guineas for a child's summer hat. And then they go to the primitive chapel in their 2-guinea hat, girls as would have been proud of a 3 and 6penny one in my day. I heard that at the Primitive Methodist anniversary this year, when they have a built-up platform for the Sunday school children, like a grandstand going almost up to T-ceiling, I heard Miss Thompson, who has the first class of girls in the Sunday school, say there'd be over £1,000 in new Sunday clothes sitting on that platform. And times are what they are. But you can't stop them. They're mad for clothes. And boys the same. The lads spend every penny on themselves, clothes, smoking, drinking in the miners' welfare, jaunting off to Sheffield 2 or 3 times a week. Why, it's another world. And they fear nothing, and they respect nothing, the young don't. The older men are that patient and good, really, they let the women take everything. And this is what it leads to. The women are positive demons. But the lads aren't like their dads. They're sacrificing nothing, they aren't, they're all for self. If you tell them they ought to be putting a bit by, for a home, they say, that'll keep, that will, I'm goin' to enjoy myself while I can. Out else'll keep. Oh, they're rough and selfish, if you like. Everything falls on the older men, and it's a bad outlook all round. Clifford began to get a new idea of his own village. The place had always frightened him, but he had thought it more or less stable. Now is there much socialism, Bolshevism, among the people, he asked. Oh, said Mrs. Bolton, you hear a few loud-mouthed ones. But they're mostly women who've got into debt. The men take no notice. I don't believe you'll ever turn our Tevershall men into Reds. They're too decent for that. But the young ones blether sometimes. Not that they care for it really. They only want a bit of money in their pocket, to spend at the welfare, or go gadding to Sheffield. That's all they care. When they've got no money, they'll listen to the Reds spouting. But nobody believes in it, really. So you think there's no danger? Oh no. Not if trade was good, there wouldn't be. But if things were bad for a long spell, the young ones might go funny. I tell you, they're a selfish, spoilt lot. But I don't see how they'd ever do anything. They aren't ever serious about anything, except showing off on motorway dikes and dancing at the Paletodons in Sheffield. You can't make them serious. The serious ones dress up in evening clothes and go off to the Pally to show off before a lot of girls and dance these new Charlestons and whatnot. I'm sure sometimes the bus'll be full of young fellows in evening suits, collier lads, off to the Pally, let alone those that have gone with their girls in motors or on motorway dikes. They don't give a serious thought to a thing save Doncaster races, and the Derby, for they all of them bet on every race. And football. But even football's not what it was, not by a long chalk. It's too much like hard work, they say. No, they'd rather be off on motorbikes to Sheffield or Nottingham, Saturday afternoons. But what do they do when they get there? Oh, hang around and have tea in some fine tea place like the Mikado and go to the Pally or the Pictures or the Empire, with some girl. The girls are as free as the lads. They do just what they like. And what do they do when they haven't the money for these things? They seem to get it, somehow. And they begin talking nasty then. But I don't see how yet you're going to get Bolshevism, when all the lads want is just money to enjoy themselves, and the girls the same, with fine clothes, and they don't care about another thing. They haven't the brains to be socialists. They haven't enough seriousness to take anything really serious, and they never will have. Connie thought, how extremely like all the rest of the classes the lower classes sounded. Just the same thing over again, Tevershall or Mayfair or Kensington. There was only one class nowadays, money boys. The money boy and the money girl, the only difference was how much you'd got, and how much you wanted. Under Mrs. Bolton's influence, Clifford began to take a new interest in the mines. He began to feel he belonged. A new sort of self-assertion came into him. After all, he was the real boss in Tevershall, he was really the pits. It was a new sense of power, something he had till now shrunk from with dread. Tevershall pits were running thin. There were only collieries, Tevershall itself, and New London. Tevershall had once been a famous mine, and had made famous money. But its best days were over. New London was never very rich, and in ordinary times just got along decently. But now times were bad, and it was pits like New London that got left. There's a lot of Tevershall men left and gone to Stacksgate and Whiteover, said Mrs. Bolton. You've not seen the Nev works at Stacksgate, after the war, have you, Sir Clifford? Oh, you must go one day, there's something quite new, great big chemical works at the pit head, doesn't look a bit like a colliery. They say they get more money out of the chemical byproducts than out of the coal. I forget what it is. And the grand new houses for the men, fair mansions. Of course it's brought a lot of riff-raff from all over the country. But a lot of Tevershall men got on there, and doin' well, a lot better than our own men. They say Tevershall's done, finished, only a question of a few more years, and it'll have to shut down. And New London'll go first. My word, won't it be funny when there's no Tevershall pit working? It's bad enough during a strike, but my word, if it closes for good, it'll be like the end of the world. Even when I was a girl it was the best pit in the country, and a man counted himself lucky if he could on here. Oh, there's been some money made in Tevershall. And now the men say it's a sinking ship, and it's time they all got out. Doesn't it sound awful? But of course there's a lot as'll never go till they have to. They don't like these new-fangled mines, such a depth, and all machinery to work them. Some of them simply dreads those iron men, as they call them, those machines for hewing the coal, where men always did it before. And they say it's wasteful as well. But what goes in waste is saved in wages, and a lot more. It seems soon there'll be no use for men on the face of the earth, it'll be all machines. But they say that's what folks said when they had to give up the old stocking frames. I can remember one or two. But my word, the more machines, the more people, that's what it looks like. They say you can't get the same chemicals out of Tevershall coal as you can out of Stacksgate, and that's funny, they're not 3 miles apart. But they say so. But everybody says it's a shame something can't be started, to keep the men going a bit better, and employ the girls. All the girls traipsing off to Sheffield every day. My word, it would be something to talk about if Tevershall collieries took a new lease of life, after everybody saying they're finished, and a sinking ship, and the men ought to leave them like rats leave a sinking ship. But folks talk so much. Of course there was a boom during the war. When Sir Geoffrey made a trust of himself and got the money safe forever, somehow. So they say. But they say even the masters and the owners don't get much out of it now. You can hardly believe it, can you? Why, I always thought the pits would go on forever and ever. Who'd have thought, when I was a girl? But New England's shut down, so is Colwick Wood. Yes, it's fair haunting to go through that copy and see Colwick Wood standing there deserted among the trees, and bushes growing up all over the pit head, and the lines red rusty. It's like death itself, a dead colliery. Why, whatever should we do if Tever shall shut down? It doesn't bear thinking of. Always that throng it's been, except at strikes, and even then the fan wheels didn't stand, except when they fetched the ponies up. I'm sure it's a funny world, you don't know where you are from year to year, you really don't. It was Mrs. Bolton's talk that really put a nerve fight into Clifford. His income, as she pointed out to him, was secure, from his father's trust, even though it was not large. The pits did not really concern him. It was the other world he wanted to capture, the world of literature and fame, the popular world, not the working world. Now he realized the distinction between popular success and working success, the populace of pleasure and the populace of work. He, as a private individual, had been catering with his stories for the populace of pleasure. And he had caught on. But beneath the populace of pleasure lay the populace of work, grim, grimy, and rather terrible. They too had to have their providers. And it was a much grimmer business, providing for the populace of work, than for the populace of pleasure. While he was doing his stories, and getting on in the world, Tevershall was going to the wall. He realized now that the bitch goddess of success had two main appetites, one for flattery, adulation, stroking and tickling such as writers and artists gave her, but the other a grimmer appetite for meat and bones. And the meat and bones for the bitch goddess were provided by the men who made money in industry. Yes, there were great groups of dogs wrangling for the bitch goddess, the group of the flatterers, those who offered her amusement, stories, films, plays, and the other, much less showy, much more savage breed, those who gave her meat, the real substance of money. The well-groomed showy dogs of amusement wrangled and snarled among themselves for the favors of the bitch goddess. But it was nothing to the silent fight to the death that went on among the indispensables, the bone-bringers. But under Mrs. Bolton's influence, Clifford was tempted to enter this other fight, to capture the bitch goddess by brute means of industrial production. Somehow, he got his pecker up. In one way, Mrs. Bolton made a man of him, as Connie never did. Connie kept him apart, and made him sensitive and conscious of himself and his own states. Mrs. Bolton made him aware only of outside things. Inwardly he began to go soft as pulp. But outwardly he began to be effective. He even roused himself to go to the mines once more, and when he was there, he went down in a tub, and in a tub he was hauled out into the workings. Things he had learned before the war, and seemed utterly to have forgotten, now came back to him. He sat there, crippled, in a tub, with the underground manager showing him the seam with a powerful torch. And he said little. But his mind began to work. He began to read again his technical works on the coal mining industry, he studied the government reports, and he read with care the latest things on mining and the chemistry of coal and of shale which were written in German. Of course the most valuable discoveries were kept secret as far as possible. But once you started a sort of research in the field of coal mining, a study of methods and means, a study of byproducts and the chemical possibilities of coal, it was astounding the ingenuity and the almost uncanny cleverness of the modern technical mind, as if really the devil himself had lent fiend's wits to the technical scientists of industry. It was far more interesting than art, than literature, poor emotional half-wit stuff, was this technical science of industry. In this field, men were like gods, or demons, inspired to discoveries, and fighting to carry them out. In this activity, men were beyond any mental age calculable. But Clifford knew that when it did come to the emotional and human life, these self-made men were of a mental age of about 13, feeble boys. The discrepancy was enormous and appalling. But let that be. Let man slide down to general idiocy in the emotional and human mind, Clifford did not care. Let all that go hang. He was interested in the technicalities of modern coal mining, and in pulling Tevra shell out of the hole. He went down to the pit day after day, he studied, he put the general manager, and the overhead manager, and the underground manager, and the engineers through a mill they had never dreamed of. Power. He felt a new sense of power flowing through him, power over all these men, over the hundreds and hundreds of colliers. He was finding out, and he was getting things into his grip. And he seemed verily to be reborn. Now life came into him. He had been gradually dying, with Connie, in the isolated private life of the artist and the conscious being. Now let all that go. Let it sleep. He simply felt life rush into him out of the coal, out of the pit. The very stale air of the colliery was better than oxygen to him. It gave him a sense of power, power. He was doing something, and he was going to do something. He was going to win, not as he had won with his stories, mere publicity, amid a whole sapping of energy and malice. But a man's victory. At first he thought the solution lay in electricity, convert the coal into electric power. Then a new idea came. The Germans invented a new locomotive engine with a self-feeder, that did not need a fireman. And it was to be fed with a new fuel, that burnt in small quantities at a great heat, under peculiar conditions. The idea of a new concentrated fuel that burnt with a hard slowness at a fierce heat was what first attracted Clifford. There must be some sort of external stimulus of the burning of such fuel, not merely air supply. He began to experiment, and got a clever young fellow, who had proved brilliant in chemistry, to help him. And he felt triumphant. He had at last got out of himself. He had fulfilled his lifelong secret yearning to get out of himself. Art had not done it for him. Art had only made it worse. But now, he had done it. He was not aware how much Mrs. Bolton was behind him. He did not know how much he depended on her. But for all that, it was evident that when he was with her his voice dropped to an easy rhythm of intimacy, almost a trifle vulgar. With Connie, he was a little stiff. He felt he owed her everything, and he showed her the utmost respect and consideration, so long as she gave him mere outward respect. But it was obvious he had a secret dread of her. The new Achilles in him had a heel, and in this heel the woman like Connie, his wife, could lame him fatally. He went in a certain half-subservient dread of her, and was extremely nice to her. But his voice was a little tense when he spoke to her, and he began to be silent whenever she was present. Only when he was alone with Mrs. Bolton did he really feel a lord and a master, and his eyes ran on with her almost as easily and garrulously as her own could run. And he let her shave him or sponge all his body as if he were a child, really as if he were a child. Chapter 10 Connie was a good deal alone now, fewer people came to Ragby. Clifford no longer wanted them. He had turned against even the cronies. He was queer. He preferred the radio, which he had installed at some expense, with a good deal of success at last. He could sometimes get Madrid or Frankfurt, even there in the uneasy Midlands. And he would sit alone for hours listening to the loudspeaker bellowing forth. It amazed and stunned Connie. But there he would sit, with a blank entranced expression on his face, like a person losing his mind, and listen, or seem to listen, to the unspeakable thing. Was he really listening? Or was it a sort of soporific he took, whilst something else worked on underneath in him? Connie did now know. She fled up to her room, or out of doors to the wood. A kind of terror filled her sometimes, a terror of the incipient insanity of the whole civilized species. But now that Clifford was drifting off to this other weirdness of industrial activity, becoming almost a creature, with a hard, efficient shell of an exterior and a pulpy interior, one of the amazing crabs and lobsters of the modern, industrial and financial world, invertebrates of the crustacean order, with shells of steel like machines and inner bodies of soft pulp, Connie herself was really completely stranded. She was not even free, for Clifford must have her there. He seemed to have a nervous terror that she should leave him. The curious pulpy part of him, the emotional and humanly individual part, depended on her with terror, like a child, almost like an idiot. She must be there at Rugby, a Lady Catterley, his wife. Otherwise he would be lost like an idiot on a moor. This amazing dependence Connie realized with a sort of horror. She heard him with his pit managers, with the members of his board, with young scientists, and she was amazed at his shrewd insight into things, his power, his uncanny material power over what is called practical men. He had become a practical man himself and an amazingly astute and powerful one, a master. Connie attributed it to Mrs. Bolton's influence upon him, just at the crisis in his life. But this astute and practical man was almost an idiot when left alone to his own emotional life. He worshipped Connie. She was his wife, a higher being, and he worshipped her with a queer, craven idolatry, like a savage, a worship based on enormous fear, and even hate of power of the idol, the dread idol. All he wanted was for Connie to swear not to leave him, not to give him away. Clifford, she said to him but this was after she had the key to the hut would you really like me to have a child one day? He looked at her with a furtive apprehension in his rather prominent pale eyes. I shouldn't mind, if it made no difference between us, he said. No difference to what? She asked. To you and me, to our love for one another. If it's going to affect that, then I'm all against it. Why, I might even one day have a child of my own. She looked at him in amazement. I mean, it might come back to me one of these days. She still stared in amazement, and he was uncomfortable. So you would not like it if I had a child, she said. I tell you, he replied quickly, like a cornered dog, I am quite willing, provided it doesn't touch your love for me. If it would touch that, I am dead against it. Connie could only be silent in cold fear and contempt. Such talk was really the gabbling of an idiot. He no longer knew what he was talking about. Oh, it wouldn't make any difference to my feeling for you, she said, with a certain sarcasm. There, he said. That is the point. In that case I don't mind in the least. I mean it would be awfully nice to have a child running about the house, and feel one was building up a future for it. I should have something to strive for then, and I should know it was your child, shouldn't I, dear? And it would seem just the same as my own. Because it is you who count in these matters. You know that, don't you, dear? I don't enter, I am a cipher. You are the great I am. As far as life goes. You know that, don't you? I mean, as far as I am concerned. I mean, but for you I am absolutely nothing. I live for your sake and your future. Am nothing to myself. Connie heard it all with deepening dismay and repulsion. It was one of the ghastly half-truths that poison human existence. What man in his senses would say such things to a woman? But men aren't in their senses. What man with a spark of honor would put this ghastly burden of life responsibility upon a woman, and leave her there, in the void? Moreover, in half an hour's time, Connie heard Clifford talking to Mrs. Bolton, in a hot, impulsive voice, revealing himself in a sort of passionless passion to the woman, as if she were half mistress, half foster mother to him. And Mrs. Bolton was carefully dressing him in evening clothes, for there were important business guests in the house. Connie really sometimes felt she would die at this time. She felt she was being crushed to death by weird lies, and by the amazing cruelty of idiocy. Clifford's strange business efficiency in a way overawed her, and his declaration of private worship put her into a panic. There was nothing between them. She never even touched him nowadays, and he never touched her. He never even took her hand and held it kindly. No, and because they were so utterly out of touch, he tortured her with his declaration of idolatry. It was the cruelty of utter impotence. And she felt her reason would give way, or she would die. She fled as much as possible to the wood. One afternoon, as she sat brooding, watching the water bubbling coldly in John's well, the keeper had strode up to her. "I got you a key made, my lady," he said, saluting, and he offered her the key. "Thank you so much," she said, startled. "The hut's not very tidy, if you don't mind," he said. "I cleared it what I could." "But I didn't want you to trouble," she said. "Oh, it wasn't any trouble. I am setting the hens in about a week. But they won't be scared of you. I'll have to see to them morning and night, but I shan't bother you any more than I can help." "But you wouldn't bother me," she pleaded. "I'd rather not go to the hut at all, if I am going to be in the way." He looked at her with his keen blue eyes. He seemed kindly, but distant. But at least he was sane, and wholesome, if even he looked thin and ill. A cough troubled him. "You have a cough," she said. "Nothing, a cold. The last pneumonia left me with a cough, but it's nothing." He kept distant from her, and would not come any nearer. She went fairly often to the hut, in the morning or in the afternoon, but he was never there. No doubt he avoided her on purpose. He wanted to keep his own privacy. He had made the hut tidy, put the little table and chair near the fireplace, left a little pile of kindling and small logs, and put the tools and traps away as far as possible, effacing himself. Outside, by the clearing, he had built a low little roof of boughs and straw, a shelter for the birds, and under it stood the live coops. And, one day when she came, she found 2 brown hens sitting alert and fierce in the coops, sitting on pheasants' eggs, and fluffed out so proud and deep in all the heat of the pondering female blood. This almost broke Connie's heart. She, herself, was so forlorn and unused, not a female at all, just a mere thing of terrors. Then all the live coops were occupied by hens, 3 brown, and a grey and a black. All alike, they clustered themselves down on the eggs in the soft nestling ponderosity of the female urge, the female nature, fluffing out their feathers. And with brilliant eyes they watched Connie, as she crouched before them, and they gave short sharp clucks of anger and alarm, but chiefly of female anger at being approached. Connie found corn in the corn bin in the hut. She offered it to the hens in her hand. They would not eat it. Only one hen pecked at her hand with a fierce little jab, so Connie was frightened. But she was pining to give them something, the brooding mothers who neither fed themselves nor drank. She brought water in a little tin, and was delighted when one of the hens drank. Now she came every day to the hens, they were the only things in the world that warmed her heart. Clifford's protestations made her go cold from head to foot. Mrs. Bolton's voice made her go cold, and the sound of the businessmen who came. An occasional letter from Michaelis affected her with the same sense of chill. She felt she would surely die if it lasted much longer. Yet it was spring, and the bluebells were coming in the wood, and the leaf buds on the hazels were opening like the spatter of green rain. How terrible it was that it should be spring, and everything cold-hearted, cold-hearted. Only the hens, fluffed so wonderfully on the eggs, were warm with their hot, brooding female bodies. Connie felt herself living on the brink of fainting all the time. Then, one day, a lovely sunny day with great tufts of primroses under the hazels, and many violets dotting the paths, she came in the afternoon to the coops, and there was one tiny, tiny perky chicken tinily prancing round in front of a coop, and the mother hen clucking in terror. The slim little chick was greyish-brown with dark markings, and it was the most alive little spark of a creature in 7 kingdoms at that moment. Connie crouched to watch in a sort of ecstasy. Life, life! Pure, sparky, fearless new life! New life! So tiny and so utterly without fear. Even when it scampered a little, scrambling into the coop again, and disappeared under the hen's feathers in answer to the mother hen's wild alarm cries, it was not really frightened, it took it as a game, the game of living. For in a moment a tiny sharp head was poking through the gold-brown feathers of the hen, and eyeing the cosmos. Connie was fascinated. And at the same time, never had she felt so acutely the agony of her own female forlornness. It was becoming unbearable. She had only one desire now, to go to the clearing in the wood. The rest was a kind of painful dream. But sometimes she was kept all day at Rugby, by her duties as hostess. And then she felt as if she too were going blank, just blank, and insane. One evening, guests or no guests, she escaped after tea. It was late, and she fled across the park like one who fears to be called back. The sun was setting rosy as she entered the wood, but she pressed on among the flowers. The light would last long overhead. She arrived at the clearing flushed and semi-conscious. The keeper was there, in his shirt sleeves, just closing up the coops for the night, so the little occupants would be safe. But still one little trio was pattering about on tiny feet, alert drab mites, under the straw shelter, refusing to be called in by the anxious mother. "I had to come and see the chickens," she said, panting, glancing shyly at the keeper, almost unaware of him. "Are there any more?" 36 so far, he said. "Not bad." He too took a curious pleasure in watching the dung things come out. Connie crouched in front of the last coop. The 3 chicks had run in. But still their cheeky heads came poking sharply through the yellow feathers, then withdrawing, then only one beady little head eyeing forth from the vast mother body. "I'd love to touch them," she said, putting her fingers gingerly through the bars of the coop. But the moth a1 and pecked at her hand fiercely, and Connie drew back startled and frightened. "How she pecks at me! She hates me," she said in a wondering voice. "But I wouldn't hurt them." The man standing above her laughed, and crouched down beside her, knees apart, and put his hand with quiet confidence slowly into the coop. The old hen pecked at him, but not so savagely. And slowly, softly, with sure gentle fingers, he felt among the old bird's feathers and drew out a faintly peeping chick in his closed hand. "There," he said, holding out his hand to her. She took the little drab thing between her hands, and there it stood, on its impossible little stalks of legs, its atom of balancing life trembling through its almost weightless feet into Connie's hands. But it lifted its handsome, clean-shaped little head boldly, and looked sharply round, and gave a little peep. "So adorable! So cheeky," she said softly. The keeper, squatting beside her, was also watching with an amused face the bold little bird in her hands. Suddenly he saw a tear fall onto her wrist. And he stood up, and stood away, moving to the other coop. For suddenly he was aware of the old flame shooting and leaping up in his loins, that he had hoped was quiescent forever. He fought against it, turning his back to her. But it leapt, and leapt downwards, circling in his knees. He turned again to look at her. She was kneeling and holding her 2 hands slowly forward, blindly, so that the chicken should run into the mother hen again. And there was something so mute and forlorn in her, compassion flamed in his bowels for her. Without knowing, he came quickly towards her and crouched beside her again, taking the chick from her hands, because she was afraid of the hen, and putting it back in the coop. At the back of his loins the fire suddenly darted stronger. He glanced apprehensively at her. Her face was averted, and she was crying blindly, in all the anguish of her generation's forlornness. His heart melted suddenly, like a drop of fire, and he put out his hand and laid his fingers on her knee. "You shouldn't cry," he said softly. But then she put her hands over her face and felt that really her heart was broken and nothing mattered anymore. He laid his hand on her shoulder, and softly, gently, it began to travel down the curve of her back, blindly, with a blind stroking motion, to the curve of her crouching loins. And there his hand softly, softly, stroked the curve of her flank, in the blind instinctive caress. She had found her scrap of handkerchief and was blindly trying to dry her face. "Shall you come to the hut?" he said, in a quiet, neutral voice. And closing his hand softly on her upper arm, he drew her up and led her slowly to the hut, not letting go of her till she was inside. Then he cleared aside the chair and table, and took a brown, soldier's blanket from the tool chest, spreading it slowly. She glanced at his face, as she stood motionless. His face was pale and without expression, like that of a man submitting to fate. "You lie there," he said softly, and he shut the door, so that it was dark, quite dark. With a queer obedience, she lay down on the blanket. Then she felt the soft, groping, helplessly desirous hand touching her body, feeling for her face. The hand stroked her face softly, softly, with infinite soothing and assurance, and at last there was the soft touch of a kiss on her cheek. She lay quite still, in a sort of sleep, in a sort of dream. Then she quivered as she felt his hand groping softly, yet with queer thwarted clumsiness, among her clothing. Yet the hand knew, too, how to unclothe her where it wanted. He drew down the thin silk sheath, slowly, carefully, right down and over her feet. Then with a quiver of exquisite pleasure he touched the warm soft body, and touched her navel for a moment in a kiss. And he had to come into her at once, to enter the peace on earth of her soft, quiescent body. It was the moment of pure peace for him, the entry into the body of the woman. She lay still, in a kind of sleep, always in a kind of sleep. The activity, the orgasm was his, all his, she could strive for herself no more. Even the tightness of his arms round her, even the intense movement of his body, and the springing of his seed in her, was a kind of sleep, from which she did not begin to rouse till he had finished and lay softly panting against her breast. Then she wondered, just dimly wondered, why? Why was this necessary? Why had it lifted a great cloud from her and given her peace? Was it real? Was it real? Her tormented modern woman's brain still had no rest. Was it real? And she knew, if she gave herself to the man, it was real. But if she kept herself for herself, it was nothing. She was old, millions of years old, she felt. And at last, she could bear the burden of herself no more. She was to be had for the taking. To be had for the taking. The man lay in a mysterious stillness. What was he feeling? What was he thinking? She did not know. He was a strange man to her, she did not know him. She must only wait, for she did not dare to break his mysterious stillness. He lay there with his arms round her, his body on hers, his wet body touching hers, so close. And completely unknown. Yet not unpeaceful. His very stillness was peaceful. She knew that, when at last he roused and drew away from her. It was like an abandonment. He drew her dress in the darkness down over her knees and stood a few moments, apparently adjusting his own clothing. Then he quietly opened the door and went out. She saw a very brilliant little moon shining above the afterglow over the oaks. Quickly she got up and arranged herself. She was tidy. Then she went to the door of the hut. All the lower wood was in shadow, almost darkness. Yet the sky overhead was crystal. But it shed hardly any light. He came through the lower shadow towards her, his face lifted like a pale blotch. "Shall we go then?" he said. "Where?" "I'll go with you to the gate." He arranged things his own way. He locked the door of the hut and came after her. "You aren't sorry, are you?" he asked, as he went at her side. "No. No." "Are you?" she said. For that? No, he said. Then after a while he added, but there's the rest of things. What rest of things? She said. Sir Clifford. Other folks. All the complications. Why complications? She said, disappointed. It's always so. For you as well as for me. There's always complications. He walked on steadily in the dark. And are you sorry? She said. In a way, he replied, looking up at the sky. I thought I'd done with it all. Now I've begun again. Begun what? Life. Life, she re-echoed, with a queer thrill. It's life, he said. There's no keeping clear. And if you do keep clear you might almost as well die. So if I've got to be broken open again, I have. She did not quite see it that way, but still it's just love, she said cheerfully. Whatever that may be, he replied. They went on through the darkening wood in silence, till they were almost at the gate. But you don't hate me, do you? She said wistfully. Nay, nay, he replied. And suddenly he held her fast against his breast again, with the old connecting passion. Nay, for me it was it for you? Yes, for me too, she answered, a little untruthfully, for she had not been conscious of much. He kissed her softly, softly, with the kisses of warmth. If only there weren't so many other people in the world, he said lugubriously. She laughed. They were at the gate to the park. He opened it for her. I won't come any further, he said. No. And she held out her hand, as if to shake hands. But he took it in both his. Shall I come again? She asked wistfully. Yes. Yes. She left him and went across the park. He stood back and watched her going into the dark, against the pallor of the horizon. Almost with bitterness he watched her go. She had connected him up again, when he had wanted to be alone. She had cost him that bitter privacy of a man who at last wants only to be alone. He turned into the dark of the wood. All was still, the moon had set. But he was aver of the noises of the night, the engines at Stack's Gate, the traffic on the main road. Slowly he climbed the denuded knoll. And from the top he could see the country, bright rows of lights at Stack's Gate, smaller lights at Tevershall Pit, the yellow lights of Tevershall, and lights everywhere, here and there, on the dark country, with the distant blush of furnaces, faint and rosy, since the night was clear, the rossiness of the outpouring of white-hot metal. Sharp, wicked electric lights at Stack's Gate. An undefinable quick of evil in them. And all the unease, the ever-shifting dread of the industrial night in the Midlands. He could hear the winding engines at Stack's Gate turning down the 7 o'clock miners. The pit worked 3 shifts. He went down again into the darkness and seclusion of the wood. But he knew that the seclusion of the wood was illusory. The industrial noises broke the solitude, the sharp lights, though unseen, mocked it. A man could no longer be private and withdrawn. The world allows no hermits. And now he had taken the woman, and brought on himself a new cycle of pain and doom. For he knew by experience what it meant. It was not woman's fault, nor even love's fault, nor the fault of sex. The fault lay there, out there, in those evil electric lights and diabolical rattlings of engines. There, in the world of the mechanical greedy mechanism and mechanized greed, sparkling with lights and gushing hot metal and roaring with traffic, there lay the vast evil thing. Ready to destroy whatever did not conform. Soon it would destroy the wood, and the bluebells would spring no more. All vulnerable things must perish under the rolling and running of iron. He thought with infinite tenderness of the woman. Poor forlorn thing, she was nicer than she knew, and oh, so much too nice for the tough lot she was in contact with. Poor thing, she too had some of the vulnerability of the wild hyacinths. She wasn't all tough rubber goods and platinum, like the modern girl. And they would do her in. As sure as life, they would do her in, as they do in all naturally tender life. Tender. Somewhere she was tender, tender with a tenderness of the growing hyacinths, something that has gone out of the celluloid women of today. But he would protect her with his heart for a little while. For a little while, before the insentient iron world and the mammon of mechanized greed did them both in, her as well as him. He went home with his gun and his dog, to the dark cottage, lit the lamp, started the fire, and ate his supper of bread and cheese, young onions, and beer. He was alone, in a silence he loved. His room was clean and tidy, but rather stark. Yet the fire was bright, the hearth white, the petroleum lamp hung bright over the table, with its white oilcloth. He tried to read a book about India, but tonight he could not read. He sat by the fire in his shirt sleeves, not smoking, but with a mug of beer in reach. And he thought about Connie. To tell the truth, he was sorry for what had happened, perhaps most for her sake. He had a sense of foreboding. No sense of wrong or sin, he was troubled by no conscience in that respect. He knew that conscience was chiefly fear of society, or fear of oneself. He was not afraid of himself. But he was quite consciously afraid of society, which he knew by instinct to be a malevolent, partly insane beast. The woman. If she could be there with him, and there were nobody else in the world. The desire rose again, his penis began to stir like a live bird. At the same time an oppression, a dread of exposing himself and her to that outside thing that sparkled viciously in the electric lights, weighed down his shoulders. She, poor young thing, was just a young female creature to him, but a young female creature whom he had gone into and whom he desired again. Stretching with the curious yawn of desire, for he had been alone and apart from man or woman for 4 years, he rose and took his coat again, and his gun, lowered the lamp and went out into the starry night, with the dog. Driven by desire and by dread of the malevolent thing outside, he made his round in the wood, slowly, softly. He loved the darkness and folded himself into it. It fitted the turgidity of his desire which, in spite of all, was like a riches, the stirring restlessness of his penis, the stirring fire in his loins. Oh, if only there were other men to be with, to fight that sparkling electric thing outside there, to preserve the tenderness of life, the tenderness of women, and the natural riches of desire. If only there were men to fight side by side with. But the men were all outside there, glorying in the thing, triumphing or being trodden down in the rush of mechanized greed or of greedy mechanism. Constance, for her part, had hurried across the park, home, almost without thinking. As yet she had no afterthought. She would be in time for dinner. She was annoyed to find the doors fastened, however, so that she had to ring. Mrs. Bolton opened. "Why, there you are, your ladyship. I was beginning to wonder if you'd gone lost," she said a little roguishly. "Sir Clifford hasn't asked for you, though. He's got Mr. Linley in with him, talking over something. It looks as if he'd stay to dinner, doesn't it, my lady?" "It does rather," said Connie. "Shall I put dinner back a quarter of an hour? That would give you time to dress in comfort." "Perhaps you'd better." Mr. Linley was the general manager of the collieries, an elderly man from the north, with not quite enough punch to suit Clifford, not up to post-war conditions, nor post-war colliers either, with their canny creed. But Connie liked Mr. Linley, though she was glad to be spared the toadying of his wife. Linley stayed to dinner, and Connie was the hostess men liked so much, so modest, yet so attentive and aware, with big, wide blue eyes and a soft repose that sufficiently hid what she was really thinking. Connie had played this woman so much, it was almost second nature to her, but still, decidedly second. Yet it was curious how everything disappeared from her consciousness while she played it. She waited patiently till she could go upstairs and think her own thoughts. She was always waiting, it seemed to be her forte. Once in her room, however, she felt still vague and confused. She didn't know what to think. What sort of a man was he, really? Did he really like her? Not much, she felt. Yet he was kind. There was something, a sort of warm naive kindness, curious and sudden, that almost opened her womb to him. But she felt he might be kind like that to any woman. Though even so, it was curiously soothing, comforting. And he was a passionate man, wholesome and passionate. But perhaps he wasn't quite individual enough, he might be the same with any woman as he had been with her. It really wasn't personal. She was only really a female to him. But perhaps that was better. And after all, he was kind to the female in her, which no man had ever been. Men were very kind to the person she was, but rather cruel to the female, despising her or ignoring her altogether. Men were awfully kind to Constance Reed or to Lady Catterley, but not to her whom they weren't kind. And he took no notice of Constance or of Lady Catterley, he just softly stroked her loins or her breasts. She went to the wood next day. It was a grey, still afternoon, with the dark green dog's mercury spreading under the hazel copse, and all the trees making a silent effort to open their buds. Today she could almost feel it in her own body, the huge heave of the sap in the massive trees, upwards, up to the bud tips, there to push into little flamy oak leaves, bronze as blood. It was like a ride running turgid upward, and spreading on the sky. She came to the clearing, but he was not there. She had only half expected him. The pheasant chicks were running lightly abroad, light as insects, from the coops where the fellow hens clucked anxiously. Connie sat and watched them, and waited. She only waited. Even the chicks she hardly saw. She waited. The time passed with dreamlike slowness, and he did not come. She had only half expected him. He never came in the afternoon. She must go home to tea. But she had to force herself to leave. As she went home, a fine drizzle of rain fell. "Is it raining again?" said Clifford, seeing her shake her hat. "Just drizzle." She poured tea in silence, absorbed in a sort of obstinacy. She did want to see the keeper today, to see if it were really real. If it were really real. "Shall I read a little to you afterwards?" said Clifford. She looked at him. Had he sensed something? "The spring makes me feel queer. I thought I might rest a little," she said. "Just as you like. Not feeling really unwell, are you?" "No. Only rather tired with the spring." "Will you have Mrs. Bolton to play something with you?" "No. Think I'll listen in." She heard the curious satisfaction in his voice. She went upstairs to her bedroom. There she heard the loudspeaker begin to bellow, in an idiotically velveteen genteel sort of ice, something about a series of street cries, the very cream of genteel affectation imitating old criers. She pulled on her old violet-coloured mackintosh, and slipped out of the house at the side door. The drizzle of rain was like a veil over the world, mysterious, hushed, not cold. She got very warm as she hurried across the park. She had to open her light waterproof. The wood was silent, still and secret in the evening drizzle of rain, full of the mystery of eggs and half-open buds, half-unsheathed flowers. In the dimness of it all trees glistened naked and dark as if they had unclothed themselves, and the green things on earth seemed to hum with greenness. There was still no one at the clearing. The chicks had nearly all gone under the mother hens, only one or two last adventurous ones still dibbed about in the dryness under the straw roof shelter. And they were doubtful of themselves. So he still had not been. He was staying away on purpose. Or perhaps something was wrong. Perhaps she should go to the cottage and see. But she was born to wait. She opened the hut with her key. It was all tidy, the corn put in the bin, the blankets folded on the shelf, the straw neat in a corner, a new bundle of straw. The hurricane lamp hung on a nail. The table and chair had been put back where she had lain. She sat down on a stool in the DCXJ Rue. How still everything was. The fine rain blew very softly, filmily, but the wind made no noise. Nothing made any sound. The trees stood like powerful beings, dim, twilight, silent and alive. How alive everything was! Night was drawing near again, she would have to go. He was avoiding her. But suddenly he came striding into the clearing, in his black oilskin jacket like a chauffeur, shining with wet. He glanced quickly at the hut, half saluted, then veered aside and went on to the coops. There he crouched in silence, looking carefully at everything, then carefully shutting the hens and chicks up safe against the night. At last he came slowly towards her. She still sat on her stool. He stood before her under the porch. "You come then," he said, using the intonation of the dialect. "Yes," she said, looking up at him. "You're later, he replied, looking away into the wood. She rose slowly, drawing aside her stool. "Did you want to come in?" she asked. He looked down at her shrewdly. "Won't folks be thinkin' some think, you come in here every night?" he said. "Why?" She looked up at him, at a loss. "I said I'd come. Nobody knows." "They soon will, though," he replied. "And what then?" She was at a loss for an answer. "Why should they know?" she said. "Folks always does," he said fatally. Her lip quivered a little. "Well, I can't help it," she faltered. "Nay," he said. "You can help it by not comin' if you want to," he added, in a lower tone. "But I don't want to," she murmured. He looked away into the wood, and was silent. "But what when folks finds out?" he asked at last. "Think about it. Think how lowered you'll feel, one of your husband's servants." She looked up at his averted face. "Is it," she stammered, "is it that you don't want me?" "Think," he said. "Think what if folks find out Sir Clifford and everybody talkin'. Well, I can go away." "Where to?" "Anywhere. I've got money of my own. My mother left me £20,000 in trust, and I know Clifford can't touch it. I can go away." "But up'n you don't want to go away." "Yes, yes. I don't care what happens to me." You think that? But you 11 care. You'll have to care, everybody has. You've got to remember your ladyship is carrying on with a gamekeeper. It's not as if I was a gentleman." "Yes, you'd care. You'd care." "I shouldn't. What do I care about my ladyship? I hate it really. I feel people are jeering every time they say it. And they are. Even you jeer when you say it." "Me?" For the first time he looked straight at her, and into her eyes. "I don't jeer at you," he said. As he looked into her eyes she saw his own eyes go dark, quite dark, the pupils dilating. "Don't you care about the risk?" he asked in a husky voice. "You should care. Don't care when it's too late." There was a curious warning pleading in his voice. "But I've nothing to lose," she said fretfully. "If you knew what it is, you'd think I'd be glad to lose it." "But are you afraid for yourself?" He said briefly. "I am. I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I'm afraid o' things." "What things?" she asked. He gave a curious backward jerk of his head, indicating the outer world. "Things. Everybody. The lot of 'em." Then he bent down and suddenly kissed her unhappy face. "Nay, I don't care," he said. "Let's have it, and damn the rest. But if you was to feel sorry you'd ever done it. Don't put me off," she pleaded. He put his fingers to her cheek and kissed her again suddenly. "Let me come in then," he said softly. "And take off your mackintosh." He hung up his gun, slipped out of his wet leather jacket, and reached for the blankets. "I brought another blanket," he said, "so we can put one over us if you like." "I can't stay long," she said. "Dinner is 7:30. He looked at her swiftly, then at his watch. "All right," he said. He shut the door, and lit a tiny light in the hanging hurricane lamp. "One time we'll have a long time," he said. He put the blankets down carefully, one folded for her head. Then he sat down a moment on the stool, and drew her to him, holding her close with one arm, feeling for her body with his free hand. She heard the catch of his intaken breath as he found her. Under her frail petticoat she was naked. What it is to touch thee," he said, as his finger caressed the delicate, warm, secret skin of her waist and hips. He put his face down and rubbed his cheek against her belly and against her thighs again and again. And again she wondered a little over the sort of rapture it was to him. She did not understand the beauty he found in her, through touch upon her living secret body, almost the ecstasy of beauty. For passion alone is awake to it. And when passion is dead, or absent, then the magnificent throb of beauty is incomprehensible and even a little despicable, warm, live beauty of contact, so much deeper than the beauty of vision. She felt the glide of his cheek on her thighs and belly and buttocks, and the close brushing of his mustache and his soft thick hair, and her knees began to quiver. Far down in her she felt a new stirring, a new nakedness emerging. And she was half afraid. Half she wished he would not caress her so. He was encompassing her somehow. Yet she was waiting, waiting. And when he came into her, with an intensification of relief and consummation that was pure peace to him, still she was waiting. She felt herself a little left out. And she knew, partly it was her own fault. She willed herself into this separateness. Now perhaps she was condemned to it. She lay still, feeling his motion within her, his deep-sunk intentness, the sudden quiver of him at the springing of his seed, then the slow subsiding thrust. That thrust of the buttocks, surely it was a little ridiculous. If you were a woman, and a part in all the business, surely that thrusting of the man's buttocks was supremely ridiculous. Surely the man was intensely ridiculous in this posture and this, but she lay still, without recoil. Even when he had finished, she did not rouse herself to get a grip on her own satisfaction, as she had done with Michaelis. She lay still, and the tears slowly filled and ran from her eyes. He lay still, too. But he held her close and tried to cover her poor naked legs with his legs, to keep them warm. He lay on her with a close, undoubting warmth. "Are you cold?" he asked, in a soft, small voice, as if she were close, so close. Whereas she was left out, distant. "No. But I must go," she said gently. He sighed, held her closer, then relaxed to rest again. He had not guessed her tears. He thought she was there with him. "Must go," she repeated. He lifted himself, kneeled beside her a moment, kissed the inner side of her thighs, then drew down her skirts, buttoning his own clothes unthinking, not even turning aside, in the faint light from the lantern. "Tha mun come ter th cottage one time," he said, looking down at her with a warm, sure, easy face. But she lay there inert, and was gazing up at him thinking, stranger. Stranger. She even resented him a little. He put on his coat and looked for his hat, which had fallen, then he slung on his gun. "Come then," he said, looking down at her with those warm, peaceful sort of eyes. She rose slowly. She didn't want to go. She also rather resented staying. He helped her with her thin waterproof and saw she was tidy. Then he opened the door. The outside was quite dark. The faithful dog under the porch stood up with pleasure seeing him. The drizzle of rain drifted greyly past upon the darkness. "It was quite dark mun tave th lantern," he said. "Thol be nob dy." He walked just before her in the narrow path, swinging the hurricane lamp low, revealing the wet grass, the black shiny tree roots like snakes, wan flowers. For the rest, all was grey rain mist and complete darkness. "Tha mun come to the cottage one time," he said, "shall ta? We might as well be hung for a sheep as for a lamb." It puzzled her, his queer, persistent wanting her, when there was nothing between them, when he never really spoke to her, and in spite of herself she resented the dialect. His "Tha mun come" seemed not addressed to her, but some common woman. She recognized the foxglove leaves of the writing and knew, more or less, where they were. "It's 7:15, he said, "you'll do it." He had changed his voice, seemed to feel her distance. As they turned the last bend in the writing towards the hazel wall and the gate, he blew out the light. "We'll see from here," Bea said, taking her gently by the arm. But it was difficult, the earth under their feet was a mystery, but he felt his way by tread, he was used to it. At the gate he gave her his electric torch. "It's a bit lighter in the park," he said, "but take it for fear you get off path." It was true, there seemed a ghost glimmer of greyness in the open space of the park. He suddenly drew her to him and whipped his hand under her dress again, feeling her warm body with his wet, chill hand. "I could die for the touch of a woman like thee," he said in his throat. If Tha would stop another minute. She felt the sudden force of his wanting her again. "No, I must run," she said, a little wildly. He replied, suddenly changed, letting her go. She turned away, and on the instant she turned back to him saying, "Kiss me." He bent over her indistinguishable and kissed her on the left eye. She held her mouth and he softly kissed it, but at once drew away. He hated mouth kisses. "I'll come tomorrow," she said, drawing away, "if I can," she added. "Oh, not so late," he replied out of the darkness. Already she could not see him at all. "Good night," she said. "Good night, your ladyship," his voice. She stopped and looked back into the wet dark. She could just see the bulk of him. "Why did you say that?" she said. "Nay," he replied. "Good night then, run." She plunged on in the dark grey tangible night. She found the side door open, and slipped into her room unseen. As she closed the door the gong sounded, but she would take her bath all the same. She must take her bath. "But I won't be late any more," she said to herself, "it's too annoying." The next day she did not go to the wood. She went instead with Clifford to Uthwaite. He could occasionally go out now in the car, and had got a strong young man as chauffeur, who could help him out of the car if need be. He particularly wanted to see his godfather, Leslie Winter, who lived at Shipley Hall, not far from Uthwaite. Winter was an elderly gentleman now, wealthy, one of the wealthy coal owners who had had their heyday in King Edward's time. King Edward had stayed more than once at Shipley, for the shooting. It was a handsome old stucco hall, very elegantly appointed, for Winter was a backheeler and prided himself on his style, but the place was beset by collieries. Leslie Winter was attached to Clifford, but personally did not entertain a great respect for him, because of the photographs in illustrated papers and the literature. The old man was a buck of the King Edward school, who thought life was life and the scribbling fellows were something else. Towards Connie the squire was always rather gallant. He thought her an attractive demure maiden and rather wasted on Clifford, and it was 1,000 pities she stood no chance of bringing forth an heir to Ragby. He himself had no heir. Connie wondered what he would say if he knew that Clifford's gamekeeper had been having intercourse with her, and saying to her, "Tha mun come to th cottage one time." He would detest and despise her, for he had come almost to hate the shoving forward of the working classes. A man of her own class he would not mind, for Connie was gifted from nature with this appearance of demure, submissive maidenliness, and perhaps it was part of her nature. Winter called her dear child and gave her a rather lovely miniature of an 18th-century lady, rather against her will. But Connie was preoccupied with her affair with the keeper. After all, Mr. Winter, who was really a gentleman and a man of the world, treated her as a person and a discriminating individual. He did not lump her together with all the rest of his female womanhood in his the end that she did not go to the wood that day nor the next, nor the day following. She did not go so long as she felt, or imagined she felt, the man waiting for her, wanting her. But the fourth day she was terribly unsettled and uneasy. She still refused to go to the wood and open her thighs once more to the man. She thought of all the things she might to Sheffield, pay visits, and the thought of all these things was repellent. At last she decided to take a walk, not towards the wood, but in the opposite direction. She would go to Merha, through the little iron gate in the other side of the park fence. It was a quiet grey day of spring, almost warm. She walked on unheeding, absorbed in thoughts she was not even conscious of. She was not really aware of anything outside her, till she was startled by the loud barking of the dog at Merha Farm. Merha Farm. Its pastures ran up to Ragby Park fence, so they were neighbours, but it was some time since Connie had called. "Belle," she said to the big white bull terrier. "Belle. Have you forgotten me? Don't you know me?" She was afraid of dogs, and Belle stood back and bellowed, and she wanted to pass through the farmyard on to the Warren path. Mrs. Flint appeared. She was a woman of Constance's own age, had been a school teacher, but Connie suspected her of being rather a false little thing. "Why, it's Lady Catterley." "Why?" And Mrs. Flint's eyes glowed again, and she flushed like a young girl. "Belle, Belle." "Why? Barking at Lady Catterley." "Belle. Be quiet." She darted forward and slashed at the dog with a white cloth she held in her hand, then came forward to Connie. "She used to know me," said Connie, shaking hands. "The Flints were Catterley tenants. Of course she knows your ladyship." "She's just showing off," said Mrs. Flint, glowing and looking up with a sort of flushed confusion, "but it's so long since she's seen you. I do hope you are better." "Yes, thanks, I'm all right. We've hardly seen you all winter. Will you come in and look at the baby?" "Well..." Connie hesitated. "Just for a minute." Mrs. Flint flew wildly in to tidy up, and Connie came slowly after her, hesitating in the rather dark kitchen where the kettle was boiling by the fire. Back came Mrs. Flint. "I do hope you'll excuse me," she said. "Will you come in here?" They went into the living room, where a baby was sitting on the rag hearth rug, and the table was roughly set for tea. A young servant girl backed down the passage, shy and awkward. The baby was a perky little thing of about a year, with red hair like its father, and cheeky pale blue eyes. It was a girl, and not to be daunted. It sat among cushions and was surrounded with rag dolls and other toys in modern excess. "Why, what a dear she is," said Connie, "and how she's grown. A big girl. A big girl." She had given it a shawl when it was born, and celluloid ducks for Christmas. "There, Josephine. Who's that come to see you?" "Who's this, Josephine?" "Lady Catterley. You know Lady Catterley, don't you?" The queer pert little mite gazed cheekily at Connie. Ladyships were still all the same to her. "Come. Will you come to me?" said Connie to the baby. The baby didn't care one way or another, so Connie picked her up and held her in her lap. How warm and lovely it was to hold a child in one's lap, and the soft little arms, the unconscious cheeky little legs. "I was just having a rough cup of tea all by myself. Luke's gone to market, so I can have it when I like. Would you care for a cup, Lady Catterley?" "I don't suppose it's what you're used to, but if you would." Connie would, though she didn't want to be reminded of what she was used to. There was a great relaying of the table, and the best cups brought and the best teapot. "If only you wouldn't take any trouble," said Connie. But if Mrs. Flint took no trouble, where was the fun? So Connie played with the child and was amused by its little female dauntlessness, and got a deep voluptuous pleasure out of its soft young warmth. Young life! And so fearless! So fearless, because so defenseless. All the other people, so narrow with fear. She had a cup of tea, which was rather strong, and very good bread and butter, and bottled damsons. Mrs. Flint flushed and glowed and bridled with excitement, as if Connie were some gallant knight. And they had a real female chat, and both of them enjoyed it. "It's a poor little tea, though," said Mrs. Flint. "It's much nicer than at home," said Connie truthfully. "Oh," said Mrs. Flint, not believing, of course. But at last Connie rose. "I must go," she said. "My husband has no idea where I am. He'll be wondering all kinds of things. He'll never think you're here," laughed Mrs. Flint excitedly. "He'll be sending the crier round." "Goodbye, Josephine," said Connie, kissing the baby and ruffling its red, wispy hair. Mrs. Flint insisted on opening the locked and barred front door. Connie emerged in the farm's little front garden, shut in by a privet hedge. There were 2 rows of auriculas by the path, very velvety and rich. "Lovely auriculas," said Connie. "Reckless, as Luke calls them," laughed Mrs. Flint. "Have some." And eagerly she picked the velvet and primrose flowers. "Enough. Enough," said Connie. They came to the little garden gate. "Which way were you going?" asked Mrs. Flint. "By the warren." "Let me see. Oh yes, the cows are in the gin close. But they're not up yet. But the gate's locked, you'll have to climb." "I can climb," said Connie. "Perhaps I can just go down the close with you." They went down the poor, rabbit-bitten pasture. Birds were whistling in wild evening triumph in the wood. A man was calling up the last cows, which trailed slowly over the path-worn pasture. "They're late, milking, tonight," said Mrs. Flint severely. "They know Luke won't be back till after dark." They came to the fence, beyond which the young firwood bristled dense. There was a little gate, but it was locked. In the grass on the inside stood a bottle, empty. "There's the keeper's empty bottle for his milk," explained Mrs. Flint. "We bring it as far as here for him, and then he fetches it himself when," said Connie. "Oh, any time he's around. Often in the morning." "Well, goodbye Lady Catterley. And do come again. It was so lovely having you." Connie climbed the fence into the narrow path between the dense, bristling young firs. Mrs. Flint went running back across the pasture, in a sunbonnet, because she was really a schoolteacher. Constance didn't like this dense new part of the wood, it seemed gruesome and choking. She hurried on with her head down, thinking of the Flint's baby. It was a dear little thing, but it would be a bit bow-legged like its father. It showed already, but perhaps it would GRTW out of it. How warm and fulfilling somehow to have a baby, and how Mrs. Flint had showed it off. She had something anyhow that Connie hadn't got, and apparently couldn't have. Yes, Mrs. Flint had flaunted her motherhood. And Connie had been just a little bit jealous. She couldn't help it. She started out of her muse, and gave a little cry of fear. A man was there. It was the keeper. He stood in the path like Balaam's ass, barring her way. "How's this?" he said in surprise. "How did you come?" she panted. "How did you? Have you been to the hut?" "No. No. I went to Merha." He looked at her curiously, searchingly, and she hung her head a little guiltily. "And were you going to the hut now?" he asked rather sternly. "No. I mustn't. I stayed at Merha. No one knows where I am. I'm late. I've got to run." "Giving me the slip, like," he said, with a faint ironic smile. "No. No. Not that. Only why, what else," he said. And he stepped up to her and put his arms around her. She felt the front of his body terribly near to her, and alive. "Oh, not now, not now," she cried, trying to push him away. "Why not? It's only 6, you've got half an hour. Nay. Nay. I want you. He held her fast and she felt his urgency. Her old instinct was to fight for her freedom. But something else in her was strange and inert and heavy. His body was urgent against her, and she hadn't the heart any more to fight. He looked around. Come here. Through here, he said, looking penetratingly into the dense fir trees, that were young and not more than half grown. He looked back at her. She saw his eyes, tense and brilliant, fierce, not loving. But her wool had left her. A strange weight was on her limbs. She was giving way. She was giving up. He led her through the wall of prickly trees, that were difficult to come through, to a place where was a little space and a pile of dead boughs. He threw 1 or 2 dry ones down, put his coat and waistcoat over them, and she had to lie down there under the boughs of the tree, like an animal, while he waited, standing there in his shirt and breeches, watching her with haunted eyes. But still he was provident, he made her lie properly. Yet he broke the band of her underclothes, for she did not help him, only lay inert. He too had bared the front part of his body and she felt his naked flesh against her as he came into her. For a moment he was still inside her, turgid there and quivering. Then as he began to move, in the sudden helpless orgasm, there awoke in her new strange thrills rippling inside her. Rippling, like a flapping overlapping of soft flames, soft as feathers, running to points of brilliance, exquisite and melting her all molten inside. It was like bells rippling up and up to a culmination. She lay unconscious of the wild little cries she uttered at the last. But it was over too soon, and she could no longer force her own conclusion with her own activity. This was different. She could do nothing. She could no longer harden and grip for her own satisfaction upon him. She could only wait and moan in spirit as she felt him withdrawing and contracting, coming to the terrible moment when he would slip out of her and be gone. Whilst all her womb was open and softly clamouring, like a sea anemone under the tide, clamouring for him to come in again and make a fulfillment for her. She clung to him unconscious in passion, and he never quite slipped from her, and she felt the soft bud of him within her stirring, and strange rhythms flushing up into her with a strange rhythmic growing motion, swelling and swelling till it filled all her cleaving consciousness, and then began again the unspeakable motion that was not really motion, but pure deepening whirlpools of sensation swirling deeper and deeper through all her tissue and consciousness, till she was one perfect concentric fluid of feeling, and she lay there crying in unconscious inarticulate cries. The voice out of the uttermost night, the life. The man heard it beneath him with a kind of awe, as his life sprang out into her. And as it subsided, he subsided too and lay utterly still, unknowing, while her grip on him slowly relaxed, and she lay inert. And they lay and knew nothing, not even of each other, both lost. Till at last he began to rouse and become aware of his defenseless nakedness, and she was aware that his body was loosening its clasp on her. He was coming apart, but in her breast she felt she could not bear him to leave her uncovered. He must cover her now forever. But he drew away at last, and kissed her and covered her over, and began to cover himself. She lay looking up to the boughs of the tree, unable as yet to move. He stood and fastened up his breeches, looking round. All was dense and silent, save for the odd dog that lay with its paws against its nose. He sat down again on the brushwood and took Connie's hand in silence. She turned and looked at him. "We came off together that time," he said. She did not answer. "It's good when it's like that. Most folks live their lives through and they never know it," he said, speaking rather dreamily. She looked into his brooding face. "Do they?" she said. "Are you glad?" He looked back into her eyes. "Glad," he said, "but never mind." He did not want her to talk. And he bent over her and kissed her, and she felt, so he must kiss her forever. At last she sat up. "Don't people often come off together?" she asked with naive curiosity. "A good many of them never. You can see by the raw look of them." He spoke unwittingly, regretting he had begun. "Have you come off like that with other women?" He looked at her amused. "I don't know," he said, "I don't know." And she knew he would never tell her anything he didn't want to tell her. She watched his face, and the passion for him moved in her bowels. She resisted it as far as she could, for it was the loss of herself to herself. He put on his waistcoat and his coat, and pushed away through to the path again. The last level rays of the sun touched the wood. "I won't come with you," he said, "better not." She looked at him wistfully before she turned. His dog was waiting so anxiously for him to go, and he seemed to have nothing whatever to say. Nothing left. Connie went slowly home, realizing the depth of the other thing in her. Another self was alive in her, burning molten and soft in her womb and bowels, and with this self she adored him. She adored him till her knees were weak as she walked. In her womb and bowels she was flowing and alive now and vulnerable, and helpless in adoration of him as the most naive woman. "It feels like a child," she said to herself, "it feels like a child in me." And so it did, as if her womb, that had always been shut, had opened and filled with new life, almost a burden, yet lovely. "If I had a child," she thought to herself, "if I had him inside me," as her limbs turned molten at the thought, and she realized the immense difference between having a child to oneself and having a child to a man whom one's bowels yearned towards. The former seemed in a sense ordinary, but to have a child to a man whom one adored in one's bowels and one's womb, it made her feel she was very different from her old self, and as if she was sinking deep, deep to the center of all womanhood and the sleep of creation. It was not the passion that was new to her, it was the yearning adoration. She knew she had always feared it, for it left her helpless. She feared it still, lest if she adored him too much, then she would lose herself, become effaced, and she did not want to be effaced, a slave, like a savage woman. She must not become a slave. She feared her adoration, yet she would not at once fight against it. She knew she could fight it. She had a devil of self-will in her breast that could have fought the full soft heaving adoration of her womb and crushed it. She could even now do it, or she thought so, and she could then take up her passion with her own will. Ah yes, to be passionate like a bacchante, like a bacchanal fleeing through the woods, to call on lacos, the bright fallows that had no independent personality behind it, but was pure God-servant to the woman. The man, the individual, let him not dare intrude. He was but a temple servant, the bearer and keeper of the bright fallows, her own. So, in the flux of new awakening, the old hard passion flamed in her for a time, and the man dwindled to a contemptible object, the mere fallows bearer, to be torn to pieces when his service was performed. She felt the force of the Bacchae in her limbs and her body, the woman gleaming and rapid, beating down the male, but while she felt this, her heart was heavy. She did not want it, it was known and barren, birthless, the adoration was her treasure. It was so fathomless, so soft, so deep, and so unknown. No, no, she would give up her hard bright female power, she was weary of it, stiffened with it, she would sink in the new bath of life, in the depths of her womb and her bowels that sang the voiceless song of adoration. It was early yet to begin to fear the man. "I walked over by Merha, and I had tea with Mrs. Flint," she said to Clifford. "Wanted to see the baby. It's so adorable, with hair like red cobwebs. Such a dear." Mr. Flint had gone to market, so she and I and the baby had tea together. "Did you wonder where I was?" "Well, I wondered, but I guessed you had dropped in somewhere to tea," said Clifford jealously. With a sort of second sight he sensed something new in her, something to him quite incomprehensible, but he ascribed it to the baby. He thought that all that ailed Connie was that she did not have a baby, automatically bring one forth, so to speak. I saw you go across the park to the iron gate, my lady, said Mrs. Bolton, so I thought perhaps you'd called at the rectory. I nearly did, then I turned towards Merha instead. The eyes of the two women met, Mrs. Bolton's grey and bright and searching, Connie's blue and veiled and strangely beautiful. Mrs. Bolton was almost sure she had a lover, yet how could it be, and who could it be? Where was there a man? Oh, it's so good for you, if you go out and see a bit of company sometimes, said Mrs. Bolton. I was saying to Sir Clifford, it would do her ladyship a world of good if she'd go out among people more. Yes, glad I went, and such a quaint dear cheeky baby, Clifford, said Connie. It's got hair just like spiderwebs, and bright orange, and the oddest, cheekiest, pale blue china eyes. Of course it's a girl, or it wouldn't be so bold, bolder than any little Sir Francis Drake. You're right, my lady, a regular little flint. They were always a forward sandy-headed family, said Mrs. Bolton. You like to see it, Clifford? I've asked them to tea for you to see it. Who? He asked, looking at Connie in great uneasiness. Mrs. Flint and the baby, next Monday. You can have them to tea up in your room, he said. Why, don't you want to see the baby? She cried. Oh, I'll see it, but I don't want to sit through a tea time with them. Oh, cried Connie, looking at him with wide-veiled eyes. She did not really see him, he was somebody else. You can have a nice cozy tea up in your room, my lady, and Mrs. Flint will be more comfortable than if Sir Clifford was there, said Mrs. Bolton. She was sure Connie had a lover, and something in her soul exulted. But who was he? Who was he? Perhaps Mrs. Flint would provide a clue. Connie would not take her bath this evening. The sense of his flesh touching her, his very stickiness upon her, was dear to her, and in a sense holy. Clifford was very uneasy. He would not let her go after dinner, and she had wanted so much to be alone. She looked at him, but was curiously submissive. Shall we play a game, or shall I read to you, or what shall it be? He asked uneasily. You read to me, said Connie. What shall I read? Verse or prose? Or drama? Read Racine, she said. It had been one of his stunts in the past, to read Racine in the real French grand manner, but he was rusty now, and a little self-conscious, he really preferred the loudspeaker. But Connie was sewing a little frock of primrose silk, cut out of one of her dresses, for Mrs. Flint's baby. Between coming home and dinner she had cut it out, and she sat in the soft quiescent rapture of herself sewing, while the noise of the reading went on. Inside herself she could feel the humming of passion, like the after-humming of deep bells. Clifford said something to her about the Racine. She caught the sense after the words had gone. Yes. Yes, she said, up at him. Ida's splendid. Again he was frightened at the deep blue blaze of her eyes, and of her soft stillness, sitting there. She had never been so utterly soft and still. She fascinated him helplessly, as if some perfume about her intoxicated him. So he went on helplessly with his reading, and the throaty sound of the French was like the wind in the chimneys to her. Of the Racine she heard not one syllable. She was gone in her own soft rapture, like a forest soughing with the dim, glad moan of spring, moving into bud. She could feel in the same world with her the man, the nameless man, moving on beautiful feet, beautiful in the phallic mystery. And in herself, in all her veins, she felt him and his child. His child was in all her veins, like a twilight. For hands she hath none, nor eyes, nor feet, nor golden treasure of hair. She was like a forest, like the dark interlacing of the oakwood, humming inaudibly with myriad unfolding buds. Meanwhile the birds of desire were asleep in the vast interlaced intricacy of her body. But Clifford's voice went on, clapping and gurgling with unusual sounds. How extraordinary it was! How extraordinary he was, bent there over the book, queer and rapacious and civilized, with broad shoulders and no real legs. What a strange creature, with the sharp, cold inflexible will of some bird, and no warmth at all. One of those creatures of the afterwards, that have no soul, but an extra alert will, cold will. She shuddered a little, afraid of him. But then, the soft warm flame of life was stronger than he, and the real things were hidden from him. The reading finished. She was startled. She looked up, and was more startled still to see Clifford watching her with pale, uncanny eyes, like hate. "Thank you so much. You do read Racine beautifully," she said softly. "Almost as beautifully as you listen to him," he said cruelly. "What are you making?" he asked. "I'm making a child's dress, for Mrs. Flint's baby." He turned away. A child. A child. That was all her obsession. "After all," he said in a declamatory voice, "one gets all one wants out of Racine. Emotions that are ordered and given are more important than disorderly emotions." She watched him with wide, vague, veiled eyes. "Yes, I'm sure they are," she said. "The modern world has only vulgarized emotion by letting it loose. What we need is classic control." "Yes," she said slowly, thinking of him listening with vacant face to the emotional idiocy of the radio. "People pretend to have emotions, and they really feel nothing. I suppose that is being romantic." "Exactly," he said. As a matter of fact, he was tired. This evening had tired him. He would rather have been with his technical books, or his pit manager, or listening in to the radio. Mrs. Bolton came in with 2 glasses of malted milk, for Clifford, to make him sleep, and for Connie, to fatten her again. It was a regular nightcap she had introduced. Connie was glad to go, when she had drunk her glass, and thankful she needn't help Clifford to bed. She took his glass and put it on the tray, then took the tray, to leave it outside. "Good night, Clifford. Do sleep well. The Racine gets into one like a dream. Good night." She had drifted to the door. She was going without kissing him good night. He watched her with sharp, cold eyes. So. She did not even kiss him good night, after he had spent an evening reading to her. Such depths of callousness in her. Even if the kiss was but a formality, it was on such formalities that life depends. She was a Bolshevik, really. Her instincts were Bolshevistic. He gazed coldly and angrily at the door whence she had gone. Anger. And again the dread of the night came on him. He was a network of nerves, and when he was not braced up to work, and so full of energy, or when he was not listening in, and so utterly neuter, then he was haunted by anxiety and a sense of dangerous void. He was afraid. And Connie could keep the fear off him, if she would. But it was obvious she wouldn't. She was callous, cold and callous to all that he did for her. He gave up his life for her, and she was callous to him. She only wanted her own way. The lady loves her will. Now it was a baby she was obsessed by. Just so it should be her own, all her own, and not his. Clifford was so healthy, considering. He looked so well and ruddy in the face, his shoulders were broad and strong, his chest deep, he had put on flesh. And yet, at the same time, he was afraid of death. A terrible hollow seemed to menace him somewhere, somehow, a void, and into this void his energy would collapse. Energyless, he felt at times he was dead, really dead. So his rather prominent pale eyes had a queer look, furtive, and yet a little cruel, so cold, and at the same time, almost impudent. It was a very odd look, this look of impudence, as if he were triumphing over life in spite of life. Who knoweth the mysteries of the will, for it can triumph even against the angels, but his dread was the nights when he could not sleep. Then it was awful indeed, when annihilation pressed in on him on every side. Then it was ghastly, to exist without having any life, lifeless, in the night, to exist. But now he could ring for Mrs. Bolton. And she would always come. That was a great comfort. She would come in her dressing gown, with her hair in a plait down her back, curiously girlish and dim, though the brown plait was streaked with grey. And she would make him coffee or chamomile tea, and she would play chess or piquet with him. She had a woman's queer faculty of playing even chess well enough, when she was 3 parts asleep, well enough to make her worth beating. So, in the silent intimacy of the night, they sat, or she sat and he lay on the bed, with the reading lamp shedding its solitary light on them, she almost gone in sleep, he almost gone in a sort of fear, and they played together. Then they had a cup of coffee and a biscuit together, hardly speaking, in the silence of night, but being a reassurance to one another. And this night she was wondering who Lady Catterley's lover was. And she was thinking of her own Ted, so long dead, yet for her never quite dead. And when she thought of him, the old grudge against the world rose up, but especially against the masters, that they had killed him. They had not really killed him. Yet, to her, emotionally, they had. And somewhere deep in herself, because of it, she was a nihilist, and really anarchic. In her half-sleep, thoughts of her Ted and thoughts of Lady Catterley's unknown lover commingled, and then she felt she shared with the other woman a great grudge against Sir Clifford and all he stood for. At the same time she was playing piquet with him, and they were gambling sixpences. And it was a source of satisfaction to be playing piquet with a baronet, and even losing sixpences to him. When they played cards, they always gambled. It made him forget himself. And he usually won. Tonight too he was winning. So he would not go to sleep till the first dawn appeared. Luckily it began to appear at 4:30 or thereabouts. Connie was in bed, and fast asleep all this time. But the keeper, too, could not rest. He had closed the coops and made his round of the wood, then gone home and eaten supper. But he did not go to bed. Instead he sat by the fire and thought. He thought of his boyhood in Tevershall, and of his 5 or 6 years of married life. He thought of his wife, and always bitterly. She had seemed so brutal. But he had not seen her now since 1915, in the spring when he joined up. Yet there she was, not 3 miles away, and more brutal than ever. He hoped never to see her again while he lived. He thought of his life abroad, as a soldier. India, Egypt, then India again, the blind, thoughtless life with the horses, the colonel who had loved him and whom he had loved, the several years that he had been an officer, a lieutenant with a very fair chance of being a captain. Then the death of the colonel from pneumonia, and his own narrow escape from death, his damaged health, his deep restlessness, his leaving the army and coming back to England to be a working man again. He was temporizing with life. He had thought he would be safe, at least for a time, in this wood. There was no shooting as yet, he had to rear the pheasants. He would have no guns to serve. He would be alone, and apart from life, which was all he wanted. He had to have some sort of a background. And this was his native place. There was even his mother, though she had never meant very much to him. And he could go on in life, existing from day to day, without connection and without hope. For he did not know what to do with himself. He did not know what to do with himself. Since he had been an officer for some years, and had mixed among the other officers and civil servants, with their wives and families, he had lost all ambition to get on. There was a toughness, a curious rubber-necked toughness and unlivingness about the middle and upper classes, as he had known them, which just left him feeling cold and different from them. So, he had come back to his own class. To find there, what he had forgotten during his absence of years, a pettiness and a vulgarity of manner extremely distasteful. He admitted now at last, how important manner was. He admitted, also, how important it was even to pretend not to care about the halfpence and the small things of life. But among the common people there was no pretense. A penny more or less on the bacon was worse than a change in the gospel. He could not stand it. And again, there was the wage squabble. Having lived among the owning classes, he knew the utter futility of expecting any solution of the wage squabble. There was no solution, short of death. The only thing was not to care about the wages. Yet, if you were poor and wretched, you had to care. Anyhow, it was becoming the only thing they did care about. The care about money was like a great cancer, eating away the individuals of all classes. He refused to care about money. And what then? What did life offer apart from the care of money? Nothing. Yet he could live alone, in the wan satisfaction of being alone, and raise pheasants to be shot ultimately by fat men after breakfast. It was futility to the nth power. But why care, why bother? And he had not cared nor bothered till now, when this woman had come into his life. He was nearly 10 years older than she. And he was 1,000 years older in experience, starting from the bottom. The connection between them was growing closer. He could see the day when it would clinch up and they would have to make a life together. For the bonds of love are ill to loose. And what then? What then? Must he start again, with nothing to start on? Must he entangle this woman? Must he have the horrible broil with her lame husband? And also some sort of horrible broil with his own brutal wife, who hated him? Misery. Lots of misery. And he was no longer young and merely buoyant. Neither was he the insouciant sort. Every bitterness and every ugliness would hurt him, and the woman. But even if they got clear of Sir Clifford and of his own wife, even if they got clear, what were they going to do? What was he, himself, going to do? What was he going to do with his life? For he must do something. He couldn't be a mere on her money and his own very small pension. It was the insoluble. He could only think of going to America, to try a new air. He disbelieved in the dollar utterly. But perhaps there was something else. He could not rest nor even go to bed. After sitting in a stupor of bitter thoughts until midnight, he got suddenly from his chair and reached for his coat and gun. "Come on, lass," he said to the dog. "We're best outside." It was a starry night, but moonless. He went on a slow, scrupulous, soft-stepping and stealthy round. The only thing he had to contend with was the colliers setting snares for rabbits, particularly the Stacks Gate colliers, on the Merha side. But it was breeding season, and even colliers respected it a little. Nevertheless, the stealthy beating of the round in search of poachers soothed his nerves and took his mind off his thoughts. But when he had done his slow, cautious beating of his bounds, it was nearly a 5-mile walk. He was tired. He went to the top of the knoll and looked out. There was no sound save the faint shuffling noise from Stacks Gate colliery, that never ceased working, and there were hardly any lights, save the brilliant electric rows at the works. The world lay darkly and fumily sleeping. It was 2:30. But even in its sleep it was an uneasy, cruel world, stirring with the noise of a train or some great lorry on the road, and flashing with some rosy lightning flash from the furnaces. It was a world of iron and coal, the cruelty of iron and the smoke of coal, and the endless greed that drove it all. Only greed stirring in its sleep. It was cold, and he was coughing. A fine cold draught blew over the knoll. He thought of the woman. Now he would have given all he had or ever might have to hold her warm in his arms, both of them wrapped in one blanket, and sleep. All hopes of eternity and all gain from the past he would have given to have her there, to be wrapped warm with him in one blanket, and sleep, only sleep. It seemed the sleep with the woman in his arms was the only necessity. He went to the hut, and wrapped himself in the blanket and lay on the floor to sleep. But he could not, he was cold. And besides, he felt cruelly his own unfinished nature. He felt his own unfinished condition of aloneness cruelly. He wanted her, to touch her, to hold her fast against him in one moment of completeness and sleep. He got up again and went out, towards the park gates this time, then slowly along the path towards the house. It was nearly 4 o'clock, still clear and cold, but no sign of dawn. He was used to the dark, he could see well. Slowly, slowly the great house drew him, as a magnet. He wanted to be near her. It was not desire, not that. It was the cruel sense of unfinished aloneness, that needed a silent woman folded in his arms. Perhaps he could find her. Perhaps he could even call her out to him, or find some way into her. For the need was imperious. He slowly, silently climbed the incline to the hall. Then he came round the great trees at the top of the knoll, on to the drive, which made a grand sweep round a lozenge of grass in front of the entrance. He could already see the 2 magnificent beeches which stood in this big level lozenge in front of the house, detaching themselves darkly in the dark air. There was the house, low and long and obscure, with one light burning downstairs, in Sir Clifford's room. But which room she was in, the woman who held the other end of the frail thread which drew him so mercilessly, that he did not know. He went a little nearer, gun in hand, and stood motionless on the drive, watching the house. Perhaps even he could find her, come at her in some way. The house was not impregnable, he was as clever as burglars are. Why not come to her? He stood motionless, waiting, while the dawn faintly and imperceptibly paled behind him. He saw the light in the house go out. But he did not see Mrs. Bolton come to the window and draw back the old curtain of dark blue silk, and stand herself in the dark room, looking out on the half-dark of the approaching day, looking for the longed-for dawn, waiting for Clifford to be really reassured that it was daybreak. For when he was sure of daybreak, he would sleep almost at once. She stood blind with sleep at the window, waiting. And as she stood, she started and almost cried out. For there was a man out there on the drive, a black figure in the twilight. She woke up greyly, and watched, but without making a sound to disturb Sir Clifford. The daylight began to rustle into the world, and the dark figure seemed to go smaller and more defined. She made out the gun and gaiters and baggy jacket. It would be Oliver Mellors, the keeper. Yes, for there was the dog nosing around like a shadow, and waiting for him. And what did the man want? Did he want to rouse the house? What was he standing there for, transfixed, looking up at the house like a lovesick male dog outside the house where the bitch is? Goodness! The knowledge went through Mrs. Bolton like a shot. He was Lady Catterley's lover. He. To think of it! Why, she, Ivy Bolton, had once been a tiny bit in love with him herself. When he was a lad of 16 and she a woman of 26. It was when she was studying, and he had helped her a lot with the anatomy and things she had had to learn. He'd been a clever boy, had a scholarship for Sheffield Grammar School, and learned French and things, and then after all had become an overhead blacksmith shoeing horses, because he was fond of horses, he said, but really because he was frightened to go out and face the world, only he'd never admit it. But he'd been a nice lad, had helped her a lot, so clever at making things clear to you. He was quite as clever as Sir Clifford, and always one for the women. More with women than men, they said. Till he'd gone and married that Bertha Coutts, as if to spite himself. Some people do marry to spite themselves, because they're disappointed of something. And no wonder it had been a failure. For years he was gone, all the time of the war, and a lieutenant and all, quite the gentleman, really quite the gentleman, then to come back to Tevershall and go as a gamekeeper. Really, some people can't take their chances when they've got them. And talking broad Derbyshire again like the worst, when she, Ivy Bolton, knew he spoke like any gentleman, really. Well. So her ladyship had fallen for him. Well, her ladyship wasn't the first, there was something about him. But fancy! A tever shall lad born and bred, and she her ladyship in Rugby Hall. My word, that was a slap back at the high and mighty Catterleys. But he, the keeper, as the day grew, had realized, it's no good. It's no good trying to get rid of your 01VN aloneness. You've got to stick to it all your life. Only at times, the gap will be filled in. At times. But you have to wait for the times. Accept your own aloneness and stick to it, all your life. And then accept the times when the gap is filled in, when they come. But they've got to come. You can't force them. With a sudden snap the bleeding desire that had drawn him after her broke. He had broken it, because it must be so. There must be a coming together on both sides. And if she wasn't coming to him, he wouldn't track her down. He mustn't. He must go away, till she came. He turned slowly, ponderingly, accepting again the isolation. He knew it was better so. She must come to him, it was no use his trailing after her. No use. Mrs. Bolton saw him disappear, saw his dog run after him. Well, she said. He's the one man I never thought of, and the one man I might have thought of. He was nice to me when he was a lad, after I lost Ted. Well, whatever would he say if he knew? And she glanced triumphantly at the already sleeping Clifford, as she stepped softly from the room. Chapter 11. Connie was sorting out one of the Rugby lumber rooms. There were several, the house was a warren, and the family never sold anything. Sir Geoffrey's father had liked pictures and Sir Geoffrey's mother had liked cinquecento furniture. Sir Geoffrey himself had liked old carved oak chests, vestry chests. So it went on the generations. Clifford collected very modern pictures, at very moderate prices. So in the lumber room there were bad Sir Edwin Landseers and pathetic William Henry Hunt birds' nests, and other academy stuff, enough to frighten the daughter of an RA. She determined to look through it one day, and clear it all. And the grotesque furniture interested her. Wrapped up carefully to preserve it from damage and dry rot was the old family cradle, of rosewood. She had to unwrap it, to look at it. It had a certain charm, she looked at it a long time. It's thousand pities it won't be called for, sighed Mrs. Bolton, who was helping. Though cradles like that are out of date nowadays. It might be called for. I might have a child, said Connie casually, as if saying she might have a new hat. You mean if anything happened to Sir Clifford, stammered Mrs. Bolton. No. I mean as things are. It's only muscular paralysis with Sir Clifford, it doesn't affect him, said Connie, lying as naturally as breathing. Clifford had put the idea into her head. He had said, of course I may have a child yet. I'm not really mutilated at all. The potency may easily come back, even if the muscles of the hips and legs are paralysed. And then the seed may be transferred. He really felt, when he had his periods of energy and worked so hard at the question of the mines, as if his sexual potency were returning. Connie had looked at him in terror. But she was quite quick-witted enough to use his suggestion for her own preservation. For she would have a child if she could, but not his. Mrs. Bolton was for a moment breathless, flabbergasted. Then she didn't believe it, she saw in it a ruse. Yet doctors could do such things nowadays. They might sort of graft seed. My lady, I only hope and pray you may. It would be lovely for you, and for everybody. My word, a child in Rugby, what a difference it would make. Wouldn't it, said Connie. And she chose 3 RA pictures of 60 years ago, to send to the Duchess of Shortlands for that lady's next charitable bazaar. She was called the Bazaar Duchess, and she always asked all the county to send things for her to sell. She would be delighted with 3 framed RAs. She might even call, on the strength of them. How furious Clifford was when she called, but oh my dear! Mrs. Bolton was thinking to herself. Is it Oliver Miller's child you're preparing us for? Oh my dear, that would be a Tevershall baby in the Ragby cradle, my word. Wouldn't shame it, neither. Among other monstrosities in this lumber room was a largish black japanned box, excellently and ingeniously made some 60 or 70 years ago, and fitted with every imaginable object. On top was a concentrated toilet set, brushes, bottles, mirrors, combs, boxes, even 3 beautiful little razors in safety sheaths, shaving bowl and all. Underneath came a sort of escritoire outfit, blotters, pens, ink bottles, paper, envelopes, memorandum books, and then a perfect sewing outfit, with 3 different sized scissors, thimbles, needles, silks and cottons, darning egg, all of the very best quality and perfectly finished. Then there was a little medicine store, with bottles labelled laudanum, tincture of myrrh, cloves and so on, but empty. Everything was perfectly new, and the whole thing, when shut up, was as big as a small, but fat weekend bag. And inside, it fitted together like a puzzle. The bottles could not possibly have spilled, there wasn't r.nm. The thing was wonderfully made and contrived, excellent craftsmanship of the Victorian order. But somehow it was monstrous. Some Catterley must even have felt it, for the thing had never been used. It had a peculiar soullessness. Yet Mrs. Bolton was thrilled. Look what beautiful brushes, so expensive, even the shaving brushes, 3 perfect ones. No. And those scissors. They're the best that money could buy. Oh, I call it lovely. Do you? Said Connie. Then you have it. Oh no, my lady. Of course. It will only lie here till doomsday. If you won't have it, send it to the Duchess as well as the pictures, and she doesn't deserve so much. Do have it. Oh, your ladyship. I shall never be able to thank you. You needn't try, laughed Connie. And Mrs. Bolton sailed down with the huge and very black box in her arms, flushing bright pink in her excitement. Mr. Betts drove her in the trap to her house in the village, with the box. And she had to have a few friends in, to show it, the schoolmistress, the chemist's wife, Mrs. Wheaton the under-cashier's wife. They thought it marvellous. And then started the whisper of Lady Catterley's child. Wonders'll never cease, said Mrs. Wheaton. But Mrs. Bolton was convinced, if it did come, it would be Sir Clifford's child. So there. Not long after, the rector said gently to Clifford, and may we really hope for an heir to Ragby? Ah, that would be the hand of God and mercy, indeed. Well. We may hope, said Clifford, with a faint irony, and at the same time, a certain conviction. He had begun to believe it really possible it might even be his child. Then one afternoon came Leslie Winter, Squire Winter, as everybody called him, lean, immaculate, and 70, and every inch a gentleman, as Mrs. Bolton said to Mrs. Betts. Every millimetre indeed. And with his old-fashioned, rather ha-ha manner of speaking, he seemed more out of date than Bagwig's. Time, in her flight, drops these fine old feathers. They discussed the collieries. Clifford's idea was, that his coal, even the poor sort, could be made into hard concentrated fuel that would burn at great heat if fed with certain damp, acidulated air at a fairly ng pressure. It had long been observed that in a particularly strong, wet wind the pit bank burned very vivid, gave off hardly any fumes, and left a fine powder of ash, instead of the slow pink gravel. But where will you find the proper engines for burning your fuel? Asked Winter. I'll make them myself. And I'll use my fuel myself. And I'll sell electric power. I'm certain I could do it. If you can do it, then splendid, splendid, my dear boy. Ha! Splendid. If I can be of any help, I shall be delighted. I'm afraid I am a little out of date, and my collieries are like me. But who knows, when I'm gone, there may be men like you. Splendid. It will employ all the men again, and you won't have to sell your coal, or fail to sell it. A splendid idea, and I hope it will be a success. If I had sons of my own, no doubt they would have up-to-date ideas for Shipley, no doubt. By the way, dear boy, is there any foundation to the rumour that we may entertain hopes of an heir to Ragby? Is there a rumour? Asked Clifford. Well, my dear boy, Marshall from Fillingwood asked me, that's all I can say about a rumour. Of course I wouldn't repeat it for the world, if there were no foundation. Well, sir, said Clifford uneasily, but with strange bright eyes. There is a hope. There is a hope. Winter came across the room and wrung Clifford's hand. My dear boy, my dear lad, can you believe what it means to me, to hear that? And to hear you are working in the hopes of a son, and that you may again employ every man at Tevershall. Ah, my boy! To keep up the level of the race, and to have work waiting for any man who cares to work. The old man was really moved. Next day Connie was arranging tall yellow tulips in a glass vase. Connie, said Clifford, did you know there was a rumour that you are going to supply Ragby with a son and heir? Connie felt dim with terror, yet she stood quite still, touching the flowers. No, she said. Is it a joke? Or malice? He paused before he answered, neither, hope. Hope it may be a prophecy. Connie went on with her flowers. I had a letter from father this morning, she said. He wants to know if I am aware he has accepted Sir Alexander Cooper's invitation for me for July and August, to the Villa Esmeralda in Venice. July and August, said Clifford. Oh, I wouldn't stay all that time. Are you sure you wouldn't come? Elle won't travel abroad, said Clifford promptly. She took her flowers to the window. Do you mind if I go? She said. You know it was promised, for this summer. For how long would you go? Perhaps 3 weeks. There was silence for a time. Well, said Clifford slowly, and a little gloomily. I suppose I could stand it for 3 weeks, if I were absolutely sure you'd want to come back. Elle should want to come back, she said, with a quiet simplicity, heavy with conviction. She was thinking of the other man. Clifford felt her conviction, and somehow he believed her, he believed it was for him. He felt immensely relieved, joyful at once. In that case, he said, I think it would be all right, don't you? I think so, she said. You'd enjoy the change. She looked up at him with strange blue eyes. I should like to see Venice again, she said, and to bathe from one of the shingle islands across the lagoon. But you know I loathe the Lido. And I don't fancy I shall like Sir Alexander Cooper and Lady Cooper. But if Hilda is there, and we have a gondola of our own, yes, it will be rather lovely. I do wish you'd come. She said it sincerely. She would so love to make him happy, in these ways. Ah, but think of me, though, at the Gare du Nord, at Calais Quay. But why not? I see other men carried in who have been wounded in the war. Besides, we'd motor all the way. We should need to take envo men. Oh no. We'd manage with Field. There would always be another man there. But Clifford shook his head. Not this year, dear. Not this year. Next year probably try. She went away gloomily. Next year. What would next year bring? She herself did not really want to go to Venice, not now, now there was the other man. But she was going as a sort of discipline, and also because, if she had a child, Clifford could think she had a lover in Venice. It was already May, and in June they were supposed to start. Always these arrangements. Always one's life arranged for one. Wheels that worked one and drove one, and over which one had no real control. It was May, but cold and wet again. A cold wet May, good for corn and hay. Much the corn and hay matter nowadays. Connie had to go into Uthwaite, which was their little town, where the Catterleys were still the Catterleys. She went alone, field driving her dot in spite of May and a new greenness. The country was dismal. It was rather chilly, and there was smoke on the rain, and a certain sense of exhaust vapor in the air. One just had to live from one's resistance. No wonder these people were ugly and tough. The car ploughed uphill through the long squalid straggle of Tevershall, the blackened brick dwellings, the black slate roofs glistening their sharp edges, the mud black with coal dust, the pavements wet and black. It was as if dismalness had soaked through and everything. The utter negation of natural beauty, the utter negation of the gladness of life, the utter absence of the instinct for shapely beauty which every bird and beast has, the utter death of the human intuitive faculty was appalling. The stacks of soap in the grocers' shops, the rhubarb and lemons in the greengrocers, the awful hats in the milliners. All went by ugly, 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 followed by the plaster ungilt horror of the cinema with its wet picture announcements, a woman's lover, and the new big primitive chapel, primitive enough in its stark brick and big panes of greenish and raspberry glass in the windows. The Wesleyan chapel, higher up, was of blackened brick and stood behind iron railings and blackened shrubs. The Congregational chapel, which thought itself superior, was built of rusticated sandstone and had a steeple, but not a very high one. Just beyond were the new school buildings, expensive pink brick, and gravelled playground inside iron railings, all very imposing, and fixing the suggestion of a chapel and a prison. Standard 5 girls were having a singing lesson, just finishing the La Mi Do La exercises and beginning a sweet children's song. Anything more unlike song, spontaneous song, would be impossible to imagine, a strange bawling yell that followed the outlines of a tune. It was not like savages, savages have subtle rhythms. It was not like animals, animals mean something when they yell. It was like nothing on earth, and it was called singing. Connie sat and listened with her heart in her boots, as Field was filling petrol. What could possibly become of such a people in whom the living intuitive faculty was dead as nails, and only queer mechanical yells and uncanny willpower remained? A coal cart was coming downhill, clanking in the rain. Field started upwards, past the big but weary-looking drapers and clothing shops, the post office, into the little market-place of forlorn space, where Sam Black was peering out of the door of the Sun, that called itself an inn, not a pub, and where the commercial travellers stayed, and was bowing to Lady Catterley's car. The church was away to the left among black trees. The car slid on downhill, past the Miners' Arms. It had already passed the Wellington, the Nelson, the 3 Tons, and the Sun. Now it passed the Miners' Arms, then the Mechanics' Hall, then the new and almost gaudy Miners' Welfare, and so, past a few new villas, out into the blackened road between dark hedges and dark green fields, towards Stack's Gate. Tevershall. That was Tevershall. Merry England. Shakespeare's England. No, but the England of today, as Connie had realized since she had come to live in it. It was producing a new race of mankind, in the money and social and political side, on the spontaneous, intuitive side dead, but dead. Half corpses, all of them, but with a terrible insistent consciousness in the other half. There was something uncanny and underground about it all. It was an underworld. And quite incalculable. How shall we understand the reactions in half corpses? When Connie saw the great lorries full of steel workers from Sheffield, weird, distorted smallish beings like men, off for an excursion to Matlock, her bowels fainted and she thought, "Ah God, what has man done to man? What have the leaders of men been doing to their fellow men? They have reduced them to less than humanness, and now there can be no fellowship any more. It is just a nightmare." She felt again in a wave of terror the grey, gritty hopelessness of it all. With such creatures for the industrial masses, and the upper classes as she knew them, there was no hope any more. Yet she was wanting a baby, and an heir to Ragby. An heir to Ragby. She shuddered with dread. Yet Mellors had come out of all this, yes, but he was as apart from it all as she was. Even in him there was no fellowship left. It was dead. The fellowship was dead. There was only apartness and hopelessness, as far as all this was concerned. And this was England, the vast bulk of England, as Connie knew, since she had motored from the centre of it. The car was rising towards Stack's Gate. The rain was holding off, and in the air came a queer pellucid gleam of May. The country rolled away in long undulations, south towards the Peak, east towards Mansfield and Nottingham. Connie was travelling south. As she rose on to the high country, she could see on her left, on a height above the rolling land, the shadowy, powerful bulk of Warsop Castle, dark grey, with below it the reddish plastering of miners' dwellings, newish, and below those the plumes of dark smoke and white steam from the great colliery which put so many £1,000 per annum into the pockets of the Duke and the other shareholders. The powerful old castle was a ruin, yet it hung its bulk on the low skyline, over the black plumes and the white that waved on the damp air below. A turn, and they ran on the high level to Stack's Gate. Stack's Gate, as seen from the high road, was just a huge and gorgeous new hotel, the Koningsby Arms, standing red and white and gilt in barbarous isolation off the road. But if Yana looked, you saw on the left rows of handsome modern dwellings, set down like a game of dominoes, with spaces and gardens, a queer game of dominoes that some weird masters were playing on the surprised earth. And beyond these blocks of dwellings, at the back, rose all the astonishing and frightening overhead erections of a really modern mine, chemical works and long galleries, enormous, and of shapes not before known to man. The headstock and pit bank of the mine itself were insignificant among the huge new installations. And in front of this, the game of dominoes stood forever in a sort of surprise, waiting to be played. This was Stack's Gate, new on the face of the earth, since the war. But as a matter of fact, though even Connie did not know it, downhill half a mile below the hotel was old Stack's Gate, with a little old colliery and blackish old brick dwellings, and a chapel or two and a shop or two and a little pub or two. But that didn't count any more. The vast plumes of smoke and vapour rose from the new works up above, and this was now Stack's Gate, no chapels, no pubs, even no shops. Only the great works, which are the modern Olympia with temples to all the gods, then the model dwellings, then the hotel. The hotel in actuality was nothing but a miner's pub, though it looked first-classy. Even since Connie's arrival at Ragby this new place had arisen on the face of the earth, and the model dwellings had filled with riff-raff drifting in from anywhere, to poach Clifford's rabbits among other occupations. The car ran on along the uplands, seeing the rolling county spread out. The county. It had once been a proud and lordly county. In front, looming again and hanging on the brow of the skyline, was the huge and splendid bulk of Chadwick Hall, more window than wall, one of the most famous Elizabethan houses. Noble it stood alone above a great park, but out of date, passed over. It was still kept up, but as a show place. Look how our ancestors lorded it. That was the past. The present lay below. God alone knows where the future lies. The car was already turning, between little old blackened miners' cottages, to descend to Uthwaite. And Uthwaite, on a damp day, was sending up a whole array of smoke plumes and steam, to whatever gods there be. Uthwaite down in the valley, with all the steel threads of the railways to Sheffield drawn through it, and the coal mines and the steel works sending up smoke and glare from long tubes, and the pathetic little corkscrew spire of the church, that is going to tumble down, still pricking the fumes, always affected Connie strangely. It was an old market town, centre of the Dales. One of the chief inns was the Catterley Arms. There, in Uthwaite, Ragby was known as Ragby, as if it were a whole place, not just a house, as it was to outsiders. Ragby Hall, near Tevershall, Ragby, a seat. The miners' cottages, blackened, stood flush on the pavement, with that intimacy and smallness of colliers' dwellings over 100 years old. They lined all the way. The road had become a street, and as you sank, you forgot instantly the open, rolling country where the castles and big houses still dominated, but like ghosts. Now you were just above the tangle of naked railway lines, and foundries and other works rose about you, so big you were only aware of walls. And iron clanked with a huge reverberating clank, and huge lorries shook the earth, and whistles screamed. Yet again, once you had got right down and into the twisted and crooked heart of the town, behind the church, you were in the world of 2 centuries ago, in the crooked streets where the Catterley Arms stood, and the old pharmacy, streets which used to lead out to the wild open world of the castles and stately couchant houses. But at the corner a policeman held up his hand as 3 lorries loaded with iron rolled past, shaking the poor old church. And not till the lorries were past could he salute her ladyship. So it was. Upon the old crooked Burgess streets hordes of oldish blackened miners' dwellings crowded, lining the roads out. And immediately after these came the newer, pinker rows of rather larger houses, plastering the valley, the homes of more modern workmen. And beyond that again, in the wide rolling regions of the castles, smoke waved against steam, and patch after patch of raw reddish brick showed the newer mining settlements, sometimes in the hollows, sometimes gruesomely ugly along the skyline of the slopes. And in between, were the tattered remnants of the old coaching and cottage England, even the England of Robin Hood, where the miners prowled with the dismalness of suppressed sporting instincts, when they were not at work. England, my England! But which is my England? The stately homes of England make good photographs, and create the illusion of a connection with the Elizabethans. The handsome old halls are there, from the days of good Queen Anne and Tom Jones. But smuts fall and blacken on the drab stucco, that has long ceased to be golden. And one by one, like the stately homes, they were abandoned. Now they are being pulled down. As for the cottages of England, there they are, great plasterings of brick dwellings on the hopeless countryside. Now they are pulling down the stately homes, the Georgian halls are going. Fritchley, a perfect old Georgian mansion, was even now, as Connie passed in the car, being demolished. It was in perfect repair, till the war the Weatherleys had lived in style there. But now it was too big, too expensive, and the country had become too ungenial. The gentry were departing to pleasanter places, where they could spend their money without having to see how it was made. This is history. One England blots out another. The mines had made the halls wealthy. Now they were blotting them out, as they had already blotted out the cottages. The industrial England blots out the agricultural England. One meaning blots out another. The New England blots out the Old England. And the continuity is not organic, but mechanical. Connie, belonging to the leisured classes, had clung to the remnants of the Old England. It had taken her years to realize that it was really blotted out by this terrifying new and gruesome England, and that the blotting out would go on till it was complete. Fritchley was gone, Eastwood was gone, Shipley was going, Squire Winter's beloved Shipley. Connie called for a moment at Shipley. The park gates, at the back, opened just near the level crossing of the colliery railway. The Shipley colliery itself stood just beyond the trees. The gates stood open, because through the park was a right-of-way that the colliers used. They hung around the park. The car passed the ornamental ponds, in which the colliers threw their newspapers, and took the private drive to the house. It stood above, aside, a very pleasant stucco building from the middle of the 18th century. It had a beautiful alley of yew trees, that had approached an older house, and the hall stood serenely spread out, winking its Georgian panes as if cheerfully. Behind, there were really beautiful gardens. Connie liked the interior much better than Ragby. It was much lighter, more alive, shapen and elegant. The rooms were panelled with creamy painted panelling, the ceilings were touched with gilt, and everything was kept in exquisite order. All the appointments were perfect, regardless of expense. Even the corridors managed to be ample and lovely, softly curved and full of life. But Leslie Winter was alone. He had adored his house. But his park was bordered by 3 of his own collieries. He had been a generous man in his ideas. He had almost welcomed the colliers in his park. Had the miners not made him rich? So, when he saw the gangs of unshapely men lounging by his ornamental waters not in the private part of the park, no, he drew the line there. He would say, the miners are perhaps not so ornamental as deer, but they are far more profitable. But that was in the golden monetarily latter half of Queen Victoria's reign. Miners were then good working men. Winter had made this speech, half apologetic, to his guest, the then Prince of Wales. And the prince had replied, in his rather guttural English, "You are quite right. If there were coal under Sandringham, I would open a mine on the lawns, and think it first-rate landscape gardening. Oh, I am quite willing to exchange roe deer for colliers, at the price. Your men are good men too, I hear." But then, the prince had perhaps an exaggerated idea of the beauty of money, and the blessings of industrialism. However, the prince had been a king, and the king had died, and now there was another king, whose chief function seemed to be to open soup kitchens. And the good working men were somehow hemming Shipley in. New mining villages crowded on the park, and the squire felt somehow that the population was alien. He used to feel, in a good-natured but quite grand way, lord of his own domain and of his own colliers. Now, by a subtle pervasion of the new spirit, he had somehow been pushed out. It was he who did not belong any more. There was no mistaking it. The mines, the industry, had a will of its own, and this will was against the gentleman owner. All the colliers took part in the will, and it was hard to live up against it. It either shoved you out of the place, or out of life altogether. Squire Winter, a soldier, had stood it out. But he no longer cared to walk in the park after dinner. He almost hid, indoors. Once he had walked, bareheaded, and in his patent leather shoes and purple silk socks, with Connie down to the gate, talking to her in his well-bred rather ha-ha fashion. But when it came to passing the little gangs of colliers who stood and stared without either salute or anything else, Connie felt how the lean, well-bred old man winced as an elegant antelope stag in a cage winces from the vulgar stare. The colliers were not personally hostile, not at all. But their spirit was cold, and shoving him out. And, deep down, there was a profound grudge. They worked for him. And in their ugliness, they resented his elegant, well-groomed, well-bred existence. Who's he? It was the difference they resented. And somewhere, in his secret English heart, being a good deal of a soldier, he believed they were right to resent the difference. He felt himself a little in the wrong, for having all the advantages. Nevertheless he represented a system, and he would not be shoved out. Except by death. Which came on him soon after Connie's call, suddenly. And he remembered Clifford handsomely in his will. The heirs at once gave out the order for the demolishing of Shipley. It cost too much to keep up. No one would live there. So it was broken up. The avenue of yews was cut down. The park was denuded of its timber, and divided into lots. It was near enough to Uthwaite. In the strange, bald desert of this still one more no-man's land, new little streets of semi-detacheds were run up, very desirable. The Shipley Hall estate. Within a year of Connie's last call, it had happened. There stood Shipley Hall estate, an array of red brick semi-detached villas in new streets. No one would have dreamed that the stucco hall had stood there 12 months before. But this is a later stage of King Edward's landscape gardening, the sort that has an ornamental coal mine on the lawn. One England blots out another. The England of the Squire Winters and the Rugby Halls was gone, dead. The blotting out was only not yet complete. What would come after? Connie could not imagine. She could only see the new brick streets spreading into the fields, the new erections rising at the collieries, the new girls in their silk stockings, the new collier lads lounging into the pally or the welfare. The younger generation were utterly unconscious of the old England. There was a gap in the continuity of consciousness, almost American, but industrial really. What next? Connie always felt there was no next. She wanted to hide her head in the sand, or, at least, in the bosom of a living man. The world was so complicated and weird and gruesome. The common people were so many, and really so terrible. So she thought as she was going home, and saw the colliers trailing from the pits, grey-black, distorted, one shoulder higher than the other, slurring their heavy iron-shod boots. Underground grey faces, whites of eyes rolling, necks cringing from the pit roof, shoulders out of shape. Men. Men. Alas, in some ways patient and good men. In other ways, non-existent. Something that men should have was bred and killed out of them. Yet they were men. They begot children. One might bear a child to them. Terrible, terrible thought. They were good and kindly. But they were only half, only the grey half of a human being. As yet, they were good. But even that was the goodness of their halfness. Supposing the dead in them ever rose up. But no, it was too terrible to think of. Connie was absolutely afraid of the industrial masses. They seemed so weird to her. A life with utterly no beauty in it, no intuition, always in the pit. Children from such men. Oh God, oh God! Yet Mellors had come from such a father. Not quite. 40 years had made a difference, an appalling difference in manhood. The iron and the coal had eaten deep into the bodies and souls of the men. Incarnate ugliness, and yet alive. What would become of them all? Perhaps with the passing of the coal they would disappear again, off the face of the earth. They had appeared out of nowhere in their thousands, when the coal had called for them. Perhaps they were only weird fauna of the coal seams. Creatures of another reality, they were elementals, serving the elements of coal, as the metal workers were elementals, serving the element of iron. Men not men, but animus of coal and iron and clay. Fauna of the elements, carbon, iron, silicon, elementals. They had perhaps some of the weird, inhuman beauty of minerals, the luster of coal, the weight and blueness and resistance of iron, the transparency of glass. Elemental creatures, weird and distorted, of the mineral world. They belonged to the coal, the iron, the clay, as fish belong to the sea and worms to dead wood. The anima of mineral disintegration. Connie was glad to be home, to bury her head in the sand. She was glad even to babble to Clifford. For her fear of the mining and iron Midlands affected her with a queer feeling that went all over her, like influenza. "Of course I had to have tea in Miss Bentley's shop," she said. "Really? Winter would have given you tea?" "Oh yes, but I daren't disappoint Miss Bentley." Miss Bentley was a shallow old maid with a rather large nose and romantic disposition who served tea with a careful intensity worthy of a sacrament. "Did she ask after me?" said Clifford. "Of course, may I ask your ladyship how Sir Clifford is, I'll believe she ranks you even higher than Nurse Cavell. And I suppose you said I was blooming." "Yes. And she looked as rapt as if I had said the heavens had opened to you. I said if she ever came to Tevershall she was to come to see you." "Me? Whatever for? See me?" "Why yes, Clifford. You can't be so adored without making some slight return. Saint George of Cappadocia was nothing to you, in her eyes. And do you think she'll come?" "Oh," she blushed. And looked quite beautiful for a moment, poor thing. Why don't men marry the women who would really adore them? The women start adoring too late. But did she say she'd come? "Oh." Connie imitated the breathless Miss Bentley. "Your ladyship, if ever I should dare to presume. Dare to presume? How absurd! But I hope to God she won't turn up. And how was her tea? Oh, Lipton's, and very strong. But Clifford, do you realize you are the Roman de la Rose of Miss Bentley and lots like her? I'm not flattered, even then. They treasure up every one of your pictures in the illustrated papers, and probably pray for you every night. It's rather wonderful. She went upstairs to change. That evening he said to her, "You do think, don't you, that there is something eternal in marriage?" She looked at him. "But Clifford, you make eternity sound like a lid or a long, long chain that trailed after one, no matter how far one went." He looked at her, annoyed. "What mean," he said, "is that if you go to Venice, you won't go in the hopes of some love affair that you can take au grand sérieux, will you? A love affair in Venice au grand sérieux? No, I assure you. No, I'd never take a love affair in Venice more than au très petit sérieux." She spoke with a queer kind of contempt. He knitted his brows, looking at her. Coming downstairs in the morning, she found the keeper's dog Flossie sitting in the corridor outside Clifford's room, and whimpering very faintly. "Why, Flossie," she said softly. "What are you doing here?" And she quietly opened Clifford's door. Clifford was sitting up in bed, with the bed table and typewriter pushed aside, and the keeper was standing at attention at the foot of the bed. Flossie ran in. With a faint gesture of head and eyes, Mellors ordered her to the door again, and she slunk out. "Oh, good morning, Clifford," Connie said. "I didn't know you were busy." Then she looked at the keeper, saying good morning to him. He murmured his reply, looking at her as if vaguely. But she felt a whiff of passion touch her, from his mere presence. "Did I interrupt you, Clifford? I'm sorry." "No, it's nothing of any importance." She slipped out of the room again, and up to the blue boudoir on the first floor. She sat in the window, and saw him go down the drive, with his curious, silent motion, effaced. He had a natural sort of quiet distinction, an aloof pride, and also a certain look of frailty. A hireling. One of Clifford's hirelings. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves, that we are underlings. Was he an underling? Was he? What did he think of her? It was a sunny day, and Connie was walking in the garden, and Mrs. Bolton was helping her. For some reason, the two women had drawn together, in one of the unaccountable flows and ebbs of sympathy that exist between people. They were down carnations, and putting in small plants for the summer. It was work they both liked. Connie especially felt a delight in putting the soft roots of young plants into a soft black puddle, and cradling them down. On this spring morning she felt a quiver in her womb too, as if the sunshine had touched it and made it happy. "Is many years since you lost your husband," she said to Mrs. Bolton as she took up another little plant and laid it in its hole. 23, said Mrs. Bolton, as she carefully separated the young columbines into single plants. 23 years since they brought him home. Connie's heart gave a lurch, at the terrible finality of it. Brought him home? Why did he get killed, do you think? She asked. He was happy with you. It was a woman's question to a woman. Mrs. Bolton put aside a strand of hair from her face, with the back of her hand. I don't know, my lady. He sort of wouldn't give in to things, he wouldn't really go with the rest. And then he hated ducking his head for anything on earth. A sort of obstinacy, that gets itself killed. You see, he didn't really care. I lay it down to the pit. He ought never to have been down pit. But his dad made him go down, as a lad, and then, when you're over 20, it's not very easy to come out. Did he say he hated it? Oh no. Never. He never said he hated anything. He just made a funny face. He was one of those who wouldn't take care, like some of the first lads as went off so blithe to the war and got killed right away. He wasn't really weasel-brained. But he wouldn't care. I used to say to him, you care for naught nor nobody. But he did. The way he sat when my first baby was born, motionless, and the sort of fatal eyes he looked at me with, when it was over. I had a bad time, but I had to comfort him. It's all right, lad, it's all right, I said to him. And he gave me a look, and that funny sort of smile. He never said anything. But I don't believe he had any right pleasure with me at nights after, he'd never really let himself go. I used to say to him, oh, let thysen go, lad, ld talk broad to him sometimes. And he said nothing. He wouldn't let himself go, or he couldn't. He didn't want me to have any more children. I always blamed his mother, for letting him in room. He'd no right to have been there. Men makes so much more of things than they should, once they start brooding. Did he mind so much, said Connie in wonder. Yes, he sort of couldn't take it for natural, all that pain. And it spoiled his pleasure in his bit of married love. I said to him, if I don't care, why should you? It's my lookout, but all he'd ever say was, it's not right. Perhaps he was too sensitive, said Connie. That's it. When you come to know men, that's how they are, too sensitive in the wrong place. And I believe, unbeknown to himself, he hated the pit, just hated it. He looked so quiet when he was dead, as if he'd got free. He was such a nice-looking lad. It just broke my heart to see him, so still and pure-looking, as if he'd wanted to die. Oh, it broke my heart, that did. But it was the pit. She wept a few bitter tears, and Connie wept more. It was a warm spring day, with a perfume of earth and of yellow flowers, many things rising to bud, and the garden still with the very sap of sunshine. It must have been terrible for you, said Connie. Oh, my lady! I never realized at first. I could only say, oh my lad, what did you want to leave me for, that was all my cry. But somehow I felt he'd come back. But he didn't want to leave you, said Connie. Oh no, my lady. That was only my silly cry. And I kept expecting him back. Especially at nights. I kept waking up thinking, why he's not in bed with me, lt was as if my feelings wouldn't believe he'd gone. I just felt he'd have to come back and lie against me, so I could feel him with me. That was all I wanted, to feel him there with me, warm. And it took me 1,000 shocks before I knew he wouldn't come back, it took me years. The touch of him, said Connie. That's it, my lady, the touch of him. I've never got over it to this day, and never shall. And if there's a heaven above, he'll be there, and will lie up against me so I can sleep. Connie glanced at the handsome, brooding face in fear. Another passionate one out of Tevershall. The touch of him. For the bonds of love are ill to loose. It's terrible, once you've got a man into blood, she said. Oh, my lady! And that's what makes you feel so bitter. You feel folks wanted him killed. You feel the pit fair wanted to kill him. Oh, I felt, if it hadn't been for the pit, and them as runs the pit, there'd have been no leaving me. But they all want to separate a woman and a man, if they're together. If they're physically together, said Connie. That's right, my lady. There's a lot of hard-hearted folks in the world. And every morning when he got up and went to pit, I felt it was wrong, wrong. But what else could he do? What can a man do? A queer hate flared in the woman. But can a touch last so long? Connie asked suddenly. That you could feel him so long. Oh my lady, what else is there to last? Children grows away from you. But the man, well. But even that they'd like to kill in you, the very thought of the touch of him. Even your own children. Ah well. We might have drifted apart, who knows? But the feeling's something different. It's been better never to care. But there, when I look at women who's never really been warmed through by a man, well, they seem to me poor dual owls after all, no matter how they may dress up and gad. No, I'll abide by my own. I've not much respect for people. Chapter 12. Connie went to the wood directly after lunch. It was really a lovely day, the first dandelions making suns, the first daisies so white. The hazel thicket was a lace work, of half-open leaves, and the last dusty perpendicular of the catkins. Yellow celandines now were in crowds, flat open, pressed back in urgency, and the yellow glitter of themselves. It was the yellow, the powerful yellow of early summer. And primroses were broad, and full of pale abandon, thick clustered primroses no longer shy. The lush, dark green of hyacinths was a sea, with buds rising like pale corn, while in the writing the forget-me-nots were fluffing up, and columbines were unfolding their ink-purple ruches, and there were bits of bluebird's eggshell under a bush. Everywhere the bud knots and the leap of life. The keeper was not at the hut. Everything was serene, brown chickens running lustily. Connie walked on towards the cottage, because she wanted to find him. The cottage stood in the sun, off the wood's edge. In the little garden the double daffodils rose in tufts, near the wide open door, and red double daisies made a border to the path. There was the bark of a dog, and Flossie came running. The wide open door. So he was at home. And the sunlight falling on the red brick floor. As she went up the path, she saw him through the window, sitting at the table in his shirt sleeves, eating. The dog whuffed softly, slowly wagging her tail. He rose, and came to the door, wiping his mouth with a red handkerchief, still chewing. "May I come in?" she said. "Come in." The sun shone into the bare room, which still smelled of a mutton chop, done in a Dutch oven before the fire, because the Dutch oven still stood on the fender, with the black potato saucepan on a piece of paper, beside it on the white hearth. The fire was red, rather low, the bar dropped, the kettle singing. On the table was his plate, with potatoes and the remains of the chop, also bread in a basket, salt, and a blue mug with beer. The tablecloth was white oilcloth. He stood in the shade. "You are very late," she said. "Do go on eating." She sat down on a wooden chair, in the sunlight by the door. "Elle had to go to Uthwaite," he said, sitting down at the table but not eating. "Do eat," she said. Buthe did not touch the food. "Shall we have something?" he asked her. "Shall we have a cup of tea?" "Tea kettle's on tea boil." He half rose again from his chair. "If you 11 let me make it myself," she said, rising. He seemed sad, and she felt she was bothering him. "Well, teapots in there." He pointed to a little, drab corner cupboard, "and cups. And tea's on tea mantle our your ead." She got the black teapot, and the tin of tea from the mantel shelf. She rinsed the teapot with hot water, and stood a moment wondering where to empty it. "Throw it out," he said, aware of her. "It's clean." She went to the door and threw the drop of water down the path. How lovely it was here, so still, so really woodland. The oaks were putting out ochre yellow leaves, in the garden the red daisies were like red plush buttons. She glanced at the big, hollow sandstone slab of the threshold, now crossed by so few feet. "But it's lovely here," she said. "Such a beautiful stillness, everything alive and still." He was eating again, rather slowly and unwillingly, and she could feel he was discouraged. She made the tea in silence, and set the teapot on the hob, as she knew the people did. He pushed his plate aside and went to the back place. She heard a latch click, then he came back with cheese on a plate, and butter. She set the 2 cups on the table. There were only 5. "Will you have a cup of tea?" she said. "If you like. Sugar's in th cupboard, and there's a little cream jug. Milk's in a jug in th pantry." "Shall I take your plate away?" she asked him. He looked up at her with a faint ironical smile. "Why, if I like," he said, slowly eating bread and cheese. She went to the back, into the penthouse scullery, where the pump was. On the left was a door, no doubt the pantry door. She unlatched it, and almost smiled at the place he called a pantry, a long Narn.W whitewashed slip of a cupboard. But it managed to contain a little barrel of beer, as well as a few dishes and bits of food. She took a little milk from the yellow jug. "How do you get your milk?" she asked him, when she came back to the table. "Flints. They leave me a bottle at the Warren end. You know, where I met you." But he was discouraged. She poured out the tea, poising the cream jug. "No milk," he said, then he seemed to hear a noise, and looked keenly through the do-01 way. "Upp'n we'd better shut," he said. "It seems a pity," she replied. "Nobody will come, will they?" "Not unless it's one time in 1,000, but you never know." "And even then it's no matter," she said. "It's only a cup of tea. Where are the spoons?" He reached over, and pulled open the table drawer. Connie sat at the table in the sunshine of the doorway. "Flossie," he said to the dog, who was lying on a little mat at the stair foot. "Go and hark, hark." He lifted his finger, and his hark was very vivid. The dog trotted out to reconnoitre.